All right. Big up to each and every one. Today's Thursday, June 12th, 7:36 p.m. Welcome to Imhotep University TV. I am your host, Imhotep. Let me go through the formalities quick and fast. Big up the people who there and check in. Yo, big up yourself, bright and early, respect. As yo say, as you enter, just leave a like on the stream. That is code yo. Michael Williams, big up yourself. Yeah, man, manners and respect. Ever bless. Big up yourself, my general. Respect every time. To Shane, where you going with? Big up yourself. You know the thing, go. You see it. Lynette Thompson. Yeah, big up yourself, Lynette Thompson. Sonic Frequency Sound. Manners and respect. Colin Burton, big up yourself. You know the thing, go. Respect to Siobhan White. We're checking. So Serpy is delusional. Most people who agree with him is people like Skeptic. Say, me not really see it like that still. Yeah, me not really see it like that. Cause me not really reason about Serpy for Chifey, disrespect him or nothing like that about delusional. It's human nature, Yeah, human nature. And we know so we have an ego. And sometimes you have to try to protect your ego. So I just saw them deal with it still. So I got a little reason about that, man. Tushian, hold on there. All right, Tushian in a easy, my general, you see me? But you say, one side running dancehall, nothing no run round whites. Whites are shell stadiums, arena all over the world, coming like a mute alone drop the year this summer. Yeah, but the problem with the argument is Tushian. I notice some of the one side ones is trying them best to put aside, shake it to the max. You get what I say? Yeah. Not go around that yet. So yeah, we know say Whites is a big song in a dancehall. Shake it to the max a dancehall same way. You get what I say? And that are the big song same way. So at the end of the day, shake it to the max. Whites, you get what I say? Yeah, man. Whites a big song. No doubt about it. You see it? Mute a pick up steam as well too. So we're gonna watch and see what go on. But do not dismiss Shake It to the Max. It's a dancehall. Everything about it is dancehall. All right. So we must take that credit because at the end of the day, dancehall has been struggling on the global stage in terms of, we don't really find no big songs where tear down the place like that. The past couple of years we have Byron and TJ them find a song each and yeah, touch some charts, but it did nothing what Shake It to the Max has done so far. Right? They said the biggest dancehall song in the past 8 years. The biggest dancehall collab in 8 years. And they make sure say dancehall collab. That's why they make sure label it that way there. Right? The producers them, right? Yeah, man. They make it clear say it's dancehall as well. And they spoke about it on the ER interview. So give Masicka him flowers, but do not try to dismiss the importance of Shake It to the Max. Yeah, we have to keep that relevant as well because that's dancehall, our culture, our music. Yeah, we can't just give it away just for the sake of putting somebody up top. You get what I say? All right, so that's still. Colin Burton, you know a thing going on. Big up yourself, Yeah, man, big up. Dancehall viral, up. And yes, it's Masicka. The competition is small or little, just not matching the heat Masicka bring in. So yes, a dancehall viral. Hold on, is who did sing the song? Say them what? They must struggle to keep up or whatever. So yeah, say the rest of the field are struggle to keep up with Masicka. Well, we are going to all the reason there still and here with the people, I must say, Big up to all the viewers, big up to all subscribers, big up to all the people wherever you're from, big up to all the silent listeners, big up to all the moderators, them. Yeah, man, big up the people them wherever you're checking out the platform from. Big up the playback audience as well, manners and respect to everybody, you see it. Big up the Jamaican, Caribbean audience in general. Big up the North, South, Central American audience. Big up the European audience. Wherever you're from, man, big up on yourself. You know the thing. Special shout out to the members of the platform as well. Yo, Nicholas Mitchell, Beast, Global Life Records TV, Not Your Child Cart, Better Days, Nicky Willie, TG Media, Queen Lakeisha, Conquering Lion 777, One Cushman, 9X, Only Good Karma Baby, Vanny Edwards, Jerome Pearson, Sugar Nut, Ricky Tan, Life Wrecker, Private Figure, The Winner, Michelle Clark, Real Simmer Music, Lynette Thompson, Silver One, The Free Thinker, Stefan Henry, Vioni All, Jamon, D Sanai 777, Rhythm Palace Studio, Ever Bless, Is Addiction, Cute Browning, Blacks All Day, Humbleman RB, Lone Star, Sweet P, the Playback Queen, Rick Livestream, aka Rick Storm TV, Moodman, big up on yourself, manners and respect for the continued support as always. Mark, big up yourself, Gangsta for Life, big up yourself, Miss T, Perfectly Imperfect. Yeah, man, big up yourself every time, respect for the continued support, Miss T, you see it. Big up to Rick Storm TV as well for the super chat, I bless up the thing. Yeah, manners and respect, you know the thing going on. And people remember, YouTube has actually added a new feature. I mean, it's been around in the studio for a while where we could see who are our number one in terms of the fan engagement, right? Or the subscriber engagement. Yeah, man. So people can also know, say, yeah, man, YouTube does recognize that when you will see certain numbers beside the name and them things there. So we don't know how that go. Big up on yourself. Respect for the continued engagement. You know how that go. We greatly appreciate it. All of the people them who check in and them engage, them type, them speak them mind and write it and whatever. But no big up on yourself, you see it. Yeah, man. Big up Mood Man in the building, you know what the thing going on, Mood Man. Who else there now? Quick and fast. Tino Phillips, a Masicka album drop in August. But Tino, say that's 438 great. 438 great. Big up yourself, Yeah, man. Big up yourself anyway you're there. I don't know who that account is, but yeah, it's a credible account as well. We check in more time. I rep the one side camp and things like that. A 438 great first announce it on the platform, say Masicka was going to be on the stage a cartel show. So enough people never know say Masicka was gonna be there. But I was live at the time when the show was going on, and 438 great. Say, yo, Imo, Masicka the backstage, ready to step out, and we see it play out and things. So if I set a drop in August, whenever it drop, we'll see what go on. Cause we hear a couple ones say December it go drop and Masicka go take away the Christmas. Like how the Grinch, fully green settings. But big up yourself, Tino Phillips, and respect as always. We're gonna watch and see what go on. So you say August, make we see. You see it? Yeah, man. So if August it drop, at least me know say you're credible. You see it? Big up yourself, Cardell James. You know the thing going, Fly Eye, big up yourself, Yeah, manners and respect, Fly Eye. Miss Julia, aka Miss Blue Fire, big up yourself. And people, Miss Julia, yeah, man, she has deal with our platform where she deal with a book club settings, right? Yeah, man. So just hit on the name. Or Miss Julia, please copy and paste that link in the chat so people can check out the platform and see what I go on and know say here go on. It's all about the upliftment of the minds of the people. So big up yourself, Miss Julia. Big up yourself, anytime vibes. Yeah, respect anytime vibes. Sugar Nuts, where you going with? Big up yourself, Respect Sugar Nuts for the check-in. As always. Lynn Ferran, big up. Carla Messiah, big up yourself, my sister. You know the thing going on. Big up to More Life, Yeah, man. Respect to More Life for becoming a member. No doubt about that, my general. We greatly appreciate that still, is it? Yeah, because you know it go. We definitely appreciate the support through the membership as well, too. So anyone who they are there in, there out and can become a member, nothing wrong with that. Respect for that, you see it. So big up to More Life. TG Media, big up yourself in my general, you see it. Manners and respect. Just hit the like button on your way in, people. Let's get the likes moving. Sometimes the likes them slim and it's not a good look. You see it. Sheila Stevenson, big up blessings goes out to each and every one. Yeah, man, big up, man. You get what me I say? All right. Tina say, well, me and his bro very close. They're saying the labels will be off for the holidays to give the albums the push. So they are looking to drop the album August. All right, well, here we go on. That's a good look. Whenever it drop, at least say Masicka definitely have whites. I give him the momentum there. The next song where Masicka drop, Mute, definitely I get some traction. So those are two good songs we definitely have on the project where it can give it a momentum there still, you see it? It's good when the artists them are drop projects and we can establish all 3 certified hit songs. You understand what I say? We're dep on it. Where say, yeah, man, that can definitely carry the project and pique the interest of the audience, And me just hope say Masicka have some songs on it too that can be deemed commercially or mainstream appealing as well too. You get me? Yeah. So you know the thing. We gotta go check it out when it drops still. Jeremy Simon, big up, Chakadi. Yeah, manners and respect, Chakadi. Big up yourself, for the check-in, Yeah, man. Big up Excalibur 9. Cute Browning. Where you going with? Big up yourself. All right, people. We have some topics up for discussion tonight. Sir P displays sports scholarship and Traore. Boy, people, I'm someone who observe, current affairs, the geopolitical, happenings around the world. I'm someone who observe it. I might not talk much about it, but that's something I observe a lot. And so recently, one US general came out and spoke about Ibrahim Traore, and the whole world, so to speak, got riled up based on what he said. And there were days of marching. Even at Jamaica, a lot of people marched in support or solidarity of Ibrahim Traore. All over the world, in the US, in London, name it. Groups were marching in support and say, well, hands off Burkina Faso and Ibrahim Traore. And the reason why they have done that is because, they understand what Burkina Faso is and the history and things like that. Lo and behold, here comes Sir P. I said the man a Russian and Chinese puppet and them something there. And then now don't present no evidence. He sure said the man a puppet, but him sure one little thing to say 85% of Burkina Faso goal. The man them him sign contract to Russia with and whatever. Then his supporters call him out and say, you're wrong on this one, Sir P. Sir P double down again and step forward and I convince we say that's Ibrahim Traore, a Russian and Chinese puppet, yet still not present no evidence. Just one little article about one mine that the government actually leased to the Russians them and say, you do the mining with all your equipment and your resources, right? And we will take 15% of whatever you come up with. Yeah, man, and you take the next 85%. So for every ounce or whatever, yeah, you would get 15% as the government, and the company get the 85%. Remember, the government is not putting a dime into this project, right? The Russian company have to forward and spend them money and them equipment and logistics, everything, for even mine it and do what them do with it, the production of it and processing and all them something there. So we got one little reason for that, because I just think when we wrong sometimes we have to just know, say, don't double down and still wrong again. You get what I say? And for Serbia, paint Burkina Faso and Ibrahim Traore as some Chinese and Russian puppet. If you go accuse him of that, at least show the evidence still, and people, I always say it, sometimes, in the social media space and in the information age as well, you eat the meat and spit out the bones. So you can rate a platform and rate a person, And I have no issues with Sir P. I think him serve a purpose. Him do some things more time when me not agree with. A whole heap of little things him do and me not agree with. But that no mean say me have no personal problem with him. Him have him platform and him say what him say, me not have to agree with it. You get what I say? So at the end of the day, it's nothing personal, because I don't know who or what the character is to be personal. But this particular issue about Burkina Faso, it's very dear to me as someone who studies African history and them something there. So we are going a little piece of that reasoning there. You see it, people. All right. Masicka running dancehall. Yeah, we want to know if a Masicka still run the dancehall space, The last time Mr. Masicka run dancehall, a peer conversation, right? So we want to know if Masicka still run dancehall, because can't go around it say whites are tear down the place. After Shake It to the Max are really whites, in a dancehall. Mute, I get traction as well. Last year, Masicka did very well too. The hit and run with the man Shensia, the 20-matic and, the whole works. Whites drop last year as well, but it definitely have the longevity there. So it'll go on good same way. So we definitely want to reason on that. I want to also reason on what's going on in dancehall, like who we see. I drop the song for the summer and things like that. Where the summer song there, who I drop a song where you can say, yeah, man, that song that gonna be a banger, because it's summer people, literally. I mean, I really see the whole movement there in a dancehall in terms of the music, the quality of the music, them. Music are dropping up, but the quality of the music, them, me not really see it like that. But I'm only one person, so we're go all a little reason about that too. Sting to return. Yeah, we definitely gonna speak on that. Funnily, last night, me and Rick Arizo on his stream, and me I say, Rick, I walk one with Sting, man. Like the man them dash it or whatever. Yeah, and lo and behold, we saw this article, which was, very refreshing too. So we got all a little reason on Sting as well, people, because Sting is a part of we history, dancehall history, a part of our culture. It's sad, where it has reached. You get what me I say? In terms of even last year, it was cancelled, and man said them not get pay, and man said them send off the money, and only a little bangarang, and a lot of people are disappointed. But we are going to reason and Sting still, because Sting serve its purpose within our environment as it relates to with dancehall culture. Miss Julia, when I say drop the link, I don't know what you mean. The link is pinned at the top of the chat, right? Let me double check this. Yes, the link is pinned at the top of the chat, Miss Julia. But as soon drop it back in the chat. All right, let me do this quick and fast there. Yes, so we're gonna talk about Sting as well, people. And last but not least, we're gonna speak on a JCF blunder. We see where this man came out and said, well, here we go on. I was on the JCF wanted list and whatever, right? But at the same time, I don't know why I'm on this list and whatever. And the man say him go to the station and everything, and the police them that was in them carrying a Portmore, and police are saying lucky him them never come for him because them would dash him away and one bag or something. So the long and short of it is that is the wrong person. The JCF then put up and said them want with the photo. So we're going to reason on that still, because it's very interesting as well too, there's a lot going on in terms of law enforcement, some very good results out in the field. All heap of criminals out there, all heap of murderers out there, and the reality is that the police, they are for them, and we must commend them. But we just got us all a little reason under mistaken identity situation there still, is it? Let me see how the likes them look there. Miss Julia, me just drop back the link in the chat. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. But also remember to drop your channel link so people can check out what I go on. You see me? Yeah, man. Let me see what's there now. Pick and fast and big up the people, and then we get into the essence of the conversation. Optimus Prime, where you go on, my general? Manners and respect, Yeah, man. Real foundation, Gaza, general, them away. Govern the streets. Yeah, man. You know the thing. Big up yourself, Prime. Who else there now? Black Light. Yeah, man. Big up, Black Light said the angle I agree with is why are we flooded with this media about Ibrahim Traore, and who is flooding us with the info? Well, Black Light, we're not gonna the conspiracy thing, brother. We are in an algorithm-driven environment. If you go check out nothing about Ibrahim Traore, yeah, you get things in your feed. If you subscribe to any platform where promote or discuss it, you get it at the feed. The algorithm will give you that. You can only talk for yourself. You can't talk for everybody and say, why are we flooded? People who are embrace them kind of thing about Ibrahim Traore, the algorithm is going to flood you with that. So who is the we? Because it's not everybody. I have no Ibrahim Traore thing flooding my timeline, because me see what go on and me see it, and me not really engage in it like that, so it can flood my timeline. So that's how the algorithm work, Black Light. So if you are engaged with that kind of thing, it means the algorithm is going to flood your timeline with it. So don't complain and say, why are we flooded? It's where you engage with the algorithm give you. That's how it works. So I don't know who you're talking for, but I see you going on that slippery slope conspiracy theory lane. And me know you agree with Sir P in a Black Light. I know you are one of them who agree with Sir P argument, but at the same time, we are gonna discuss it still, Black Light. We there, man. Big up yourself and Kenry music, manners and respect, Naibees, where you going with? Big up, Kenny Marshall, big up yourself, my general. Manners and respect, Yeah, man. You know the thing, go. Manners and respect every time, Kenny Marshall. All right, so let me see how much likes we have. 106 accounts there. Let's see how much likes we have there. Supposed to have at least 150 likes or so. 42 likes. 42 likes, 106 people there. All right, can do better still, but at the end of the day, still, them say half a loaf. Who did that song again, man? Half a loaf is better than none at all. That's the shy lights. Yeah, that's the shy lights. Half a loaf. Yeah. Yeah, man. Half your love is better than no love at all, baby. Yeah, that's the shy lights, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, shy lights. Yeah. So them say half a loaf is better than none. So big up to the 42 people who leave a genuine like on the stream. So respect for that, you see it. Yeah, man. Big up to everybody we check in. Lifestyle topics. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, you know. Lifestyle topics. Say, you know who is Serpy. Then lifestyle topics. If you know who Serpy is, then they're not supposed to know. So that's you actually have the goose well lay the golden egg, man. Yo, Reading Palace Studio, big up yourself, you know, me general. Manners and respect, you know. Auntie the official, big up, you know. Now, boy can't play dolly house with me, girl. Me will step in him face, in him face. How many girl get slammed to money? Many, 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 many. Boy come a road and a room and a guan. Boy a spread rumor say, oh, Shelly salt. That's the haunted rhythm, you know. Bad, 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 bad rhythm. Back then, lady saw, pan the haunted. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Auntie the official. You know the thing go. Manners and respect every time. All right, who else there and quick and faster? Respect Miss Julia for the super chat. Miss Julia said check out Sundays at 1:11. Yeah, man. Miss Julia is saying that we cover a new book regarding business and self-development and interview entrepreneurs. All right, I'm happy Miss Julia check in so I can give her the floor. 1 second, Miss Julia. I'm gonna give you the floor so you can just tell the audience, you know, what the platform is about. A little bit more in detail and then we can get into the essence of the conversation, is it? So respect. Big up Ryan Scott, you know, manners and respect. Big up to everybody. Joe Advice, aka that tape. Big up, you know, King Isaiah. Manners and him a bless up, you know, Jesus first, then Sir P. King Isaiah. I say it go more time, man. You know, KC, big up yourself, you know. Queen Lakeisha in the building. Fitzroy Reed. BMF
Big up, big
Entertainment
up.
TV. Big up. All right, Miss Julia.
Big up everybody. Big up King
Yeah, man,
Lakeisha.
big
Big
up
up
yourself.
everybody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you can
Yeah.
go ahead and just tell the people
Yeah. So
what go on.
usually on practice, like I read a new book probably every 2 weeks or so. I always listen to it. But like I've met a lot of people here, like listening to a lot of people talk. You know, like you guys want to start your own businesses, or sometimes you guys are in your own businesses, and because you're juggling so much, like with family and with children and other stuff, you don't really have the time to look at these books. So what I do now is like the really helpful ones, I'll break it down chapter by chapter and we can discuss it and see, what we can learn. So it's just my way of giving back, you know. You can It's always there on the playback as well. But if you join us on Sundays, you can talk and we can actually talk about things that we can discuss things about, wherever you are in business. So that's what it is. So it's on my channel. So yeah, check it out if you want to check it out, or check it out on the playback. It will be there forever. So
Right,
you know,
and you did drop the link in the chat, right?
yes, I did. I dropped the link in the
Okay,
chat.
all right, cool. So
All right. I'm gonna
you
mute
know,
and make you talk. Sorry, because I play
yeah,
at the
man, no
same time.
problem, no problem. As time goes by, you can always drop it in the chat and just tell the ones them to check it out and
Yeah,
do the
man.
right thing. You see it?
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. No problem, Miss Julia. All right. So people, here we go now. I'm gonna start off with the whole sting reasoning here because I find it very interesting, right? So let me just read the article and then we get into the meat of the matter. It says this is on the Jamaica Star, right? It says Sting promoter vows to bring back glory days. Event returns with 2 mega shows in one night. That's what the headline says on the Jamaica Star, dated June 12, 2025. All right, and it starts off by saying, shaking off all the bad energy. Me don't know what was the bad energy still. And disappointments stemming from last year's cancelled event. Supreme Promotions director and Sting promoter Tahir Fatman Leng said that with new strategies and better organization, the show is coming back to reclaim its place. We have a lot of things coming in the pipeline now. Not gonna disclose everything yet, but just know, say, a lot of the faces you see in the past will be returning this year. Big names, he said, adding that the show will be staged on its usual date, December 26, at its usual venue, Jam World in Portmore. Yeah, that's the right thing. That 3-day thing there that you guys were trying to do, that never really make no sense. That was more like a rebranding thing. You have your original brand and product, the greatest one night show in a dance hall, and you guys wanted to do a 3-day event. More logistics, right? More resources to spend and everything like that for a 3-day event. It takes a lot to run a 3-day event, right? So, yes, that's the smart thing to do. Go back to the Boxing Day where people know, so them look forward to that. That makes sense. Also, the theme for this year will be 2 mega shows one night. So it's going to be 2 mega shows one night. So I'm structuring it differently, where there will be 2 separate shows on one stage one night. With the early session coming down to 2 a.m., you will have reggae giants coming out. Then we switch it to dancehall. So what they're saying is that early sessions, you gotta have a reggae segment as thing, and you gotta have a dancehall segment as thing. All right, cool. All right, Leng told the Star in an exclusive interview he promised bigger acts, including an international R&B or Afrobeat megastar joining the lineup. All right, cool. Make sure you reach out to Mali from now, Now wait until the song get hotter than that, and then we're in trouble because our price gone up, Catch her right now. Make sure you go sing, the song, Shake It to the Max, and then sitting there, down there. All right, Sting was cancelled last year, just hours ahead of the event, when the main production company that was hired to cover the sound and stage, that is Clear Sound Production Services Group, withdrew its services over what was reported as unresolved financial issues and hazardous conditions, as well as logistical challenges. After returning to the drawing board, Leng said he's ready to bring back Sting to its glory days. I realize what Sting is lacking, and it's not really any fault of the brand, but it's just a change in times. Sting is a clash-oriented event. Everybody come there looking forward to a clash, but it was always lyrical. And after that, everybody a friend. But now it start get physical more than lyrical, and nobody really sees what value it can add to their career, said Leng. But most of the artists since COVID is social media bust them. But wait, which artist social media bust now? Me I try to know, Me understand the impact of social media during the COVID for true, because more people were fixated. But hey, you have some artists where are them songs still, and the social media presence definitely garner the attention and it connect. But me understand what I say is social media bust them. When him say it like that still, it's more of them have a song and the people them like it and people react to it and the rest of history. Is it? So that caused some of them feel lack creativity in being a class artist, where a man can just go on pan stage and just build lyrics on the spot. Due to this lack of creativity, this sometimes results in the whole bad vibes and animosity on stage, because a man start clash with him egos and with lyrical and not with lyrical punches. No, the last time, uno chew out after fully bad a war with Coyote and everybody else. Him and Demarco a war and Coyote got involved and Manel Japsang and whatever. On the stage at Sting, Fully Bad and Coyote was there. And here comes the artist when name what? Animosity, right? From nowhere. No have no song in the war and whatever. Bangarango and man get lick up a stage, man get charged and them sitting there. So Sting must take responsibility for that. That are some party shop settings there. So can't chew up man on stage when me and you in a no lyrical war. At least me and Coyote did have a little thing. You get what me I say? Yeah. DeMarco did ask you some money. Remember last year's thing, DeMarco did ask him was it 40,000 US, and Leng them said that he might ask it too much. And now it shows say what 40,000 US. Yeah, man. I don't know whole heap of money at the time. And I think that had Leng given the mark of the 40K, him could have pulled the crowd with him and fully bad still. Yeah, I think so. But anyway, let's continue. Everybody who clash at Sting always have a good outcome. Whether you win or lose, your boss. But nowadays, in addition to the lack of creativity, the man them meat are too short, them fuse too easily fly, and them are run out of fuse too easily, he added. And I really understand what he's saying still about that. Because I mean, I really see that right now. You know, we don't really see no clash within the past 5 years or nothing like that. We have no longevity. Not one bit. Feel we can say, yo, we can draw for that one now say man them fuse. We see lyrical clash go on and social media fans engage, but not the artists them want for dirt each other, nothing like that. Let's continue. However, with prior plans to remove clashes from the show, gearing towards a softer Sting, Leng said he's open to allowing clashes this year. But the artists them have to know say me, I go out there. So no, not with boxing gloves, but with lyrics. Yeah, that's what Sting was all about. Ninja Man, Bounty Killer, Beanie Man, them. Everybody with the pan Sting. That it was all about that. You know, sometimes, of course, you have circumstances where it might get physical and them sitting there just like all popcorn and rhino and all them things there. But you know, normally, yeah, it's all about the lyrics. It has always been that way. Man them figure write some songs, practice on the delivery, and then uno come. And if uno want take on an artist, uno take him on. Me think so long have this thing around you know people, but we are gonna reason about it still. He said, enough people tell me to leave the clash alone and go straight stage show. But based on where the show come from, I cannot completely just throw it away. If there's room for it, sure I'll do it. You really need the clash in a dancehall for it to really be dancehall. So if we are going to upkeep the thing, make we upkeep the thing the right way, he added. Leng has also abandoned his previous three-night festival idea for Sting 2024 and expressed confidence that the disappointment from last year won't affect this year's outcome. Sting never failed to entertain the patrons over the years, and Sting is a spontaneous show. So even when we put out with artist lineup, it's always more than what we advertise. With the theme of two mega shows and one night vibes, just know say at the top of the top artists them we are come with. He said, when asked if he really believes Sting can make a comeback, he quickly replied, of course, Sting a Sting, you know. Sting can dead. If Sting dead, the culture got dead too. Well, here I go on still. You know, say, I don't think the culture got dead still, but Sting has always been a part of the dancehall culture, no doubt. Cause our years now, Sting no keep and the culture still go on same way. Ricky Tan, big up yourself in my
Big
general.
up Ricky
Manners and
Town.
respect, you
Big
know.
up. Big
Yeah,
up.
all right. So, Miss Julia, what
Yeah,
is your
sorry,
take
sorry.
on what I just read a while ago there?
Yeah, I was distracted before, but yeah, big up chat. Yeah, I don't think the art form going to die if Sting dead. But I mean, Sting has been a part of it. The thing is, it just needs to evolve, just like how the music evolved. Every business have to evolve. You know what I mean? And they have not. Them still have a lot of archaic practices, apparently. That's why, them kind of lose trust in the industry a bit regarding, and this is not stuff. This is not me bad mouthing anybody. This is just common knowledge. What's come out in the news, what the artists actually complain about. So I mean, if it is the problem was management. So if management improve, I don't see why it wouldn't it wouldn't be able to be revived, because the thing is, it would be an easy revival because it is still a part of our culture. It's not like as if we want to see it go bad. We want to see it do good. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, if them fix what is broken inside of it, then I don't see what the problem is, to be honest. Right? But I don't think that dancehall would be dead just because it dies out. Really and truly.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
like, I'm just saying Sting has been absent for a couple of years too.
Right.
Even during the big C time.
Right.
Right? And
Right.
dancehall was alive and well, same way.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why as me I say
Exactly.
still, you know, a man I got said dancehall, I got dead. No, Leng.
Right. And that
At the end of the day, Sting.
but I want to say something else though, and I don't want people to take it the wrong way. But sometimes you have to look at what people really saying when them say things. Like, don't just listen to what people say. Like, look at what them don't say. Like, When him said that like dance are dead because Sting is not there. That show you the mental attitude that he had towards it from before. It's like you need me. We're not. You understand what I'm saying? Like you need me so I can do whatever I want to do type of thing. And that's not a good mindset to for it to actually work. You see what I'm saying? So that explains why there were so many complaints, really and truly. If you think about it, if you think about what him said, right, and what it actually means, I didn't find that tasteful at all, and I'm not bad mouthing anybody.
Right. I think
Yeah,
that at the end of the day still, it's not
yeah,
as if it's a sting of dancehall and no life support.
exactly.
Big up yourself, Jamon, for the super chat. Him says Sting 2025, Cargo versus Anthony Cruz, reggae versus dancehall. Well, here again. Anthony Cruz and Cargo. Anthony Cruz and a clash artist like that still. No, sir. No Lord, him a sing both and them sitting there, man. Them man down no clash artist like that still. Cargo. Here again still. As me say, we have to watch and see what I go on to. But it's not as if we say, boy, the the clash culture, the audience is not there for it. Yes, the audience is there for the clash culture, and it's just that we not see no genuine clash for kind of really hold the audience attention. Big up yourself, invest, the thing going on. Respect for the check-in people. Remember to leave a like on the stream. Big up Donna Thompson. The likes do help
Yeah,
in terms
everybody
of
like the like,
YouTube.
please.
YouTube recommending the stream as well. You know the thing. You see, sometimes notifications, let me be very honest. Sometimes the notifications 120 and I have 5,900 subscribers. So people also remember new subscribers, people who have subscribed before, make sure you hit all on the bell.
Right.
Because if you don't, YouTube is going to personalize it, your subscription, and you might not get all the live stream and the notifications will not go out like that. So remember when you subscribe, make sure you hit all on the bell. So respect for that. But sometimes the notifications not go out like that. It's really more of people liking the stream and the interaction and the engagement, so to speak. YouTube does recommend it and people see the reason, like the reason, them stop and engage and things like that. You see it? So just do the right thing and just leave a like on your way in. So that is good. You see it? Yeah. So Rhythm Palace Studio, big up yourself. Him say I'm with Miss Julia 100%. The idea shows Leng is a narcissist. He thinks he is dancer savior. Don't beat him too hard though, because
No
there's love
man.
for the music there. Yeah,
Definitely,
man. Yeah,
definitely.
we're
I'm
not
not
go.
beating him at all. That's why I say I don't mean no disrespect and not like that. I respect everything that he has done, the vision that he had to actually bring it when it was at his peak. So we can't discount that. But I'm just saying we have to deal with the facts of the matter of what it is right now. We can't deal with history in the now. This is what it is right now. How can we fix it? And just because of the fact that we care, are we even talking about it? If we never care about it, we wouldn't be talking about it. We just say, okay, it's gone, whatever. But people still care about it. You understand? 'Cause it was a part of our culture, Boxing Day. You know what I mean? Like that's large in people nostalgia. Real talk. So yeah.
Right. And I see where they said us they're going to have the reggae segment until 2 a.m. and then the dancehall segment after 2 a.m. So that is how them actually, I said, two shows, one night kind of setting. So them kind of repackage it in a way. Cause I remember Sting was more hardcore, but we
Hardcore.
also had the reggae acts them booked and Sting too. Where them will
Mm-hmm.
come and perform and then them go about them business. And then when touch of the morning part, so the hardcore dancehall.
And the
And
clash.
in the morning, the icing on the cake or the main course was always like the clash or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
right now we don't see no activity as it relates to no clashing between the artists. I don't think anyone have the appetite for the clash culture. And some of the artists, the younger ones, them don't have the longevity there. They don't understand clash culture,
Yeah.
right? They have never studied clash culture. And as such, a man feel like him can sing a one song or two song and call it a day. You
Yeah.
understand me? And claim same win a clash. So the clash culture, yeah, me agree with Sting them say, here we go on. And you might have to go and observe and see what go on with the clash culture because we not see nothing going on with clash culture at all. Not
Yeah.
no activity on the ground. As
Yeah.
one little class start and two song drop or four song drop, everybody run gone and them something there. So that a part of the problem I have. But him being him saying reggae until two and then dancehall after, it's a good mixture. So at least you have segments in a distinct thing. And then now, as you say, we have to watch and see what go on with clashing because we not see nothing go on still. All right, Missy Rick call in. Rick, you know, it's funny last night we were talking about Sting. You know, it's funny we were talking about Sting last night.
Yeah, I wonder if I we them here.
You know, we had reason about it last night still and thing and you know. But we see him step out. I don't know what are your thoughts on it. I saw your flag on it as well too, you see me?
Yeah, man, bless up.
Bless up, bless up.
Man, big up.
Me I say, me just I say, Imhotep, why them have to, yeah, come out and make basically a debut again for rebrand? Why them have to sound so shady and like them have the attitude there where them always like I look down upon the artist them or whatever. Them not realize say that now, brother.
No, I mean I agree that the approach and said them to
Right.
go write lyrics on them something there.
Yeah, come on,
No,
brother.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
don't
you,
do that.
they need for humble bridging.
Yeah.
I mean personally don't want them thing for work, you know, because you know it's good for dancers, same way. But come on, bridging.
Yeah,
You
it need to
can't
work.
make it
It could have worked.
right. You can't make it look so like on a look long pan thing and man at talk about man boss in a social media boss artist and them thing there. Brother, you a promoter, bro. Them thing they no concern, brother. Who cares how the artist them boss?
Mm.
Yeah, only thing you have to care about your business, brother.
Mm.
So at the end of the day, as I say still,
Mm.
and them have to change them with how them look on things, brother. You get what I say? And them have to realize to say how thing end up to, or them put it that way, you know. Because back then them I go around the artists them and whatever and the business just change and people don't need people and not that dependent on people. People find other options and it kind of take back them brand. So them have to change their mentality there, brother. Else it a go them a just a make a fool of themselves at the end of the year, in my view.
Right, because their track record, yeah,
Right.
just to put it mildly, 'cause I don't want to use the word poor, right? But their track record of them and the artists, them in a squabble over payments and them something,
Exactly. That's what I was saying from
right?
before.
Right.
A
Yeah.
lot of
All
artists,
of that.
yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of artists really not happy about the way they were treated because
Exactly.
Yeah.
not for the man them to in a Rick. Because
Right.
letting them a top police and whatever, they
Yeah.
could do nothing at all.
Exactly.
Right.
Remember when
And
Vibes Cartel was
yeah.
keeping
Mm-hmm.
what? His party at
Yeah.
the what? The
The
same
building.
The
the
music
Right.
bad
building.
them up. The music bad them up.
Remember, you know, it was asylum before and whatever, right?
Yeah.
And
Right.
then change the name to the building, whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Brother, police go lock off that.
Yeah.
Go lock it off, and that not have nothing to do
Nothing
with
to do
our
with
sting, brother.
anything.
That
Yeah, the
we
music
are
bad
New
them up, man.
Kingston
The
for
music bad them
Nutsford
up.
Boulevard,
Right.
Yeah. So
right?
Imhotep, that's the same thing that I was saying. Oh, them lose their trust. You see what I'm saying? Not only with the payment, the way them treat them. You understand? The way them treat them. So it's the management. It come right back down to the management. So unless them fix that, and it completely changed. So that artists them can actually say, all right, we'll take the risk and try again with it. But me not think, to be honest, me not think as long as it's there, um, I don't think as long as it's there, it will thrive. To be honest.
No, this is the sun
That,
still, you know, Miss
yeah,
Julia.
them,
The sun, the
Well,
sun.
you
You
know
he's
me
know,
have
still
to say,
behind the sun. In them same as the sun, but I mean, come on. I mean, he
but
still
yeah,
the spoke of it. Not him just talk a while ago and say certain things,
but
though, Rick.
no,
Like
the
it was
sun. This it was the
but
sun
then
the sun.
speaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
then say Imhotep, they have a whole saying say the parents suck the sour grape and edge pick the teeth, And based
Mm-hmm.
on how me see this youth approach a thing is just
It's the
like
same.
a replica of the father. Him have
That's
the
what I'm
same
saying.
attitude. And
So
it not gonna work, brother.
that's what I am saying to Imhotep. Is like to me, it come in like say him is like the spokesperson and the father still pulling the levers behind him.
Mm.
That's what it seems like. It just seems identical, to be
All
honest.
right. So the chat is saying that you're a bit low, Miss Julia. I mean,
Okay,
I
am
am
I low?
hearing you.
You can hear me? Okay, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
know.
me I
You
hear
can hear
clear.
me? Okay.
Yeah. We're hearing it louder now still. I know. Yeah, I know. I was hearing you, but I mean,
Yeah.
the audience, I say you're a bit low. So, all right, just so
Okay.
that go.
All
Yeah,
right.
go ahead and finish the point, Miss Julia.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is if them lose respect of the artists them because of how him treating. To me, I don't think the artist is trust going to be back there unless him actually have nothing to do with it in the future. Because of the fact that he has broken their trust and the way how him see them. So it's to me it's kind of like a Elon Musk situation right now with the Tesla and the stock keep going down type of thing. Like the only way for that brand to come back up to me personally is if him have nothing to do with it. Because the thing is, Anyway, I don't want to get into that. But regardless, because of that, the trust has been broken with the artist and the way how he see the artist and the management from him. I don't think the artist them going to be willing to go the extra mile if he's still at the helm of it, to be honest.
Well, at the end of the day, I think that with his son being the face, as long as them can secure the funding and them and the artists them can negotiate and them agree on a price and then pay the man them as per the contractual arrangement, I think everything should be fine. But I think you're right, Rick. The way how they come off say, brother, this man I tell artists figure right song, you know.
Yeah.
Which
them
song
something
him
I know you're
write and which
concerned,
song
brother.
him sing. Fiat instruct artists figure right song on them something there. So these are the things now. So now when they talk them way, you know, I ain't the same artists where you tell figure right song and construct lyrics and whatever, and them have short fuse. Are the same artists them who want to negotiate contracts with? So you have to be diplomatic.
It are gonna be extremely difficult for them with artists because, as me said, their reputation not good. So
exactly.
I'm gonna approach for them show and want all of them money one time.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, because them not have the record they have doing good
anything
business
right.
with most artists. Them. I get to me I say, yeah, them pay a man off and then when the show done, man have come from media talk about them money and you know, man I use intimidation and them thing there. So where them should have come out and do I make sure them I make the artists them know say yo a clean business them I do instead of talk about man for rights and whatever. That's not your concern, brother. That not nothing to do with you at all as a promoter.
Nothing at all. I'm out
Right.
about that actually. So, but anyway, I mean, boy, I mean, I know it can. I want it to succeed because it's a part of the culture, as I say.
Right.
But the only way it can succeed is if him and that whole attitude goes. That's it.
Right. Them have to understand, man. Them have to understand and know say yo, I know so this thing work like where you come out and them the days that done, brother.
Right,
And we not try to lower down the importance of sing because as me say, me feel like it's a very important show and if it done the right way and they get the right artist, them it will lift back the place. Just like how we have some fest as an important show in the summer, you know, say yes, I look forward for that.
right.
That excitement in Jamaica and whatever. You know, I see them way with Sting down in December, but it have to do the right way, brother.
Right. People, remember to leave a like on the stream, please, and thank you. We definitely can reach 100 likes now, because we see 172 accounts in the building. Nothing wrong with that. Respect. Big up to Anytime Vibes 25 for the super chat. The G say they better pray Cartel don't do another show. The problem with that, Anytime Vibes. I hear Cartel them saying the National Stadium was 40,000, right? Just Kingston alone is what? 700,000 people, Watch this now. Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine is well over 1 million people within that area, So here we go on. Cartel keep a show on the 31st have no negative impact on Sting if they can package it properly and negotiate with the artists them and pay them when them forget and present a nice lineup. Both shows can coexist.
That's the thing. You go on the funding if you can present a nice lineup, Because man will work. But if the money right, You get to me, I say right, the audience is there and ready, but you have to actually have the funding, And it can't be no joke thing based on, as me say, me feel like me feel like even at this moment, even though it look like Joe them with a well solid state, but me feel like people that run risk them go to all artists and say, boy, a half or a quarter of the money me have and work and then me pay back. Me feel like people will more do that with even Jordan Sting, brother. Based on how we see them with a deal with people over the years. So them say them thing that way there, brother. I've been on trying to talk down for them thing. Me that actually wanted to work. But them have to say, yo, them style, you can't approach the things, brother, like a bully and badness. Not in a 2025.
No, and you have to be diplomatic, brother, especially when we uno do Christmas Eve and whatever, brother. Pure controversy and baga. We're not
Right.
supposed to come out in a diplomatic and
Yeah, man.
humble,
And humble
Humble.
way,
right?
humble,
Yes,
Right.
and
humble way.
articulate and make the people them know. Say we apologize, about this year.
Yeah,
Yeah, man, bigger and better, and we definitely want to attract the best artists and whatever. Brother,
Right.
you don't have no credibility if you tell no man figure write song, artist figure
yeah.
write song, brother.
That what
You're
me
no
Right.
talk
artist,
about.
you don't have no song where you write or do. So
Yeah,
you are
Right.
supposed to instruct our artists them figure a song
go
them figure
right
write
song.
and them someday. So sometimes you have to be diplomatic even how you
Yeah.
speak as
Oh,
well.
you speak and the things that you say.
I them mash up the show, brother. So because and that kind of even broke when me even look into it too. That kind of even broke all enough I even the clash part, right? Because enough man I look and I say, but we don't really have a platform where we can go square off this officially and actually get the publicity. Like a Mavado and Cartel 2008 or so forth. You know, say boy, you get worldwide looking or whatever. So it never make enough man I said that never make sense, brother.
Yeah,
So
them
it,
them
them
it
have to
not
just
evolve.
understand.
Yeah, it don't evolve. That's the problem. The problem is them think that what worked in the 90s, early in the
Mm,
90s, it'll go work now.
mm,
And that's not how it work. It them have to
mm,
evolve with the times. You understand?
mm.
Right.
Right.
Big up to these and I 777. Big up to
Hey, big
Views
up this so
Vendor.
nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
big
Big up
up.
to 1 HP. All of the people them there, big up. Remember, if you want to join the panel and share your perspective, the link is pinned at the top of the chat as well. All right, we see invest check in, so make we give him a little piece of the mic there
Yeah.
and hear what he say, because we know so film ends this and Rick Storm ends more time when decompressing, because it rugged
Yep.
out more time. You can go to invest. Let me hear what you said it.
Imhotep, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
man,
Lord
we
and
are
We
here
clear.
loud
can
and
loud
clear.
and clear. Loud and clear.
Respect. Give me just one check
Respect,
if it just
respect.
started because me I drive. Yeah, me not go really unfortunate. Me not really stay along with you guys tonight because me actually I head out to east right now. Rick, me supposed to me may end up in your place tonight.
Oh, that's a
I have a
St. Thomas
development
then.
to go on, so yeah,
Oh,
might end up in
yeah,
your
yeah.
place tonight. Yeah.
No worry.
But respect for the check-in, Imotech. Let it be big up yourself as usual. Love you.
Big up. No,
Um,
this is Julia.
It's Julia.
it's Julia. Sorry.
Yeah, man, big up
Forgive
Lady
me. So
Q, you know.
Big up Lady B too. Big up
yeah.
Lady B too.
Um,
Yeah.
sir, when it come on to this thing, my opinion, this thing won't go back to its glory days. That's just my opinion. And when I talk about getting artists, there's one development going on with these artists these days. Every artist almost start keep them own show. So what go happen if Masicka start keep his own show, Alkaline, everybody else? Him can't compete with that with everybody else because they are maximizing their earning potential when they have their own show. And
Right.
and and then if Cartel also continue with the Freedom Street, the same him do it as an annual thing.
Yep.
I
That's what
don't
I'm
know
saying.
how I don't know how them will gain back that traction. I just don't see it.
From
And
All
with
right.
before
the
I was
brand,
saying that.
the brand
Mhm.
watered down, said not carry that, you don't have that it don't have that it don't have that strong point that it used to have anymore. It not sting like what it used to be. So
Yeah.
I don't see it. Maybe you guys see it differently, but I don't see it to be honest.
All right.
No,
So
but what I
let me
what
say
what I
this.
was what I was saying right, Imhotep, was that it can come back if things change. But the thing is, that's what I was saying from before. Cartel show was such a success that him should have it every year. And if Sting don't really pull up them socks, to be honest, there's a void there for Cartel to fill. You see, to fill actually, right? Because it's in it's the day after the January 1st. So I mean, it filled that gap. So them. But for the culture, I think them can coexist. I think them can coexist. Probably not on the same day, but them can coexist. But that's only if Sting actually pull up him socks and actually do what he's supposed to be doing. Yeah. Hello. You can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
man, I'm
man,
here
we
to
are
Miss
here.
Julia, man. I
Yeah.
muted the mic a little bit invest because there's a feedback. You hear? Yeah. So big up to listen me. I just want the people them to leave a like, right? Respect everybody where they here. Michelle Clark, you know it, go big up yourself. Hear me I say now. You see, the conversation about Vibes Cartel doing a Freedom Street 2.0 affecting Sting. There's audience. Remember, I love soca. 30,000 people
Yeah.
on the same night as Sting at over the Huey Bowl or whatever. Shows the all about the place. The same thing with New Year's Eve, 1 million show keep and people everywhere. So you see, Vibes Cartel keeping his show again will not affect Sting. Sting does have to present the right package because remember, you know.
But you go want the artist, you want good artists.
Yes.
you're
That's
going
a
to want
problem, you
it.
know.
Yeah.
Because if you have got like a, let's say I got have like a, I'm not sure if that I got happen still, but let's say I got have like a Freedom Street at the end of the year. I go have to have good artists per your show. And the problem is, as me say, it's not like them operate normal where you just know say alright at some fest or what or this dream weekend or whatever. Them have a bad reputation with majority of the big artists, them brother.
Yeah.
You get to
But
me, I
that's
say?
why if them change it though, but Rick, that's why if them change the management and Leng don't have nothing to do with it,
Right.
then and them say that is brand new, then the artist then might be able to say, you know what, I'm gonna do cartel show and I'm gonna do Sting the same the same holiday. You know what I mean? So it would have been like
Right.
you're right. So you know it would
And,
have
and, and
changed
as me
to
say, they're young youth, yeah, him a think about me think them need for reason with him and make you understand, say brother, you're not really the people in favor it based on your general, you know. So you
Yeah.
have to know say you just approach the thing more humble. Not saying that you're supposed to bow down to nobody or not
exactly.
stand for nothing, but don't make it come off like a styling thing, brother.
Remember
Not
last
in a
year, Rick?
2025.
Remember last year on the fix, you know, right?
Right,
Them asking about alkaline. And instead
right,
of be diplomatic, the man I be shade I say alkaline run and one bag of something. And me I say the
right.
general, there's no need to be shady about the thing, man. He must have learned that part too because
Right.
as you rightfully say, him father track record is
Yeah.
not the best with the artist them. Well, I
Right.
make
So,
And
so
and I
bless.
don't think and I don't think him should have blame a man with Jordan way there because his sole
big
purpose
papa
for
background, yeah, big papa
link that
background stay away.
okay.
Just go ahead, we can make a point and then big
Yeah, man,
papa.
I say his sole purpose for link that artist was for rival an next man and probably an next man just no one put him brand there so. You know, if it was a case where just link the man officially and just know it's all right, me I keep me thing and me just give this man a link and him refuse and whatever, fine. But you know in yourself, so your sole purpose was to say, all right, this a go on here, so me try compete with that or whatever. Nothing wrong with the competition, but if a man refuse to do it, you just know say, I say it go, brother. Don't
Exactly.
go on a platform as style a man.
A style
That bad
for
for
what?
business. You know,
Bad
you
for
don't sing
business.
no song, you're a promoter, brother.
Right. All
Yeah,
right.
that was
So
rude.
me make Big Papa say a thing. I was getting a feedback from your device, Big Papa. So that's why I kind of mute it. But I can go through now. Let me hear you say.
Yo, bless up everybody.
Bless
Bless up,
up,
Miss
bless up,
Julia.
bless
Right.
up,
What's up?
darling. Yeah, bless up,
Yo,
darling.
yo. So didn't he? Was he on the fix saying he was new and different? Hmm?
Yep.
So I hit this. I hit this name so.
You
I
too
said,
quiet,
look.
Big Papa. I not hear what you say.
Listen, he said on the fix, he's new and different. He's not using his father's formula or the previous.
Okay. Make it
Yeah,
no.
So is this name new and different?
right,
Well, Big Papa. He said that it's gonna be a
exactly.
reggae segment until 2 o'clock and then a dancer segment. So that's different.
Brother, listen, man. Listen. Sting have to start recruit talent. People want one upcoming or one platform and he might go try compete against YouTube because nobody with repetition, any repetition or status or any pan no way for them. Now I got do Sting because of Sting repetition. When you look at what Sting was to what Sting devolved into. And then
Right.
the type of rhetoric where you come from the artist and where a Sting, how artists used to have to pay length to perform a Sting. How it's a whole something. Them something that go through dance all you know. People talk, the repetition out there, not name length, nothing kind of the venue of the night of the concert. Right now, go keep and if I'm birthday party, I keep down your road, down on Miss Joyce, King Sting, I go flop. Cause Sting repetition supersedes Sting.
All
And I
right. So
just
the part where
want
So the part where let me mute up my Big Papa. Make that go feedback. The part where they're actually charging artists, right? Our artists paying. Well, really and truly still, in fairness to them, are the no-name artists, them who want the exposure, right?
Yeah,
Them might pay if they forward and perform or whatever.
yeah.
That's a
Me
fair
not
deal.
really have an issue with that.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a fair deal still. But the established artists, them now,
Mm.
the track record is that them will get half of their money and can't get the rest. And
Right,
then can't do nothing about it either because that is leng. Right? So
right,
Sting with the artists, them, yeah, leave a bad taste in their mouth. So the objective now is to try to bridge that level of trust with the artist them now where you can even have certain headline act because last year the biggest name there was Tommy Lee, right?
right,
And
Right.
Tommy Lee never did even hot like that, brother. Him not hot like that. Where a
right.
man can say Tommy Lee, I got this thing. Like a Masicka, alkaline or popcorn or them ones a man can say, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Tommy Lee kind of from him come from prison still, him really kind of cool down where him book for Sting, but like say him hot like that to pull the crowd. So
Right.
you need some heavyweights where you can book them man there, where is a reasonable price to everybody, and the man them respect and trust on it like that. So
Exactly.
the objective of Sting right now, under the auspices of Mr. Tahir Leng, is to build back that trust with the artist them.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Because
It's to
the
build back
artist
that
them not
trust.
trust Sunina, brother. Remember good
Exactly.
enough.
Exactly. And not
And
only
as me
that,
say,
but not only that though, but the thing is, if them want every as you said, Imhotep, every are not going to deal with this foolishness. They're not gonna deal with this when they're not getting paid or there's no communication and so that they're not gonna deal with that. Why they're not worth their time. So you
I
have to
want.
make it appealing to them. Huh? Go ahead.
May I say,
Yeah.
right now, fisting have that buzz the art like how them a approach it right now. Ninja would have to come from jail.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, them would have to get Ninja Man out
Exactly. They're
of
not gonna
jail.
get Ninja Man.
Yeah,
Exactly.
get that buzz there.
Forget that buzz there.
Yeah,
That's true.
A-
Exactly
and
right.
outside of that, you have to go a whole heap of money, brother.
Yeah. A
And
facts, man.
based on where the business reaches with that, I think investors say like while say, yeah, people like Popcorn, Alkaline, and possibly even Masicka in the future and some other man, them have like for them own shows.
Right.
So
Right.
they reach on a level where them not really like you can't really get them so easy, especially in a nothing where too controversial them with it.
Exactly. They're not
You
time
know?
for that. And especially if you want heavy, listen, man. If you want to make it, if you want heavy, you better make it attractive. These are
Right.
facts. And make it work them time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Say?
So,
And not only that, though, Rick, but guess what else, though? The thing
right,
is, you have to be able to afford them. So
right,
that means
right,
that you need to be able to attract sponsors.
right,
So them sponsors, they're not gonna really want to work with you if they know say you don't have any business conscience and your business way. So that's why
right,
I said no disrespect, I respect Lane because he had a vision of Sting, he gave us Sting and gave us a lot of memories. But
right.
sometimes you have to know when to walk away from the plow. Like the song say, you have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. And right now, if him care about Sting more than in ego, he will give it to somebody in more capable hands. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And allow it to just to go to the next stage.
But
But if it's an ego thing where you feel like say, no, I make Sting, so I'm going to die owning Sting, then so
right.
be it. That's what happened.
So me ask it the ones them on the panel. What do you think about like you know feel like although me not really a question them, but last year them cancel issue based on monetary reasons anyway. So me not
Yeah.
think me I got out of line to say it. But you don't think them could have like partner with like a next person?
Yeah.
But the thing is, Rick, watch this,
Yeah,
You know, say this thing before,
yeah,
right? The year before,
yeah.
right? They were looking partners because
Right,
I know of people where them reach out to and
Yeah.
$500,000 they actually wanted the person to partner with. You
Right.
get what
right,
I say? So they have always tried to reach out to partners. The problem is this now. The fact that they are failing. All right, watch this now. I don't even want to bring it
I
up.
me not talk because me know say me not talk like say oh you want borrow a money from Imhotep and then probably man in a problem to get back the money. Me I talk officially where a man name the on the brand as well and him is a face. He might the part of the face of the brand. Let's say him like promoters like even Joe. Even though Joe did it one, but me just I use him as example. You get to me I say? Me think say that could have worked. Not just like oh
Mm.
The
Me
Sting.
I borrow a couple thousand from Emotep round this and that in a secret and nobody no know or whatever. Right? Me I talk officially.
Yeah,
Right.
but the thing is, but the
One
thing is,
second, Miss Julia.
yeah,
Big Papa, I'm getting a little feedback from your device. I don't know why, you know. Make
Mm,
sure to check your browser up to see if the stream's still on. I run on YouTube. It's
right,
giving a feedback though. I don't know
right,
why, but we're actually hearing it. One second, Miss Julia.
yeah,
The reason why I put this on the screen, right? This is alkaline new rules in a Jamaica, right?
right,
And when you look at the amount of sponsors, right? You have Boomer, you have NSC, you have Rum Bar,
right,
one
exactly,
bag of, listen me.
exactly.
Look,
Cause them
sponsor. We
want to
can go
work with
on
them.
and on. You have Zip, you have Irie FM, you have
mm,
Hits, you have so many sponsors. My point is this now. Leng them should be able to attract sponsorship because Rick, here we go on now. Corporate sponsorship, in a lot of cases, the money where corporate send on, that predominantly help pay for book the
right,
artist them, Rick.
And
right,
Right?
yeah, that's
And
what I
then
was saying.
whatever you have to present forward, you can use that with the production and whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
So
exactly.
right,
corporate sponsorship is always important.
Very important.
And
That's
and
what
and and, and he has not done well in terms of Sting attracting
things, those
corporate
things.
sponsorship.
But
But
Imhotep,
you
that is
think it's
exactly. But hello. When you can hear me? What is that?
yeah. Am I
Somebody
something a bit
background.
nice?
I don't know. Somebody
One
background.
second, I invest. Your background so noisy. Just hold on a minute, general. It's so
I
noisy though. I
invest.
don't know. I invest.
Yes.
But
So
why
a
this way?
while ago, so I just said the same exact thing that you just said, Imhotep. So yeah, the sponsorship, I'm not able to attract the sponsorship, and the sponsorship is going to pay for the artist. But not only that, Rick was talking about in partners and partnerships. Is not the reason why he hasn't been able to find partnerships is even though there's going to be contracts and they can enter the contractual agreements. The fact that he run the business the way he run their business, they don't want their name tied to it because they have their own
Right,
brand to protect.
right,
So that is why, because I am not going to put my brand with another brand, think knowing that this brand here screw over artists and screw over clients and
right,
stuff like that. Because then it will look like, oh, it was my event as well as that, as well as his event. No, you're not going to
right,
do that.
right,
So they don't want to tie their brand to that, right? So that's the same exact thing that I was saying. Their reputation mean everything. And the thing is this: when I make the argument that, oh, him say everything is going to be different. I think it was Big Papa that said it, right? And he talk about how him going to make everything different and him have the reggae section. The fact of the matter is this: the sections was not the problem. So that difference what he make don't make any difference.
right.
So the difference what he needed to make is actually in the reputation of the actual thing what them build and
Right.
what them doing. And they're not making any moves that, so it's going to fail.
Mm.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, they must shift the accountability part because you're
Yeah,
right. Because all of them changes and all of them things that wasn't the issue. The main
yeah.
issue was monetary. Because
Exactly.
ones have problem to get their money.
Exactly.
You know, and you can't because you in them can't say a lie because there is other successful shows that keep in a Jamaica pan a daily, and artists turn up at them without no issue at all.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
and some face a come up in a summer. It have all sort of artists from every walks of life. Man from Mexico, man from America, all both. You have cartel and Masicka them this, that, and everybody and their mother they on they said we.
Yeah,
And the show I go on. So, at the end of the day, it's up to just how you would conduct your business, brother.
exactly.
You know? But all right,
Mm-hmm.
still me did that. Me not even that look on it that way there. Me did
Yeah.
that say probably because it's a clash show, certain people, certain sponsors of that like
No,
kind of shy away. Me
it's
no know.
no, because guess what? The thing is this, not because it's a class show. Because once the
Mm.
sponsor them can see, so them can make money from it, they're all
Right.
in. Especially for something that is so significant to the culture, they would be
Yeah.
all in. It's because of
Yeah.
who is doing it. It's because of who is behind it. Believe me,
Because
that's what it is. Yeah,
because I know like Magnum and Guinness always sponsor them over the years.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then what
Mm.
happened to that?
Right.
What?
So
Right?
me not know how where them hopefully still, as me
Yeah,
say, them don't make a fool of the brand, a fool of themselves again, brother.
yeah. Hopefully
Yeah,
not.
hopefully.
Really, Rick? Really, Rick? You hope
No,
them
me
not
not, me not, me not, me just have to hope, Big Papa.
hope. I bet they've got it up a constant spring, brother. I sting
Hope
that.
road.
I think that you were the owner. I say no, man, we got do song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I beg him, I go beg now, you know. I ask him, I go ask, you know, and try to bribe some people with money, you know. And you hear in rhetoric already, and you have hope, you have more faith than Job,
Yeah.
much more faith.
Jaja know. But as me say still, me just hope say I even though I say boy it look away still. Me hope let me show a work out still. Cause at the end of the day, you know,
Yeah.
and somebody need to talk to that youth there. And that I think
Yeah.
with people like enough business people, you know, man feel like say probably because he have money.
Yeah.
He might
You can't
bumble.
chat to him.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
chat to me. At 2025, this everybody have money, brother.
Exactly.
And most
Exactly.
people are with the type of people them where you want to work with, them have money too. Or
Exactly.
them have multiple places where them can go get money. So then the same like artists say when I complain about, you know, see, everybody are coming on music rich.
Exactly.
Like one time
Exactly.
where I sing for 10 years and I hoping can buy one car. Them man
Exactly.
coming on music rich with car and big house and everything. So then no business warrior.
Yeah.
You know?
But
So I
but
know
you
where you are the brother. Approach his business more humble.
more humble. And you know is what I think it is, to be honest. What I think it is the way how them see them. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like him see them like them is like
Mm.
some old piece of cloth or something like that. That's what him
Right.
treat them. That's what him talk about them. So
Right.
it look
Right.
like it
Right.
passed down. Yeah.
Yeah. So as me say, if I that your mentality, brother, you can pack it up.
You can pack it up and leave.
Yeah, you better change your meds by December and approach this thing more humble.
But
Yeah.
Sting came to fusion with a level of undualness, badness, you know, because them are the member of whatever force. So whatever them have a street connection
Right.
plus some music connection, and them intimidate people into conforming and
Mm-hmm.
bowing to their will. That
Yeah.
Mm. But that done with.
that ship
That done with.
has
Yeah,
sailed
but
That
and
him
it's
done
say,
with.
out at
him say,
sea.
Exactly. That done with.
yeah, but
Because
there's a time and place everything, you know. And here we go on. That the time they pass, you know, brother.
yeah
Long
man, that
Him
time.
case,
pass man.
yeah, that
Long
pass now.
time. Long time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that thing they know. No, everybody and negotiate
But
contract. Man, I make sure saying get all in law. You have to look over things.
Exactly.
No
yeah man.
word them
Exactly.
out and then sitting there.
Exactly.
When back then whatever right now you just put on screen you see Alkaline I put on one show and him alone and two other artists or three other artists then can pull out 10, 20, 15,000, 30,000 much in people brother. So a different ball game you know.
Yeah.
You know? So right now the problem with Sting, you want one to attract one of them type of artists that we can actually pull crowd. You know, I don't
Yeah.
think them have an issue with getting artists who can actually perform, you know. Because even last year when they did kick the show, them lineup did have a lot of artists who can actually perform, but they never have no crowd pull up on this. So I know say it will be troublesome,
Yeah.
you know. Because as where Emotep would say a Tommy Lee did basically like a headline it. And while Tommy Lee is a good artist, me not really see him as a major
As
crowd
a
puller there.
major crowd puller. Yeah.
Yeah, like where people are gonna come out for like them, thousands for come out for say, yeah, Tamale I wrote this and whatever. You
Yeah.
know, me feel like he's one of them artists, especially like me I talk like in a Jamaica like Sting. You know, me just know say one of them artists the way, yeah, you put him on a show and we shell down the place. But
Mhm.
yeah, me wouldn't have him like as the main act for
Not as the main act for your Sting. No.
right. Like for a magnitude show like that, we are go on a couple thousand people in the venue for it look good.
No, but Sting at the shore break most artists in Jamaica, you know.
Right,
Whole heap of artists, boss fans, Sting stage, you know. Whole
right,
heap of
right,
artists. And oh, ironic, these people are mega superstar in the world. You see, if you have a good repetition or good rapport with these people, if you never burn them way there,
right.
a man would have come back to him roots, not even one person would have come back to say,
Yeah, man.
this kill me. So,
Yeah.
because you're so stay or you stay. You can't even call nobody. Buju Banton, remember the night when Buju Banton bus us thing?
Right,
Buju and Bogle bus the same night, you know. We anyone
right,
that call up, you know.
Yeah.
right.
Right.
And whole heap of people bust a sting on the stage. And what? You can't call one of them. Keep them, this is your number. Them not nonsense. Why? Your repetition supersede you. The things that you have done is right. It in a comeback for bite. It is right in your face now.
Yeah.
Deal with it. Consequence of your actions.
Him have to leave it. Him have to leave it. For it to work it up, him have to leave it. Simple. Mm.
So you know, can't get caught if you give them a strength, man.
Hmm.
What you think, Big Papa? Because
Get caught. Listen,
the,
man.
the youth,
Listen,
the
man.
youth, the little youth, they don't see a Gaza, him say, the youth where I run it.
Say a Gaza and say, him
Yeah,
can say anything
man,
he
a
wants
Gaza
to
man,
say.
man.
Him can say anything he wants to say.
You can say anything
Him,
wants.
him can say everything. But which one of them artists have stature and repetition that actually can galvanize it and pull it together, put it together?
Now, well,
I go, I go,
you need crowd puller. That's
who,
important. And then
who's gonna do that? Who's gonna do that for him? Even as
no,
a
hold
favor.
on. No, but hold on. No. As we say now, we don't know how the negotiations might work out. And they might talk earlier, June, we don't know. So they might have a couple of months. Well, on.
But I don't think it's money, you know. I don't think it's. Me think people so burned and so turned off by what thing has devolved into. Now go step in our boardroom with the current organizers.
Right.
I disagree, but once I can, Big Papa, I make it a feedback for your device. I don't know why. Let me tell you something,
Yeah.
Big Papa. You see, in our business world, and Miss Julia would even agree to. You have some people who are dickheads and assholes, so to speak. But it's here we go on now. If them present an offer, because even with me sometime, right? You deal with some people and you say, that person here, you see that person here, man, and terrible for deal with. So here we go on now. You see the job is like all 10,000. You charge your price them at all 15,000. Just because you don't want the job per se, you know. But at the same time, you don't want it to look too obvious. So you go to the highest price where you know, so here we go on. Them now go work with it. You also have business people, they are difficult to deal with. But if the price is right, you will do business with them nonetheless.
Yeah, but
So
no,
here we go on
but yeah.
now. If
Okay,
Sting
go
have
ahead.
the money, and they can reach out to the artist, and the artist can name them price, and Sting can actually pay it and agree to the terms and conditions, it will work.
Mm.
Yeah,
But you
it
see,
will work.
with the artists, them that's different than when we talk about like the brands, them though.
You sound
Like
distant, Miss Julia.
no, I'm saying that the artists them is different than the brands, them though. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. So it's different than some of the other brands, them though, because them don't want to have a joint show necessarily with them if them name tied to it. If they're not too sure how them going to behave. You see what I'm saying? But I mean, if them can get good artists and it look like as if it's promising, and look like as if them can make money, maybe them hold them nose and bear it. That's true. You see what
Right.
I'm saying? Yeah.
Right. King Militancy. Call in and tell me how Masicka the king of dancehall and make we hear it. At least more hear you call in for the first. So since you said that, make we hear the logic. Big up yourself, CKP the mayor. All the people them were there. Remember to leave a like on the stream. Respect for that. You see. But what I'm saying is that with the whole rebranding thing and them doing like reggae until 2 a.m. and dancehall until a morning, whatever, and them say they might want two in a clash night. As me say, if they can attract the sponsors to have the resources to book the artists them, it can work.
But
And
they
I
won't.
don't think any other show keep here or there. I don't think it can say, oh, because I show that I keep it, I go mash up Sting at all. Sting has
I
been
don't.
there for
Yeah.
a long time.
Yeah. I
So
agree
it
with
can
that.
work, but them have to do good business.
I agree with that. Like, I don't think that another show will definitely match it up, but only if it's good. But my thing is, them have a lot of work to do between now and December when it come on to building them reputation and actually convincing these sponsors that working with them will not be a headache and then their brand is not at risk with working with them. They have to come with a really good pitch, a really excellent pitch in order to get them sponsors there. These are facts. And I mean, right now, he's not off to a good start with how him actually presenting himself in public. So may I say, if it gonna work, I don't think this December when him going get a flood of sponsors just because him say we change. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
Right. People love Sting. Yes, Queen Lakeisha. I grew up on
Yeah,
Sting too. And
me
there was
too.
nothing like Sting. Because everybody, you see, Sting, we never had social media for getting a real time updates, like that, Cause here
Exactly.
go on now, even with Sting, sometimes you might hear probably the Irish FM back then used to do a little segment on it in the morning there sometimes. But you listen the morning after Sting for hear what really go
To hear
on
what really
until
going
you
on.
see it in the Star and the Observer and Glean and
The cassette them.
right. But
Yeah,
there was always that anticipation for hear go on a Sting, and there was always the anticipation to see what Sting are going with that area. It had that, but it faded away. I understand why. But where length son need to understand. So here we go on. Sting don't have dancehall pan the lifeline where if Sting dead, dancehall dead. Not one
exactly.
bit.
That was rude.
Don't get
That
that
was real
twisted.
rude. That was
Yeah,
real rude.
yeah, don't get that twisted. And
Yeah,
and as me say, you have to be careful how you say things, brother. Because it can
exactly.
come off a bit condescending and disrespectful.
Very, very,
Right?
very,
Because I an
very.
idea a dancehall build Sting, not Sting build
Not
dancehall.
still exactly.
You
Not the
understand
other
what
way
I say?
around.
Yeah.
You can hear me? You
So
can hear me in a sec?
yes, Miss Julie, I'm hearing you.
Am I still low or you can hear me good, good?
No man, you're good.
Okay, no. Okay, continue, continue. I
No, I'm
wasn't trying
saying
to
a
do it.
dancehall build Sting,
Sting, not Sting
not
Bill
Sting build
Dancehall.
dancehall.
Exactly,
So here we
exactly.
go now. Dancehall is the lifeline for Sting.
Yeah.
Not Sting being the lifeline for dancehall.
But
So those are simple things him understand and know say where you said this so yeah, that just don't make no sense, me
but
general. Big up
but but
yourself in the Paul Brown.
but Imhotep, it show that's what I say, and that's what Reading Palace agree with me. It show them mindset towards them. Things people don't just say things out of the blue, Them have to think a certain way for say certain things. These are so everything starts in the mind. So him actually don't have no respect for these people. Him I tell them for them for go write song. And then I thought, but basically saying that an art form is dead without me. That is very disrespectful, and I don't understand why people not seeing that. It show your mindset, and it show why they deal with them the way he dealt with them in the past. And I can't go around it. These are facts, and I'm not beating him. So I don't want to hear that neither. Anyway, you
Yeah, man,
can hear me.
I'm have to approach this thing humble, man. No matter how
Yeah,
it go, you have to approach this thing
treat
humble. If you
humble.
approach it like say yes, are you this or are you that? It
You
not
that,
really
and
work, so humble
you can
yourself,
bad
brother.
at people. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but Paul Brown. Yeah, the police to badness and not business. Different time, And a party shop settings like 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Yo, Gregory. You know what, Paul Brown?
No, I don't know what Paul Brown.
Okay. I might general.
Who are Gregory?
Oh, a long time near me got to go.
Oh, what if I Gregory? So I'm to Gregory original name. You sure it's a Gregory that, bro?
You
Anyways,
said
big
Paul
yourself
Brown
on the
and Gregory.
eh?
I'm Gary, Paul Brown, Gary Patterson. Gregory.
Oh yeah, sir. Wait a minute,
Yes,
man. Big yourself, Paul Brown, aka
big up
Gregory.
Paul Brown,
We don't know
aka
what going in
Gregory.
next council, but nothing wrong with that too. I saw it go. Big up yourself, Ann Ramsey. You know the thing go. Respect for the check-in. Get money. Always I say artists are too busy, business savvy to deal with leng
Yeah,
unless it's a hefty fee. The problem is now, as Rick said, no for the established artists them, I do them own a thing,
yeah.
right? Look for Alkaline new rules at the stadium there in a Trelawney. A 25,000 capacity that right? The amount where them are use, it might be to 20,000. No doubt about that. So if Alkaline can put on a show and pull out the crowd, the 20,000, 25,000 people, right?
Yeah.
We see Popcorn do it, brother. We see Vibes Cartel, them do it. We see Movada do it when him ready as things like that. It's
Say, I
different
don't know
now.
do it.
I do want to do it.
Right.
Beanie Man them do it. It's very different now where a man will wait for somebody book him. Right now, a man look and say, where he can put him next show. So
Right.
at the end of the day, the amount of money where the man can bring in doing them own a show, Leng have to know say have to be diplomatic, brother.
Yeah.
Yes, them should have grow with the movement of dancehall. I think they're stuck in that mentality. They and just feel like say yes, we
Exactly.
have this Yeah, like say we have this authority over dancehall because we
Exactly.
give them the platform for, and you know you have like a lot of youth we bust from Sting or whatever, right? You know that you can't be the cow we produce a pail of milk and then you kick it over,
Kick
brother.
it over. Can't do
Yeah,
that.
you have to just know say here we go on. I respect you, you know. And a
Yeah.
business this, you see it. The police badness or government badness or whatever can hurt, bro.
Yeah.
You know, different time, you know.
It's an
You
ego.
see,
It's an ego thing.
and right, the man, the youth them where you should have pray and I say, all right, here we go on. Some of them, most of them man they look out and me reach and you know. So the youth them where you should have try to sieve out and I see what makes sense. You are beat them, brother. I say yeah, that COVID bust them or whatever it
Social
is, but
media.
yeah, social
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 media.
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 That not
Social
have
media.
nothing to do
Yeah.
with you. Who cares how them bust?
Yeah. I'm out of
We not
order,
care.
man.
Yeah, we not care how them bust, brother. Yeah,
No,
at the
but
end of the day, the most important thing can they ram up your festival and that you want to know. Me not care. Me
no,
never see no.
but the model flawed, you know. If you're go Sting bust so much artists, why not have a who bust a Sting reunion?
Right.
If you have repetition,
Right. Right.
that because look much you'll be surprised how much artists will really got the
Mhm.
eyes as Thing, you know.
Mhm.
If
Right.
them
Yeah.
ever keep that, you know, how much artists maybe them can do it still, but I run them, I go run them for a video something.
Mhm.
None for them now go show up
Mhm.
because them burn them some way somehow.
Exactly.
Right.
Big Papa,
Mhm.
them never evolve. That's the problem.
Right.
Them never
Right
evolve. Them
now,
still a
right
treat
now,
them.
right
Them
now.
still a treat them the way them used to treat them from before. It's
Uh,
different set of
mhm.
people them now. Yeah. Go through.
One a Sting safe place they are jail, you know. Them will have to get ninja out of
Ninja
jail
man.
for
Yeah.
can make them the speech what them a make. You know, they will have to get ninja out of jail. You see it. For them the speech if you criticize youth. You know, in no position for you criticize youth, you know, brother. Yeah, what you should have do I make some little thing there. Have to try boots up one little clash. You know, probably I have to go look in the street and try boots up one little clash him or tip. See if I
No,
can
but
help out. You can
But
help out the
remember how Sting
situation.
this year now, how the season this year now. Remember say it have Reggae Ram Jam the 24th of December. It
Right,
have you have GT Taylor show the 25th of December.
right,
And this artists used to show up down at them show there, you know. But them
right,
not do nothing spectacular cause them it a go play out a Sting.
right,
Anything
right,
a go on. See you a
right,
Sting. See you a Sting. So
right,
all the
right.
following they have Stone Love anniversary. I think at the 21st of December. See you a
Right.
Right.
Sting. All road leads to Sting in a
Yeah. Yeah.
December. You know?
Yeah.
And
I remember
look where
that.
it gone to now.
Look where it gone to now. Yeah.
Big up to Germany Simon for the super chat. The G say hit the like button, people. Yeah, man. The likes can definitely look
Everybody
better
like
still.
up
You
the
know the
likes,
thing go.
please.
You
Mm-hmm.
see, big up. Big up yourselves in a Scara. You know the thing go. Big
Hey,
up
big up
Tuggy
Scarra.
Frost. Big up Tuggy Frost and all the people them who check in and who they are still now. When
Yeah.
me have to say about this thing is this now. God for Goldburn, big up my general.
Yeah.
You have to be diplomatic. You have to present a product that's marketable, that
Right.
can attract sponsors and attract artists, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first thing first, you have to attract the sponsors them first, brother.
Yeah.
In
Right.
order to attract the artists them, because the sponsors them
Pay
also
for it.
what? Them
Pay for
pay
it.
for booking the artists them, because certain remember the JTBT, you know, the tourist board, the ministry of culture with
Yeah.
Babsy them. Last year when they canceled, Babsy said what? She did all she could,
Yeah.
Right.
right? Which means that even government support it because it's a part of the culture,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
therefore, they need to be able to attract sponsors.
Yeah.
That's the key thing.
That's the
Their
key thing.
biggest downfall last year was their inability to attract sponsors. Don't talk about say a misunderstanding with no production team. No. If you
Yeah.
get sponsors, you wouldn't have to send no money upon a Christmas Eve and them sitting there. And I tell people say they must do the show and after Chris Boxing Day then get back their money. No.
Right.
At a blueprint the jack of Allah. Whatever.
That fag it up. That
Yeah.
frig
Right,
it up.
right.
That frig it up.
Which show say
But
you
let the
don't have the
sponsor them.
funds.
The
Right.
sponsor them. The sponsor them. The sponsor them. Naga. The sponsor them. Naga. Want to work with them because of how them behave. That's just the bottom line. And them
That
can't get no. Them can't get no partnership to share the expense because no partner is not going to want to mix them brand with for them own because of their reputation. So it's everything is reputation. That's
He
just
must
it.
have until December, December, you have until September to start a clash and see if thing, you know.
See if Sting can have a clash.
Yeah, because that's one problem with Sting. It have to have that excitement, or else
Yes.
then can just know say, yo, them all keep a regular show at this moment. You know, because that is where build pan and that is where people know it for.
So that's why them they
Yeah.
try for the TikTok clash.
And no, that
Amari,
that that could have that the way them did try last year could have work, you know, but once cartel come from jail, that can't work again.
Mm.
Because it all means that people are gonna know say, yo, you know, dancehall, the real dancehall excitement are gonna come back in terms of shows. So immediately that they plan their thing there. You know, I think them that try them that try if you do. I try if it because remember say Romish then they keep couple TikTok party and then they shut, you know. So I think them that try if go in that direction then neatly. But you know, the two cartel go come a road that kind of F it up. You
Yeah.
know? Because I'm gonna look and say, why am I pay my money go here? So we have a real stage show if we go there, so with the
Real
real
stage
artists
so
one there.
with the real
You
artist,
know?
exactly.
So yeah, I will a Gaza the pan Freedom Street poster and all of the excitement there, so you can't adapt.
Yeah.
You know? But them a want either a clash or something
that year
exceptional, brother.
go keep some
Them
round
need
robin,
something.
brother. That's
Them
on
need
drink
something.
out.
Mm.
Yeah. Them need something exciting, but it's not going to work this year.
All right, let me see. Self-made Carly, you know, self-made. What you think about that whole Sting thing there? Them say them a have a reggae segment until 2 and then dancehall until a morning. And then the Gia said us, the clash artist them figure right song and then fuse too short and then sitting there. The man like him a burn a fire upon the same people and when that want fi book for the show. Anyway, self-made you there. Let me hear your perspective there.
Yeah, man, manners and respect. Yeah,
Yeah,
you hear
big
me?
up,
Yeah,
big up.
Yeah,
yeah,
man,
man.
big
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, man, big up.
I concur with everyone on the panel. I share the same sentiments. One thing I'm learning in life, you see anything that's dying, yeah, man, it will be crying on its way out. However, when something is failing, you always have opportunities within within the steps to the failure to redeem yourself.
That's
And I
true.
say that to say this. Sting had multiple chances for redeem themselves with the Bounty Killer Mr. Vegas war,
Yeah.
as well as the Jada and Stefan clash. Them could have easily well approached them. But you see, through them I live off what them doing at the past and now get with the times, yeah man, them get what the duck get. If
Yeah.
them
Right.
easily capitalize on those opportunities, yeah man, would have
Yeah.
Sting I look forward to up to now. But
Yeah.
they failed because them I live on what them doing at the past.
Fact.
Because really and truly, dancehall is a young people sport, and we cannot continuously depend upon the veteran them for come bail we out in a certain situation. It's not fair to them.
Right.
Because you've been unfair to them throughout the years, and now you want to look to them to try and save you. No. And at the same time, you need the younger artists them for really try to keep up the momentum, but you want to style them in your approach. You're wrong bang all the way strong. So
Right.
it's just a failing product. And yeah, man, I hate that.
Yeah.
Right, fly
You're right.
high. Fly high.
100%.
I remember 2023, you know, when Mr. Vegas and Bounty Killer start war. Talking about Bounty Killer. Rick, isn't today birthday?
Yeah, I think today I'm birthday, you know.
Yeah, I
But what
think today
but
about the birthday, you know.
Birthday.
But
more ask you something. Oh,
no,
sorry.
but Rick, I didn't want to make a little point and then I can
Yeah.
ask you.
Yeah,
When
can
me I
probably
say
I
is
see
that
him thing.
2023, when Mr. Vegas and Killer war, Leng went on the fix and then asked him about the Bounty Vegas war. And the man never even get the energy and say, yeah,
Yeah.
man, that's what we like. And yeah, man, I hope them carry it all the way down to Sting. The man say, we are going to wait and see what go on now. Ray. And me
Yeah,
live to
yeah,
see.
yeah.
And Mary
I
and
see him
Queen,
thing.
the man get put on the stage.
Yeah.
I see him thing me that saying
Right,
I think his response was, yeah, me see a little thing I go on and Ray.
right.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, me
Yeah.
I say, but this man, you're not smart, brother. You
Yeah.
have too much ego,
Bounty,
brother.
the Bounty Killer, Mr. Vegas,
Mm.
that. And you try to pour cold water upon it. Instead, you hype it up. And
Exactly.
then now, at the end of the day, a Queen and a Mary we see a run go for.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
create one circus on the stage. The same year.
Yeah.
You see Bounty and Mr. Vegas. That a Bounty Killer, brother, and Mr.
Yeah.
Vegas.
Yeah.
That a one clash where you know that personal, brother. That
Yeah.
a
Right.
no makeup thing. You get what me I say? Be man, big up Bounty Killer upon him Earth Strong, man. You know the
Yeah.
thing go.
Big up,
Right.
But
Burkina.
what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that That is a genuine organic clash, brother. And you know, gas that up as a promoter. You go talk some things and then you end up showing Armani and Amari and Queenie on stage.
No, but
Same here.
him couldn't approach Bounty
was
Killer.
terrible.
Bounty Killer that was no one to call him name, but let's call
No,
him.
but Bounty Killer,
terrible
Bounty
still.
Killer, they are thing there. One of them here, I went. I last thing in there.
Yeah, man, Bounty was there, man.
Yeah, man,
Bounty
Bounty,
was there.
they are
The
thing when I
same
say
year.
him and Capleton.
The same year he was there. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think this year here, Bounty Killer, they are thing, but
Yes.
he never.
And guess what I go on now? Leng them, the same year, Bounty their sting, right? Me know say Bounty never want clash like that still, no, but here we go on. Leng should at least make Bounty and Mr. Vegas go at it, brother.
No, but him couldn't. Him mess up from as myself on the interview. Cause what him should have do, him should have got some boom and give that energy there. When him do, him chew a cold water upon it as I say Emotep. So of course Bounty could have just easy well negotiate without nobody pre man say boy, you know, whatever, and them just go do a regular thing and all of that. You see, I'm sorry, the big papa. You see, if when Bounty Killer, when Leng did go on the fix, him did say, yeah, man, me see what go on, man, and Azim, what I say, where I say, man, this figure right down to Sting and, you know, the clash hot and boy, the song them hot and this and that. That's why you use Sykes and Craft. Killer couldn't use that style upon here, brother.
No, but Leng not known for do that diploma. What kind of diplomacy you talk about with Leng, brother? You and a man, you book for Sting, and you and a man a beef up in the air, you just find that man on the stage with a mic, you know. I call you out, you know. I saw Leng do business, you know.
But
that's how they make animosity mash up or even fully bad clash with you.
Hello?
Yeah.
You can only hear me low or not hear me normal?
You're kind of low. I don't know why you sound a bit low.
I don't know.
Yeah, when I hear loud, you know.
Yes, so no, what me I say is I forget what me I say. No, what me I say is the way I'm deal with them, right? I forget what me I say. On the continue.
No, in terms of like what Big Papa say, even the last clash.
Yeah. Them never. The one I say is what you did say was right. Them never capitalize on it.
Right.
With Mr. Vegas and Bounty Killer. That was a big clash.
Right.
They could have actually show interest inside of it. You understand what I'm
No,
saying?
but I will say Leng have an ethical moment. That's not say.
we as blogger, and we are not promoter, and we are enjoying the clash to rot it. And you as the promoter where I write, you have the platform where it go end up on. Are you choke all out upon it, brother? And I like say you have an option where Cartel and Mavard out there clash and Alkaline and Masicka, Alkaline and Popcorn out there clash. You can't say, so a old man them there. Nobody know do it, brother.
Yeah.
And that's how your platform based upon.
To the point where me just get clash PTSD. I say I don't want to hear about no more clash unless them go at least 4 songs, 5 songs, because everybody just starting and stopping.
Yeah, because there is no platform where you can hold a man accountable and say, yo, well, if I start this thing and we don't see up on the platform, then you know say, yeah, it's a runner, you know.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah, but there is no platform, so a man can happy in, do 2 songs, get a hype, get some publicity, and then tell you one foolishness, say, yo, this and that and whatever.
Sting have repetition in a brother, because remember, say, back in the days when Sting, who takes Sting, you know, get the first part at 20 the next year, you know.
Remember, say, even right up, because in my view, even to me, a Sting boss chronics, you know, brother. That to me, you know. Because there's something where explode, you know, brother.
Yeah, that's
Sting,
true.
That Sting performance, you know, brother. The man tear down the place.
Sting boss whole heap of artists. We not lie. We can't lie or go around it. It has done, it works. But the promoter them, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man. Anytime I go a Sting, brother, back in that time, and you take the thing there. Next year, I will run it off. I must you go do foolishness and fall off.
Right. Big up to 1 second, Big Papa. Big up to Vanny Edwards, you know. Yeah, man. Bless up, you know. You know, Vanny Edwards, a big up Rick Storm, James Bond,
big up.
Julia, all the ones and ones. And big up to Leroy as well. You know, Leroy Simon say big up, especially Miss Julia and the one. Yeah. So you know the thing, go big up. So what me I say now is that Sting, yes, it have the history and the legacy, brother. But here we go on now. You see, even sometimes your legacy can save you. Some fest no legacy can save no some fest, brother. A
Right.
Joe having the negotiating skills, having the resources, presenting a product where the sponsors them like and where the artists them like, brother. No legacy, no save nobody. Or else these shows were going would still be going on.
Look at Rebel Salute. Rebel Salute is known to be a clean Rasta vibes. And you know you about Rebel Salute until like December for January, or you might hear about it November for January. 2-3 months, because it have that repetition there. It have that something that it can it's a sustainable product. Sting the 5 or 20 times bigger than Rebel Salute. And wait there now. Just
Yeah,
because
that's the thing,
how
brother.
the
Remember,
promoter them deal with it.
remember a whole heap of shows we they have in a Jamaica, you know, brother. Where them there now? And a legacy see of them. If it was legacy, then them not still there. You understand me? I say all them show there. All right. We remember Sunsplash, no? Remember
Yeah,
Sunsplash?
it morphed into Sunfest. It has morphed into Sunfest. No?
Right. And I remember GT Taylor them thing. Right?
Yeah,
Remember
yeah,
say
yeah.
Bounty Clan
Christmas extravaganza.
right. Beanie Man them Cape Town still do send me a confirm. I remember, you know.
Remember, you have Reggae Ram Jam and Maypen, and then you have Island Explosion that morphed into Island Explosion at one point. Just change the venue. Them they what it? Island Explosion was the 24th of December. GT Taylor was the 25th. And Sting was the 26th.
I remember there was a big show. It's a keeper Coney Park. There was a big show, man, where you have kids.
Border Clash.
No, not Border Clash. But my point is, a lot of these shows that were here for years, them legacy could not keep them afloat, brother. You understand me? I say, big up Sadu Barry, you know. Yeah, them legacy could not keep them afloat. They have to present a package to attract the sponsors. And once them attract the sponsors, then them can have the resources to attract the artists them. And you need a crowd pull of artists. So you know you have top dollar, brother. You understand me? I say White River Reggae Splash or Reggae Bash. It was Bash, White River Reggae Bash. Yeah, one knock, Teen Splash. You know, you had so much events going on. And they were going on for years, you know. But guess what? Them legacy or them name couldn't save them. Because
Sagas to the east and then something.
Me I say? Yeah. So the point is, you African present a good product to attract sponsors who will have the funds for attract the artists them. Yeah, big up yourself, Shane Alliance, Western Conscious.
Yeah, that I don't a long dialogue.
A lot of shows used to go on, you know. You notice in Jamaica now? You see in Jamaica now? In Jamaica now, you know. Only when a holiday time, you actually have the BRT weekend them, and this Sansa, and the Igloo, and this and the Chogitan is always over the holiday weekend them, brother. Whether the Easter or the Independence or the Heroes or the Christmas holiday.
Yeah, but remember something used to keep some form of dance where it turn out in a stage show. Stone Love.
Right.
Stone Love you keep also Leo. Then so where artists pass through and mash up a place. Stone Love anniversary. I think at the 21st of December too. Where artists just show up because of Stone Love, you know, where Stone Love stand for in the culture. And boy, I mean, don't know about that, yeah, man. Like, you let it go, brother. You let it go. You can't use the rhetoric to try to get it back, brother. You had it and spit it out. You can't get it back.
Well, no, you can't get it back, man. Them just have to just approach a business humble and don't try style a little youth them, because I little youth them are gonna develop it with.
Exactly.
You get me, I say?
Right.
Yeah, and just try start. You know, have to try more time. As me say, you have to just humble, brother. You know, have to
Just
try.
humble and relax.
Yeah, me understand. Say it have a reputation of being big, 30, 40,000 and so forth. But More the thing just set away where you have to just like basically restart. You just take your time and build up the thing. It's not difficult.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But yeah,
take a year we have to build the brand. We have to
Build
right.
the
keep our
brand.
show. Yeah,
Yeah.
just build back the brand. Build back
Build back the
the
brand.
brand. Yeah, you know, expect to make the money. You might break even, or you even might lose, but put it back together.
But Big Papa, you can hear me? I'm not
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
sound
yeah,
quite
loud
yeah,
and
Miss
distant.
clear.
Julia, it just sound a bit
Yeah.
distant though.
Yeah, I don't know why, but listen, what me I say, Big Papa, you are talking about put back the brand and all that stuff. I understand what you are saying, but what me I say is it all come from your mindset. So if your mindset not change, Big Papa is not going to change. So that's why the only saving grace for it, to be honest, is if somebody else is running the ship. Somebody else, other people them can say, all right, may I give that brother a chance, and it look like you want to do the things right and stuff like that. You understand? Or somebody who actually have a good reputation where them can say, okay, but sister, it run whatever good, right? Because really and truly, Sting could have been like some fest, as successful as some
It
fest,
should have been, or even
yeah,
bigger.
or bigger, exactly. You see what I'm saying? It
It's
should have been. It should have been. And the thing is, there's so much things that could have do as a brand. So that's
right.
why it's so disappointing. You understand what I'm saying? Anyway, Mega make
Thing
the
should have,
talk. Me and
thing
listen
should have been like one of the cornerstone show them.
Exactly.
In a
Exactly.
Jamaica. Because right now it's like our cornerstone show them they are Germany and
Yeah.
in a New York and
Right.
some other
True.
places, brother.
True.
Yeah,
True.
right now
Yeah.
it's like I only some fest are the only go to show where you have in a Jamaica at this moment. We
Yeah.
can facilitate a Alkaline or a Vibes Cartel or a Masicka or Shensi and these people, brother.
Yeah.
It's like
Right.
you really have a next show where you can actually say, all right, it big enough where you can put you can book popcorn and book Massacre or thing there. Most of the other show them are just like what one artist you have to use to
Yeah.
the thing set you know.
Yeah.
Right. Let me say a quick thing there. Big up yourself, Tolati. Big up
Big up
Tex,
Talati.
Yeah,
Big
man.
up
Big up the
Tex.
Tex. Big up to what you can listen. Yeah, man. Fully loaded. But let me just share this there. Right. It's a bounty killer sting. Right. A bounty killer earth strong and thing. I think I saw it today. So let me show you when Sting had the pulling power, people.
Me now push nothing pound. Who no sister last year, me stand up here so and say what me want for the people them. Love and unity. And me say me I gonna leave cartel and my father for deal the war department. And the people them diss me. What me say me wrong and me right. Now the people them may fight back. So this year, when me say me get mad, man on my fault. Said it. Me 50 caliber when my shoes here. Word it don't be a goodness. Don't you look like two tears. When me boss this, tell this the monkey. He must be a bulletproof. Bulletproof if you want bulletproof. Bulletproof, yes. Level. Me ready to kill off the whole of them. Then if I didn't get mad, me contact and then you be out your mouth. Level. Nobody call me name. Nobody ramping me name. When Uno say me, hold on. All of the people me love cartel, give me this. Listen me, I won't leave on in here play bias. All of the people me love cartel, give me this. Even my fans love cartel, but them vex with it. All of the people I'm glad to see him rich, give me this. All of the people I'm respect the man will help and support him. Give me this. Level. Me want kill cartel. Me a try mash up cartel career. Look how much years me sit down and make cartel this, my people. Me wrong and me right. Nobody can diss me and get us up. So why are the fans them not tell him low your daddy? Him bad and madder than everybody. Who no can't tell him? Tell me just murder them blood clot. Tell them the one on your blood bar. Let's go back home from them shot start. Well on, how we running here so? What more? All out of business, everybody dead.
Alright, so I'm just showing this to show you say
Hey.
even give thanks to 2009 because here we go on to Nobody never have no phone to go up on IG and TikTok live and have video themselves and now pay attention to what going on the stage.
Exactly.
Everybody was engaged. But Sting had the pulling power as well in 2009. Remember 08?
You know the people, brother?
08, not true.
No,
Yeah,
you know
man,
the
remember
people?
them 08 I clash, you know.
08 at the clash. So 09 Sting still have the reputation there to say, yeah, it have the pulling power. So Sting really come from here, so to a point where them can't even sell enough tickets to even fund the whole event.
You reach Amari
Exactly.
and Queenie.
Amari and Queenie. Can you imagine? Big up Queenie anyway. Big up Queenie. She's a nice lady still.
I want to talk about opening people like Amari and Queenie in our first time Sting. Would they even work after 8 o'clock? I don't think so. Me not think they would have worked.
They would have worked, brother. Be mad.
Yes.
They would have worked none at all. Remember, all right, seriously, you know, before they say what gimmicks, them bag of gimmicks up here coming a dance. Remember, say, in terms of Sting, you know, you have to actually talented, you know, brother.
Come on, but you had a comedic section in it still, you know. You'd have a comedic section of Sting, you know.
Me know, but you actually have a talented, brother.
Yeah,
Yeah, man, Apache Chief and Freeman and them people there had part.
But as me said, them people are actually talented, brother. Because
So
you
Queen
always
not
have Apache
talented.
and Sarge and then go on with a bag of things. Queenie them not necessarily have no talent, brother. It's just social media people. Them.
Rick says, you know, remember Rick.
Hold on, musically, let's keep it real, brother, man. Big up yourself, investment, you know what, go, man. All the people them who there, big up to healthy lifestyle, you know. Yeah, man, I'm Killer. But remember, say Killer still at 2009 bounty, not general and same way, man. You understand what I say? And as me say, this a Killer in front of the crowd that Sting 09, brother. And he must say, boy, tell Cartel fans them, say, me I'm daddy here if you respect me or whatever. And him even at that time, the man I call out and I say, where the Cartel fans them there, whatever. And this was in a time where, you know, the war did hot and the whole vibe and them sitting there was still, the wounds were still fresh. Wounds is still fresh, you know. 2009, you know. He never did gone away like that. But my point is, Sting had its glory days, brother. And we see Sting come from this to a point where they can't pull no crowd. Because even the year when Queen and Amari was there, that crowd was nothing compared to a Sting crowd, brother.
Right. No, but remember, one time I Sting Ninja Man and Shabba clash, you know. And Shabba did come touch on a helicopter. Them time them are doing B team fine run. And Outrider bring him in our limousine inside of the stadium. Police Outrider and police are run beside the vehicle like him the president. You know, when Ninja Man ride go Sting, carry Sting, an old Rambo bicycle and dash it down in front of the stage and jump up on the stage. Shabba ball up at that when Ninja Man done with him. When Ninja Man done, yo, Sting, look where Sting reach. Amari and Queenie. Jesus Christ.
All right, that's the man in water on the thing, man.
Oh, sir.
So you think you think them should have take MC Nuffy advice last year and just nobody keep this thing?
No, but Nuffy was right, of course. Nuffy was right, you know, but how him do it is not, to me, I know what him saying or how him say it, you know, or how him like him sneak them or something like that.
Rick, a Sting bill Nuffy, you know. Yeah. And here we go on, Rick. You see when Sting bill your brother, all right, you might see the writing on the wall, you know. Me not think you for be the one to tell the people them see the writing up on the wall. Right? And here we go on now. You have to still promote it nonetheless, man. Even if you see the ship a sink, you go and promote it same way.
The public utterance and outburst.
The hypocritical emotive. It now better understand, even though I agree, say probably the truth could have been spoken behind bars, behind bars, behind the scene, you know. But if you because based on what I say, probably MC enough you understand the music more than them, man, because to me see even this bridging approach with the article, if of them are exact words, clearly in our bubble. But me I say if MC no feel that she say, because me would out here me just observe and she say, yo, the what them did that previous thing, the moment cartel come out of jail that can't work again, brother. So, you know, me think say, and clearly them did have like funds problem and whatever. You know, so me not, as me say, probably it could have been done behind bars, but me not think MC Nuffy should have realized that them a sink and not tell them still.
No, but we how him
Call
tell
it
them.
early. No, Rick, early days him did call it out. So that too early for him talk still.
How him tell them to, you know, about the public utterance. If you in the inner circle, you should have let them know inside of the house. Don't take it outside where you go through social media to say it. Me just think I just disagree with him with that. But him
Right.
the right.
Yeah, but as so but MC nothing that suggests them like don't keep the show. But me don't know what me not remember why did him proposal say them do keep it the next year.
No, he said he went. I couldn't more say every day, no day again, and whatever they happened the last year, sure what they happened him get Amari and something if he save it. Him their dog the whole event. Him
Yeah,
their
because
dog the whole
if
event.
they say yo them owe money and all of that.
Yeah, all of that. That should not be said publicly, knowing from somebody that has been an insider, an advocate, one of the soldier festing for years. For you come out, come say all of that, that the doom for fail. Even though you say to fail, you
say it
just
early,
show
man.
up some of that.
But in terms of like the information when nothing really, was it like news to anybody though? Because we have countless of artists would have come out and I say, boy, them not get them food or then get piece of them food and them thing.
No, the everyday part was the everyday left because of money and him get Amari and Queen if he save it last year. All of them something that never have had to be said as far as me concerned. So you could have a disagreement with whoever you know you did click, you know, but to come out, come say it them way there. Like I say, yo, look off it because we remember me didn't do that. I remember what them every day are gone and no, sir.
All right.
No.
All right. Me kind of showing a little piece of Movado in a 07 that Sting. The reason I show these things, I've shown is that them time the people, Sting was Sting. And we can go way back, you know. Right? We can go way back. But Sting was Sting. And social media era wasn't around where everybody have them phone and video themselves. Everybody was engaged.
Some of them are fight gangster with police. Send police to come carry me thing. But my big up bad man police still can't tell you what. Police can't get work unless in farmer chat. Them want to know the reason. My rough face on the scene. Some boy just chat. One man a bust them one gun, no boy can't run the fireplace. Blossom, broke with sneeze. You are running up a big level. Mama say people that I respect born to kill. Hear me I say, kill her, me done. When me say me done, me mean me real done. When nothing now go on, I kill us some Movado. Them turn them there on the goalie side as the sniper. So when they hear me I sing about gangster thing, boy I know say boy right now, I will live, I will come say what I about. Cause I never make no gun. So them I blame me about gun and them not blame the money I make the gun them. Eh? Sting, we can't tell you something. God no, me nah worry God. Them not chat, they run the youth, them chat. These things been going on. But man a police, I want it for them.
People, when you see the crowd, I react to the artists them back then in a 07.
Right.
How we reach here though, because things then say were bigger and better as time goes by.
Yeah.
How did we reach to this regression in Sting? Let them need to have that self-introspection there, brother.
You know
Because
what,
I feel like Sting every year should be bigger and better, brother.
You know what, I don't really like Sting. I just dance all pan a whole. Even though, you know, Sting is a main part of it. And as me say, Sting, where it reach, them have to just take the blame because them now move with the times, Emotep, and move with the business. Them stuck in a one mentality. And with each year, these people are grow and I grow and I get more powerful and more powerful. Because if I even listen to my father like 2008, you know, them the time that he might get like the international buzz, you know, so them start to recognize they not really like need this like where them money out there at Jamaica and think, you know. You get to me, I say? Cause if I even listening to an interview, yo, I look down and see them down there, this God, and me say, all right, whatever, right? So it's like, yeah, do a man a favor in a Jamaica based on where Eve Mavado. So from them time there, them should have read the room and know, say, yo, we have to go start deal with them money, like how them for deal with, and by them the time they, even like Vibes Cartel thing I get extremely loud as well. So
And
funds
then
are run. You get to me, I
and
say
then
so.
cartel and Sting the kick off too because I think of $1 million.
Right.
Cartel charge $1 million skip Lang ask me if him mad and one bag of something and them accuse each other of lock off each other show up at the building and all kind of something. So them something they why people look on Lang and decide say, yeah, yes man, the big bad bully. Him now go get for blow down everybody else. Somebody gonna build one brick house for him one idea. And this is it. This is it.
And people need to realize too, you know, people say Sting, even though Tyra say more bring in the reggae segment and the dancehall segment, Sting wasn't only about dancehall now. Let me show you a little piece with Berries the 93 the people. Berries this, you know.
I would walk with my routine just for you now. Now let me explain to you. You're the hit on every corner. Gotta confess to you now. What you doing to this brother? You got my mind, heart and my soul, all burning with desire. And if ever I was given a chance, every bone in my body would give thanks. Now baby, what do you expect of me? Should I stand in the middle of the road, let something run over me, so that I can get your full attention? Wanna explain to you, Lord, you're the hit on every corner.
So it wasn't only just a dancehall and the clash culture at all. You know, yeah, the little segment and a Sting to nonetheless. So when we hear about Sting, it's not the hardcore dancehall alone and whatever. You get what me I say?
Sanchez, remember say Sanchez and Pinchers, them they are them cutting for Sting too, you know. Rival, you know, rivalry maybe never clash, but they always, you know, go against each other. And Ninja Man the killer, Flower Gun, Daddy Lizard, about 7 or 8 artists Ninja Man killer Sting one year. A whole of them, you know.
But the thing is, there was so many shows being held in Jamaica. Listen me, a whole heap of show used to go on, you know. Every year, you know, whole heap, you know. No, you can't count by your two on them. The shows them keep at Jamaica for the year.
No, but just with December alone in Jamaica, you see? Just with December alone in Jamaica, you have about almost 10 or 12 showing. When you think of
the one knock, don't talk about show when Cartel bust Nevada head, brother. Cause the people them a Sting. Who them declare the winner Sting? Big Papa. Who them declare the winner Sting? Make Cartel.
Gaza fan always do that, you know, and they know how that going on.
No, Mavado man, Mavado win, you know. Movado win and
bro,
Vibes Cartel so convinced that he'll lose that Vibes Cartel go wake up not nice until not nice. So, yo, we have to do something. We have to counter program this narrative.
bro, me glad Cartel himself come out and say it and say, in here some people are say a him and some people are say a Movado. So based on your logic, one knock. Cartel no convince any boss, no Movado than no Sting, brother. That's why I'm the last man standing.
If him boss Mavado head a Sting, why? What was the purpose of last man standing?
Right. So the Gaza man, they love that about say, Rick, I remember a years. This was a conversation for you, brother.
No, but you know what? See, the Gaza man, they lucky say they never have cellular phone. Them kind of like not like cellular phone, like TikTok and them something there where narrative go out there immediately.
Immediately, yeah.
Cause they're in a problem because when the crowd say Mavado win, nothing couldn't talk, not start tomorrow couldn't come out and I say otherwise, but it's a
No,
draw and nonsense.
but them never interview Cartel right after, and Cartel say with a class on the mic. Right.
Microphone there.
That was a good one. I was there. Anyone who was there? Anyone who was there? That thing?
Yeah, but the dad thing though.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, it was a good one.
One was I was at the one with Vado and Cartel.
Yeah.
They had the merciless too. Merciless one, merciless right off.
Merciless one, I wasn't there. No, I wasn't there for that one.
Yeah, the merciless one too.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Cartel say right also. You would have clash him again.
But the thing is in the text, you can't say you're there at the show and you say a Cartel win when Cartel himself, who partook in the skirmish, never thinking did win. That's the thing, we only can't go around, Cartel himself was never convinced, say he won that war with him and Movado. That's why he went and did last man standing. So when a 1 million Gaza man said, I was there and Cartel won. Cartel himself, who was a participant.
If take same day the show and a Cartel win the show, if never there show, brother.
Right.
Because the crowd clearly, right now if you go up on YouTube go watch the entire clip, the crowd clearly stated that Mavado was the winner.
Right.
Yeah.
But look at the circumstance under which Cartel the last man standing.
Right.
Remember him saying go wake up the man out of bed,
Yeah, big papa.
He go lift up him man. He couldn't wait until sun come out of morning for the week, He go wake up him man out of bed,
But that's true.
Miss Julia, 1 second, Miss Julia. 1 second, Miss Julia. May I give the mic? Remember, people, let's drop a like on the stream. Here we go now. Bro, you can't ask me if you hear Carter saying last no war. At the end of the day, Mr. Carter was a convinced he won the war. You hear Mr. Carter saying last no war. Carter, he was a convinced him win no war with no Movado. That's why he went and did last man standing. You can't go around that, bro. That's the truth. Sting the people, they must sting a Movado.
All right, hold on. So, hold on, Miss Julia. Oh, sorry. All right, make a point and then me make a point.
All right, yeah. I don't want to forget. But what may I say is, though, everybody I talk about this and that, right? That's where it did start. But it look how good it is for actually they were there right now, to be honest. You understand what I'm saying? Because even though, and that show you say, people talk about, if you lose a clash in Sting, that I go end your career and that can screw up your career. Look at where Cartel is right now, and big up Movado. Respect Movado. I love all them songs and everything like that. But they're not at the same level right now. So where you start don't mean so where you finish. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying, I'm not think nobody should take offense to it. Because I was there at that show, and to be honest, Movado did win that show. Cartel had a good representation from Gaza and stuff like that. That's true. But where I was standing, Movado did win the show. And I have to just be honest about it. But right now, Cartel winning now, so why does it matter?
But remember, on Cartel recent interview after him come from jail were there, and them asked him about it. Remember him saying, when was him now go come out and say, yeah, me lose, Me not expect him to say that. But remember his argument was, me drive here, so some people I say Cartel win. By the time I go up the road, some people I say Mavado win. Yeah. So him I say him couldn't deal with that. You get what me I say? So
Yeah.
in after going to the studio, go do a trap. And at the end of the day, if you win the clash and whatever, you don't need to do a song like Last Man Standing. You're
Yeah.
supposed to go home, go sleep with your victory.
Right. Big up to Gain Champion Music, you know. Gain Champion Music say Cartel say you win some, you lose some when asked.
Yeah.
Right
Right.
after.
Yeah.
So
Right.
if Cartel say you win some and you lose some. Plus the man got the last man standing, brother. You
Yeah.
can't go around that, brother.
And my thing is, we can't change history, and really and truly, that shouldn't matter. I don't think anybody should take that to offense, because that don't
Right.
take away his greatness. And look at where he is right now. So come on, man.
Right. Yeah, man, but that and as me say, that same thing with us last night. Say, boy, it's like we don't have no whole heap of leaders again in a dancehall emote, because you know that clash should have clearly show me say, yo, them man you did want fit take over the whole dancehall thing, brother, and
Right.
it show you the amount of excitement and the amount of debates and this and that and whatever, brother, and how them man they actually handle the place in a them the time, the brother. You get to me and say, oh, them lock the business and so forth. You have even other artists where as powerful and as thing there and yet as talented as them, and boy is like them man they can't get at the real looking. You know, so to all the man them thing it loud. We not see that again, brother. It's like every man just comfortable with being just an average or a regular artist, brother.
Imhotep, you see, say one of your subscribers, Mr. Chai Plus, send me a shandy bottle. He must stone me off of the platform. Why, Mr. Chai Flow? Sorry. You see him say? Him say Miss Julia shandy for you. Him say shandy.
No, because I ain't idea, Miss Julia. I years me hear them man argue on YouTube say Cartel win war, you know.
Oh.
And Sting, you know. I mean never hear Cartel come out and claim no victory on no Sting stage, brother. Then the man come out and said that him here, him get free understand say some a say him, some a say Vado, so him just go the last man standing. If Cartel did certain about it, he would never do that. But let me play a little piece of it. The people them see what go on there.
Before you play there, I just want to explain to Trevor, maybe you haven't been hearing my reasoning before, but I'm pretty balanced, especially when it come on to Mr. Palmer. So but I know where that coming from.
Yeah, but Miss Julia, Miss Julia, enough of them people, them just want you say what them want hear. That's the thing, and that's not how the dancehall reason go. You talk it as it is. Cartel no victory on the stage. Sure, we wear Cartel claim victory on that stage. And then we have the conversation there. But we hear when Cartel say him here, some people say this and say that. So let me play these people. How we hear what go on.
Yeah.
You can't trick me. This son, you are man and the soldier man pick me. This son, you are paid, nothing. Tell what him and Cartel, we make that right. I want him and them, and that's... Look, somebody please tell my father, and last night we did not fuck your mother. But did you lie about him and father, you can't do that. Don't fuck my mother, Cartel a freaky. You want your mother when she a people. So put the Cartel a gas.
Bro, Cartel, you see when Cartel go at the mother there, so he get the boo there, so. And here we go on now. Right there, so. You see right there, so, brother? Vado, right? When Vado draw for that, bro, the crowd does up. Bro, let me let the people them see what go on here, man.
You can't stand below. Be in that trick, your shorty can't trick me. This son, you are man and the soldier man pick me. This son, you are paid, nothing. Tell what him and Cartel, we make that right. I want him and them, and that's... Look, somebody please tell my father, and last time we did not fuck your mother. But did you lie about him and father, you can't do that. Don't fuck my mother, Cartel a freaky. You want your mother when she a people. So put the Cartel a gas.
Bro, Cartel went into the Mavado flow and style. Notice that, and then he got draw for the mother part, brother.
Let me tell you what F up Cartel, man. He never counteract that to the world song there. If you notice, you know, when they clash, when them start those song for song, you know, him have answer for all other song, them, you know, different from like them witty freestyle about deal that trick you and shorty can't trick me or whatever. When them start going at tune for tune, him have answer for all of the songs them when my father come with, you know. But when my father draw it to the royal song, and that song they witty because it have a line, but and that's why Jeffrey tattoo your neck with a cherry or whatever. And from people hear that, them are gonna laugh, brother. So this so cause a problem. And
Yeah.
Cartel smart too, you know. Cause when Vada sing that, him sing something and expect Vada did for just bypass it and move along, you know. But Vada look like he said, no, not a blood cleat. Me I make the people hear what me I say. So him go so boom and run it back again. So that's so cause a problem. So they say like he get show off and go mother. And this bounty as well. And they so you know kind of show off him thing. And they so my father kind of get the upper and they so.
Yeah.
Right.
But my thing is this, and not because I mean that's when I'm just starting out people. Not because you support people, you means that I'm going to win all the way, all the time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right now, Mr. Palmer winning, and everybody proud of him and stuff like that. But in the beginning, if somebody best him, that is what competition is. You get better, and he has definitely gotten better. So I'm gonna say I don't think people should take it to offense, to be honest. But I have to be honest, I was there, and from where I was standing, especially with the SYM part, as Rick was saying, it's just facts. That's what happened. You can't change history. Sorry.
Yeah. And the same night they didn't take off my father off my stage and thief in shoes. Thief off his shoes off my foot.
All right, so let me play one next little video of the war there.
Support Annie, and him up, him fuck Jeffrey, straight on shot, but I'm gonna shoot them once here. Low! You know what I'm saying for this, low! Let me tell you, yeah, you are going nice. That can't help your pussy. And you are going nice, low! Say no, low! Say no, this is coming. Hey boy, what now this like I'm a father on the come finish, sir? I'm a father, man, see the blood is like coffee. Sting level. You know the castle coming here, but really, the police and this year's can't see you. You see, people are in good shape. Don't shut it, never. Level. What on there? In my name, I saw you, my name. Level. You are name, I saw you, are name Spice. You are crushed, I saw you, are Chris. Them so fuck with food. Dinner. You are. All of the toast them. Level. 4 more toast them. Now look you back. And in the year you are real top at top. Now support Addy. And him up. Him fuck Jeffrey. Straight on shot. But I'm gonna shoot them once here.
People, all who loyal soldiers, if they want to see the whole thing, brother, Cartel itself on YouTube, brother. What's the whole thing?
But you can't go to the NI clash, you know. But up in them part, honestly, to me, Cartel have the upper and you know.
Right.
And I know exactly why that beat my father too, you know, cause I think in depth on that beast rhythm they are freestyle too long. And to me, him not as witty as Cartel pan freestyle, brother.
Right.
You ever notice? Just listen Cartel and listen Vada pan thing there. You notice that when the rhythm change, it kind of does start to balance out when them start to do the actual songs them when them actually did record. You get to me I say? Yeah, but when them step out on the rhythm there and then just work the rhythm there, to me, Cartel a beat him bad. You get to me I say? Because one Cartel fiercely.
No. Jeffrey had get the biggest beating tonight. Jeffrey had get the biggest beating.
People, all me I say is that all of the people who rep the Gaza, nothing wrong with that, brother. The point is, Cartel on the stage. When Cartel draw for the mother thing, brother, Cartel get the boo there, so, and guess what? Movado sees the momentum they say, you know. Forward in it, brother. You get what me I say? No, what's this now? Gaza fans will make the bag of nice all night, ball all day, brother. Cartel himself say it. If Cartel did rub out Movado up on the stage, why we here last man standing? For what?
No, Cartel
himself said the reason why he did last man standing, where the man go wake up not nice, brother. The man saying here some people say him and some say a Movado. So not even Cartel was convinced. Same kill Vado on the stage.
No, but the next morning even the star come out and say Movado win the clash, you know. And then in the evening then change it and say a draw, you know. But tell you, brother, if it was like now, where everybody have social media, that couldn't work, brother.
But
Because
Tech
first
said,
impression, we
yeah.
go out in the morning, people that work with.
Yeah. But Tech said Cartel will get the most forward. He did get a big forward. That's true. He did get a big forward, but me not see
I'm
say,
not lie. To me, Cartel get the most forward, of course.
yeah,
But,
of
True,
course.
I agree. I
but I know
agree.
I
most
agree with
forward
that.
win clash, brother.
But it wasn't that. It was the how it did end. You understand? How
Right.
it end was more
How it end.
important. It's how it
That
did
I
end.
think, you know.
And that is what
How
it
it
like.
end.
It's how it did end. But
You know?
but my thing is this though. Why it matters so much? Look at where he is now though. You understand? Why it matters so much? He might beat him right now. He beat him father right now, and this is not no clash. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway.
I think the nicest clash in a dancer still are merciless.
Yeah.
Merciless are who? Cause man a
Merciless and
merciless
the three
clash
of
with them.
them.
All right, but the
Merciless
thing
and
is,
the three of
The
them.
one with the three of them.
the
Man,
thing
Yeah.
is though,
that
the
clash
thing
is
is this,
cruel,
you know.
man. Yeah.
The thing is this, you know. You cannot run a race, you know, because we see it all the while, right? We see a man a lead, and we just see him get a twitch in him foot and him pull up.
Right.
We see somebody a jump over the hurdles a lead. And when the last hurdle come, them buck them two and drop and somebody else win the race. Brother,
A boxing match.
Hold
A
on, yes, right,
boxing match.
so. Right, so. Let me play this thing. It kind of low, but that one, yeah, and people, I'm not playing on YouTube because playing YouTube videos is a lot of reuse content thing. That's why I go over Instagram and then place it like that. But when Cartel go sing about the man, mother, brother, and get the boo.
Somebody please tell my father. And last time we did a fuck your mother. But if you lie, you're my father, you can't. Oh, fuck my mother. Pass the freaking. You want your mother when she a people. So put the car to the car.
Yeah.
I guess I'm get knocked, man. Can him go mad, man.
So wait. Enough of that. Me say put up my hand when my father say you watch your mother pee.
Brother, right here, sir. You see right here, sir. Right here, sir, would have been where Cartel pull a muscle on the track.
I hear what beat him worse to Imhotep. Yes, if him like come back after Mavado sing that witty freestyle there, so it never yes, I've been finding some line like the one where him say, oh, the hell trick your shot, he can't trick me or whatever. Film come back after that wasn't as witty, you know. So it's like the people must say, hey, and here what F him up even worse. Mavado come out back, brother, and freestyle again and damage the place even worse, brother. So
Right.
So when he step off with the whole of the hype, brother.
Right. All right. What's this now? Hold on there. Big up in a chang. Here we go on. Time will tell. Yeah, you want to go on boxing match by 11 rounds. We are talking about, brother. When it comes to clash,
brother.
what's this, brother? We talking about a clash, you know. Listen me, you cannot lead in a clash, you know, brother. And one wrong move you make on dead. We see that one when Merciless deal with Bounty and Beanie.
But the boxing match, took scenario, you cannot lead in the rounds and the man just get over and right up a cut in the 12 round.
Right.
Remember say that go on with even like Merciless and Bounty and Beanie or whatever.
Right.
Remember say Bounty and Beanie no come sing no portion of song, you know. I just forward out in the bomb and just get it all of them boom up in the brother.
Hold on there. 1 second there. Judge Vice. White, Miss Julia, White matters so much. It's just like him a fight for Sean Paul 2000 highlights, brother. Bro, you can't talk about Sean Paul 2000, you know. But here we go now. Remember, say Sean Paul dominates straight up to now in terms of the numbers and them sitting there, brother. So nobody can't talk about Sean Paul 2000. Remember 2016, Sean Paul have multi-platinum, 2013, 14, 9, 10. When Cartel and Mufada run Jamaica, Sean Paul run the globe. You know, remember that, brother. Go and ball about Sean Paul. You go and ball about Sean Paul.
We're not talking. You not even know where the argument gone. Right?
No, man, it's just of you asking what's the importance of this now. With us back in memory lane, and we are talking about clash culture, right? Now, all who want to see the full clash, you know, go over YouTube, as me say. You know, we just show some little clippings. And it not change nothing at all, people. Vibes Carter himself was not convinced that he won this war on the stage. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong now.
You can't find the part when Ninja did that judge the team,
you know, say, All right, I go look feed for Instagram because I not
Right.
like go
Yo,
for YouTube. I reuse content and then sitting there. You get what I say?
yo,
At least over Instagram now, you know, it kind of different still. But
Yeah.
want somebody,
Yeah, but
any Gaza person call in and show me say, right? Weird.
maybe he might have, maybe boy, I don't know, but maybe the offense is, you know, it make people think that you're trying to show Cartel in a bad light or
Me
trying
not
to
care,
show,
me,
but
Miss Julia.
yeah,
I'm not here
I
to
think
pander to nobody
exactly
feelings or
right.
emotions.
But I'm
When
just
they
saying
talk
that's
about the
where it's coming
music,
from.
and
Yeah,
as me say, me not there for walk on an eggshell when me talk about an artist out of fear. Say, couple of man are getting them feelings, brother. We there are reason, we are reason. It's
yeah,
simple. Anybody can just like gain from pain. Gain
yeah,
from pain a Gaza man to the bone, brother.
yeah,
You get what me I
yeah,
say?
yeah.
Yeah. So gain from pain a Gaza man, brother. And as me say, I dare anyone of them who are ball and them feelings. Call in and tell me where. When Cartel say, call in and tell me where on the stage Cartel declare him win or where Cartel declare him win. Because Cartel was not convinced so he won this clash. And he said it. That's why he did last man standing. So you can't go around that.
You know what
You
though?
get emotional about them simple
But,
things, yeah.
but you
And
know what?
why even the
Yeah.
morning after his interview, he must say ready for clash my father again with this microphone right here. So if you're done right half a man, you don't need to want clash him again, brother.
All right. So this is what me have to say. This is what I have to say. Wanna listen to me now. All of the bloggers, them or whoever, I don't know, people don't listen to these channels and I don't replay it and I listen in the bushes. All of the bloggers, them are the people, the next person who is going to interview Mr. Palmer, wanna ask him that question because people want to know, like, does he think that he won that war with Movada? Everybody wants to know. That's a nice
But they
topic.
asked him recently, Miss Julia.
And what did he say?
Him say some people are say some people are say him win and some people are say my father win.
No, but
Him never say him win a war.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, them asked him recently. That is the reason why when them money in the chapter say no have nothing to do with what Cartel say, brother.
Right.
I never see it. I never see it. I need
Right.
to watch it. Yeah.
So what I am saying is this
Yeah.
now. Vibes Cartel, and it's a fact, was not convinced that he won on the stage. That's why he did last man standing.
yo. Clash are one nice something, you
No,
know,
that's
man.
the truth. I don't see why. I don't see why the ones them and the worst thing, you know, where they are talking about Sting, you know, right? And we not see none of them man, here, you know. But them did them out. And as they hear the Cartel reasoning Movado, everybody appear.
You don't grass skirt with the face.
Right, I mean, I
Hey,
say, bro, you don't need to get so emotional over the thing. What me I say is
yeah.
that if Vibes Cartel was convinced that he won that clash on the stage, he would never have done last man standing. Vibes
Not nice,
Cartel
not
himself
getting some
say
more
out time
sleep.
out. Cartel
Not
say
nice,
out
not
time
getting some
out.
more sleep.
Cartel say out time out. Say what? Him say, me hear some people say Avado and some people say a me. That's what the man say. That's why him run go the last man standing.
And
The part where him tell Vado about him mother brother at that time in a dancehall, yeah man, that was a low blow.
That's where he lost.
Yeah, right there. So and then no here go on now.
Yeah.
Movado with the counteraction, with the comeback, get a huge forward right there, so brother.
Yeah, he did.
We can't go around that.
Yeah, he did. So that's what maybe if it did end earlier, it's just how it end. That don't mean say Vibes Cartel never do well. That don't mean say him wasn't. You understand? Him wasn't a formidable opponent.
in their lead.
It's just he was leading. But that's what I'm saying. So
Their lead, man.
well, let me finish, please. So it's never end on a high note. If him did leave when he was leading before the SYM thing, I think him would have win it because he was leading. But
look on this like a boxing match, man. Because if my leading at the 10th round and at the 11th round, the man chopping on him back. One and him out for the count. I just that.
But the thing is, you know, go ahead, Mr. Julia. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I'm just saying that I think these are the facts, but I think what the real issue is, and since this is a platform of honesty, Imhotep, and since we always reason with each other and stuff like that, people listen, right? I think the problem is because of the fact that Imhotep choosing to show this clip is like an offense because people thinking like, why would you show this clip when there's so much other things to celebrate and stuff about him right now?
No,
Them feeling, man. Them feeling, man.
No, the topic of Sting.
The
Artist
topic
is
is
Sting.
Sting. And we are talking about the glory days of Sting. And that's why we went back to all these things and show the crowd and the glory days of Sting. So me no need for go for nothing for sure nothing at all, Miss Julia. I'm prove nothing to nobody at all. Because at the end of the history is there for everybody to go look for themselves. Me as a show and say at this time, Sting was Sting pulling the crowd in 2008 or 9. In 2025, Sting should be bigger and better.
Right.
Not a regression. So as me I say, me just pull up couple clips is nothing untoward, people. I'm just type in Mavada versus Cartel at Sting and something come up. I'm just show it. So here we go on now. It doesn't make a difference now, people. The artist them good. Cartel himself say, guess what go on now? Cartel himself say, right? Cartel himself say, the same day, him hear some people say Avado and some people say him. The same morning. That's why I'm gonna wake up not nice and the last man standing, brother.
Yeah.
Cartel said that, not we said that.
But you see,
More like
of a very good idea. Sim said, can you make a poll, Imhotep? More like
me if you make what kind of poll for appease you, Miss Julia?
No, that's what him said.
So we have to go around the video every day. We make poll, brother. No, when man individually, I video me I go and find it.
Right.
Me not care about when a man has
feelings. Right, a man have a bias. All right, so Miss Julia, a poll make now. You expect a Gaza man to say, yeah man, if me say Cartel or Vada I was that tie, them I say Cartel, and I go say even tie. Not even a tie, them I go say, but when me I say is Miss Julia, we're going on the stage, we're going on the stage, happen on the stage, Miss Julia, them can't go around that. As me say, a years this was debated. I'm glad Cartel came out and settled this conversation when him say him hear people I say him and hear people I say Vado. As a result of that, him going to the studio and the last man standing.
Right.
So if Cartel was convinced saying kill Vado on the stage, why him need to worry what people say for him to go do last man standing?
Right. It would be even easier. In a like him recent interview, if he just come out and say me win the clash. You know, he wouldn't have to go through so much explanation. They just say, yo, yeah man, I may win the clash and whatever. That wasn't the argument, brother.
Right.
And some people say him, and some people say Avado.
Right. And for those who say Mavada did run, Mavada did return, right?
Yeah, no run, I load me gun.
Right, that's right, exactly. What's this now, you know? If Vada did run off of the stage and come back, end the story, you know. The man said, I load me, go load. Right?
I run, I load me, go load me gun.
Right. So the thing is, people, it occurred on the stage and the videos are there. And up to this day, we don't hear Vibes Cartel claim say him win that clash there.
So
in all interviews.
Personal, brother.
Right,
it's not that personal.
But if I'm going to understand, a craft and strategy win, the man them are using I clash, both Cartel and Mavado. So as soon as the man get him just utilize it.
Bounty Killer admits him merciless kill him, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Bounty Killer admits him merciless kill him, you know?
Let me ask you a question as it relates to merciless.
Yeah.
And like Bounty Killer, have Bounty Killer ever like win a clash with Merciless when him a Merciless clash?
Me never seen none yet.
No, I don't recall him win no clash with Merciless.
Never.
Remember they have a full blown clash at Miami, you know.
Yeah.
And to me,
Lenny Kim so beaten up.
To me, a Merciless take it still, you know.
Merciless take it.
Merciless kill him a Sting. Merciless kill him a Londale, and Merciless kill him a Miami. I think the New York showed them fling stone pan them up there, both of them. So nobody never win.
But to me still, I just like when Merciless get all up. You know, like keep rich them deal with him away and so forth.
No, but you want the Bounty Killer now. You say Bounty Killer expect Ninja Man to do away with Merciless, you know. I went Merciless preempt it and say, Len, why you saying junkie? Send up monkey.
Because here what with
Big Papa, you have
merciless.
no sense.
Here what with merciless, you know. And Ninja with that clash there. Ninja man I rely upon a lot of freestyling, you know, but
Yeah.
merciless actually have songs where him put together.
Yeah,
So
with
the
with
type of
long time
merciless I use, you
melody.
know, I say yo, no, this is not no gimmicks thing.
Yeah.
A real lyrics. And
I
that
love
doesn't
it.
see the clash when Cartel and Ninja it clash. Me think Cartel could have win the clash as well if the fight never go on, you know.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
Because
right.
to
Cartel
me,
never kill Ninja
yeah
man.
man, Cartel have actual songs. A gimmicks Ninja man I go out there with.
Yeah man.
Yeah.
Remember, you shut off the gimmicks and tell the people them say, yo, a music you have to sing out here.
Facts.
Yeah,
Right.
him get F, brother.
I
Right.
think the Cartel would have win that one for true.
Big up to Ryan Williams, you know, Big's alive, all the one them. People, these conversations, as me say, it's not that serious and it's not that personal. So stop getting
But
emotional.
whenever I need to explain nothing to, because
Right.
as me say, with a whole of reason about the
No
whole
man,
thing
just put
thing.
it in the chat, yeah. Just
Yeah,
put it in the
No,
chat.
what me I say?
when I say emotive, me I say
Right.
with a whole of reason about the whole thing thing. I mean, you know, man active in
No man.
Yeah, so
but as we start showing the father cartel class,
yeah,
you see
man,
one
I run
mega
out
man a
after
ball, and some man running, boy, you're a cartel eater, brother, me not care on one say. Keep on the comment in the bushes, bro, because I got
We reach 9 and 10 now.
Yeah, man,
You get
Long
what me
time
say?
me here.
Yeah.
them, man.
Well, I'm not a cartel eater, and I
Yo.
live here, so you go. And I think that the SYM did screw him up. It never
Yo.
Because when it
Brother,
comes
from cartel at the time at Sting, when cartel went the mother route there, so brother, right there, so a red card route there, so and then my father come back.
Anything going a dance hall now. Them time there, people actually serious about the mother thing and them thing there, you know.
Right, yes.
So once you go mother, and plus in that this bounty to about Batman father and father tell him already, you know, say yo, I'm me and you war, you know, low bounty, you know. And then go back, they say another same lyrics, so you know, say him in a trouble, they say, you know.
Yo.
Right. So I don't see why, as me say, every time when you hear cartel name, when you feel like you're more emotional about cartel than anybody else, better. Batman style, you don't have more time, bro. In a real life. I mean, not talk about the people them. I not talk about the people them who are well on a big papa. I'm not talking about the people who are objecting and I say, boy, even if a man I say, boy, I'm a bias or whatever, that different. But it's when a man type and say you're a cartel hater, a Batman style enough, bro. That's what I don't want to know over here, bro. You stay in the bush. Because I don't know. We don't bring no value to man platform. We only I listen to hear a man named Carl for run out as #1 defender. Like some real Batman.
Get hard and run out.
Go hide, man.
Oh,
go hide, brother. We bring nothing of substance or value to this platform. So don't feel like we're important. We only want to hear artist name Carl for we just run out in our no feelings and then sitting there. That don't make no sense. Where they are talk about thing, normal reasoning. Nobody appear. Just a show one little clip and say, this is what Sting was. All of a sudden, man I go run up here about cartel later. Bro, don't make me diss on you know. That me I telling you straight up. Cause me say, una no body. Una bring no value.
The man them where I say cartel win the clash. Just call in and explain how. Because the tape is there. When the clash done and the judge asks for the people them to declare the winner, the people them say, I'm a father win the clash, brother. So I'm gonna try to convince the man in a chat, brother.
Yo.
Right.
Eric.
Well on, big papa. All right, what's this now? Triple double bang. If you consider yourself a man lover or a Batman, yeah, if it's applicable to you, then you will it. We make it clear if we say any man who I come talk about say because we are sure what the clip on a reason. Man, I go appeal to emotions, but you're a cartel hater, brother. I wanna go hide, man. The whole I wanna go hide, as me say. Because I wanna know how me get to work, you know, bro. Me not really care about uno. I mean, they have to panda to none of uno, you know. Because I not care about nobody's feelings like that, brother. Me not there for you try to appeal to none of uno.
The reasoning sweet, man. Lord, man.
Right.
Yeah, the simple thing. Listen to me. Listen to me. All me do, as me say, me go over Instagram and me just type in
whenever need to explain nothing, brother.
Right.
Any man with
more time, bro.
Any man will have a problem, just call in and explain how the man win the clash, and then we can reason upon it.
Right. Any man will get emotional over this, brother, who know a batty man in a real life. Facts me, I tell you no. Yeah, no man never get so emotional over simple reasoning. Because guess what, go on. Even if Uno convince a cartel win, that's fine. That's okay. So what? It's okay. If Uno agrees a cartel win, me not argue with Uno. It's not a debate. We just a reason. So the
And you not take up
gaslight
from
part now,
nobody career. You not
right,
take up from nobody career. Cause Merciless killed 3 on stage. And the next year he couldn't kill a fly on stage. And him career went down
bro,
after it.
bro, the cartel interview that he did when cartel said, and as me say, me glad a cartel say it, because when he was behind bars for years, this debate was on and on to say who kill who and who did dead and whatever. When cartel was asked, that cartel say him hear people say Vado and people say him. You understand me? I say, yeah, that's the truth. Him hear people say Vado and him hear people say him. So at the end of the day, him make sure say him go deal with it where him do what? Him go the last man standing. You understand me? I say? A cartel said that, brother. So if cartel was convinced, listen me, when me can say for a fact is that the fact say cartel say him here, certain people are say Vado win, and some people are say cartel win, right? And him go the last man standing. The man never convince him win on the stage. You can't go around that. You can't go around that, you know. Cartel say him here. People are say him and some are say Movado. And for dismiss any ambiguity. You understand me I say?
But
For
he said that
any ambiguity, he gets a go on. Once in here, some people say Vado and some are say him.
Yeah.
Him go the last man standing, brother.
But
One thing with that one. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr.
saying, this person in the chat saying that his cartel did say that he won it. I'm saying that your information is wrong. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about what cartel said recently. Me talk about what cartel said in an interview recently. Make them go around that. Make them go around what cartel said recently, Miss Julia.
Okay.
Yeah, make them go around what cartel said recently. All right, there's some there.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Right, there's some there. Make them go around with cartel said an interview from in come out prison. Let's go, go around that. Go around that reasoning there.
Anyway, what the next? What did I say?
Anyway, let me make Jamaica YouTube say a thing there, because I don't think you understand me as me say no. Yeah, me not too in the emotional. Leave it to BMF Entertainment them and the rest of females them, man. Enough of the man them wanna stop parade pan the internet going like on more emotional over man more than anybody else. Better leave that to the woman them. Cause me say the only time on the show no face I when you hear cartel name call. That's the reason why I'm gonna build my platform to pander to nobody at all.
And me have to take up for the woman them. A lot of us don't do that, so please don't give us all about.
No, I'm sorry, but you know what I mean. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Leave the quarreling over cartel to BMF Entertainment and them ones there. That's all me I say. Cause me say Miss Julia, them man only want hear cartel name call for them just and them feelings over nothing at all. Because this is nothing at all. This is nothing at all. The artist them good. This go on 16, 17 years ago. So me not see why we so riled up about. Anyways, go ahead, Jamaica YouTube.
Yeah.
Big up. Good night to everybody. An interesting topic being discussed. I'm more going to discuss something about the Ninja Man thing, but that anybody was around. I was at that thing. Anybody was around who won the clash. So boss man, remember that Cartel recorded that song the same day, you know? Cartel didn't go to bed, you know. People forget the same day. That song by the evening you heard that song out on the radio and everywhere. Well, you can hear me?
Yeah,
hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Yeah, man. Baba boy don't run. Yeah. By the evening you could have by about 5 o'clock or so that was on almost a radio station and being played all over the place. But I wanted to say something about the Ninja Man part. People must remember that Sting is a reason why Ninja Man won so many clashes was his ability to make up songs just out of literally thin air on stage. So even people come there with even that catalog quote unquote songs couldn't beat Ninja Man. For example, people forget what with Chabaranks, with Doodle Pants, Mad Cabra, we did have the biggest song in the country at the time. Um, but this me, I'm a big. You remember the counteraction that Ninja Man made up on stage. So this is not your
Yeah.
bad Badoon or no Fred Flintstone. This bad man are in a bad man zone. And then enjoy but my God now go looby loo, you will die. My God now go looby lie, your mother cry. So Ninja
Yeah, you
Man,
know, they aren't calling
what
my youth.
no, but some people hear about it. I was there.
Yeah, you know that.
But
The only
so
person that bad him up on stage, it was Super Cat and a badness Super
yep,
Cat use.
yes,
Real
exactly.
badness.
Yeah, man.
Real badness. Super
So
Cat use and bad him
remember
up on
this.
stage.
Remember this. No matter who went to Sting, once Ninja Man is there, it's already, before you even say a word, it's already about 70-30 against you. You have to work. You have to work hard to beat Ninja Man. That the crowd come for see Ninja. Ninja
No,
was
but Ninja Man,
Sting King.
I go weird, come a Sting. I go take a piece of your crowd too, you know, cause Ninja Man suit alone,
No,
him I
no,
go
no,
weird.
no matter people are go for say Ninja or Sting. Ninja
Um,
people. Merciless was the only person. Merciless was the only person. And I'm talking about artists that them beat. Me not talk when Merciless them done and so on. Me talk at their peak. Merciless was probably the
hold on, is that me or Jamaica YouTube?
Mer- Merciless was probably the only artist. Merciless was probably the only artist at Ninja Man peak. And when I said peak, well, I would say when he kind of reached the top, that could probably contend with it because Merciless had a similar style. Merciless could have make up songs on the go. So
Yeah.
Ninja was
Right.
was special when it comes to clash. We're talking about clashing.
Right. Let me say a quick thing there. Rockstar.
Oh, sorry.
Rockstar. Well on, Eric. You making it sound like in his mind he lost. What a statement the man make, man. Bro, that's part of the reasoning, brother. Me say we cartel say, me I make it sound like in my mind him lost. Brother, come
So what
on,
that
man.
mean, bro? What that mean, bro? What
Bro,
that mean?
bro,
English.
bro.
I mean, I
Come
say,
on.
me know Cartel would have seen all of this debate for years. The man most recent interview, which I either in this year or last year, he would have just simply say, me win the clash. But the man knows that based on the records out there, him cannot say that, brother, because it's not going to make any sense. So I not understand where the money I say, bro.
Right, and that's what I say, man.
I'm glad them would have just established say, yeah, me just a defend Gaza. Me not there have to defend Gaza or goalie. Me there have to just start the truth, brother. So if you feel like saying Cartel win have to defend Gaza, fine. But
right,
let's not go around the video then, brother.
right. And as me say, if you don't want to argue say cartel with me, not fight on it, bro. But to now make it look like say, oh, where did cartel say him last? Me say cartel say him last. Me say cartel say him here. Some people say him, and some say I'm a father. Right? Text in the morning, the MC asks the crowd who win the clash. Some say Movado and most say cartel.
You just say a clip emote on your phone. I don't know if I can play it. The ninja one.
All right. I gotta look feed still. Let me look feed.
Yeah.
WhatsApp.
Yeah. Look for
Let me go look feed still. But as me say, man, at the end of the day, man, with simple as say, Cartel himself say, when him go and check, and he hear what the people them a say, he hear some people a say Vado and some a say a him, and he go the last man standing. Not that way they a say from night. So me know the man a say, you said that, where did Cartel say him last? Storm and Folly say that. We never said that. That's not the argument. We are talking about Sting and class culture.
I think 98 or probably 95% of Uga Sting did just think say Cartel would have just win the clash hands down based on him ability and him lyrical and them thing there. You know, so people did even like surprise with the turn of events, brother.
The way it turned out, yeah.
Right.
But hold on, Rick,
no.
IG?
Eh?
That clip at the IG?
You know what's
man. Because me know I feel because I have to go transfer it on the laptop and bring it up for kind of sure it, you get me. So me I say if it's on IG now, I can find it easier still. But
No, but
this thing.
me can say if me can send such a long clip to your IG.
Yeah, man. No, as me say, no. When me I say, if you send me the IG link, if the video upon IG, right? If the video upon IG or anything like that, still, me can bring it up. Me just now want go up on YouTube. A simple thing for me go up on YouTube and bring it up. Me just now want to reuse content like that. You see?
So hold on. We are determined where the people must think say. And a man say, Rick, you can't only find that clip. Me not understand. So, hold on.
Rick.
So, hold on. So, you argue say Cartel win the clash. Then you're not supposed to have no problem with no part of the clip where you show brother. Because you say Cartel win.
No, but Rick. You know, someone Lego that debate would have loved no Lego.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
Contrary to popular belief, what you did say previous to now. You know, said Cartel went into that clash as the underdog with Mavado.
Yeah. I feel like more people think the Cartel will win.
No,
more
people.
The
favorite. No,
the underdog.
Let Big Papa explain that.
The underdog, because at the time, Cartel was deemed ungrateful, a bounty boss him. Remember, so the feud came from the alliance, him at this, from whence he came, and people they look upon him as if him ungrateful and him feel it, him a bite off more than what him can chew. Mavado was supposed to have the backing of the whole alliance. The whole alliance, I mean, everybody know alliance represent at that time in a dancehall. But
Big Papa. I say by them time the Cartel fully active and out on him own and Gaza active them time, brother. Like it was a real camp and a real thing, and Cartel actually have all of them bad man song there and basically stand out, you know. So I don't necessarily agree with that. That wasn't when Cartel in the stage of him a try a thing. Him did actually out there and active them time there. I remember say even like alliance, the man go off an entire alliance, you know, brother. Make even some of them man there last, you know. And whatever, you know, when I look at Bling Dog and them man there, they see them, you know, Wayne Marshall and them man there, you know, bro. To Cartel deal with them, you know, brother.
Cartel deal with them.
Big Papa, at the time, you see at the time of the clash, Cartel was in peak farm, brother, and here right. Remember as well too, you know, that whole rivalry there, even Beanie Man and Killer did get involved in a way where Beanie Man, that's why you have man like J1 and Ricky and them will say what? They are Beanie Man fans first and then switch to Gaza. Because whole heap of Beanie Man fans switch to Gaza, brother.
Right.
When Beanie Man endorse Cartel too, you know, Beanie Man fans them say, all right, cool. And worst of all, Bounty Alliance, a Cartel them say, brother. When Cartel went to Sting, Cartel went with a more that, brother. Cartel was the favorite. Cartel was the favorite because guess what now? Cartel at the time was established as the baddest dancehall ever see, brother.
I remember saying lyrics when it come on to Sting, you know, everybody have a envision like lyrics, you know, brother. Like, you know, the wicked freestyle. I know say when it come on to all gun lyrics and them thing, the wickedest gun lyrics, Cartel and them man they have, you know, brother. So you know say to me don't know where did I go on a Big Papa place, but to me, Cartel was like the favorite.
Yes, Cartel was the favorite. Yeah.
Expected to win still.
Cartel was the favorite. Vibes Cartel was the favorite at the time. Yeah. He was the big favorite.
I think the SYM kind of throw it off. But I think him know that though. So I think him can feel that. I think him know that because he's a great artist. So he can feel when you can feel it when you kind of, you know.
Probably because I think him a lead the clash go right.
He was leading, yeah, exactly.
So probably
he was leading it too, Rick. I think he was leading it, and I think him.
No, he was leading it. But when I said before, I said probably him gets so. I don't know if probably him gets so comfortable within that moment, and I said, well, anything may go based on the reaction when I get from the people with all the freestyle, man. You know, Mavado seems to say, well, you know, level this and level that, and all of them, whatever I'm up there do. Probably him just get comfortable and say if me go mad, the people are real. But you know, them time them was a little bit more morals in a dancehall. So from your touch the mother topic.
The SYM, yeah, it's at the time.
Yeah,
like
you get in a trouble. So
right now the SYM wouldn't be so bad because you know everybody gone extreme already. But at that time,
yes.
At that time, right? We have to be honest. At that time, but I'm not saying never get the best forward and etc. And he was leading. But I think Cartel actually know, and that's why him can't really claim the clash. I think him know him make a little slip, so him make a mistake right there. So, and my thing is this, right? I don't think he's comfortable in get per se. I just think that him just make a mistake. And the thing is, we expect the great one them to make mistakes. You can't expect say all the time. You understand what I said? To me, okay, from my perspective, that was a mistake, and I feel like him is such a good enough artist that him could have actually feel say that's where him probably lose some people. And I think that's why I'm not saying that in
no, but at the idea, Miss Julia, is a clash. You know, once if it does accept, say when it come on to clash, it can't go anywhere. I remember say a talented artist. You know, as me say, the thing is that one is more sing J and one are more lyrical. So I'm an expert. And back then, as we say, you know, when it come on to sing, we never see like a singer or a sing J actually go against a DJ them with it so serious. You get to me, I say like a Mavado type of singing go up to a Vibes Cartel. You get to me, I say notice it always be Bounty Killer, Merciless, Bounty Killer, Beanie Man, and you know the type of energy there. You get to me, I say so a lot of people they just automatically in their brain and say, boy, you know, we rate them Mavado, but we just feel like say Cartel are gonna take this.
Yeah.
And that's the idea because Vado crafty too, brother. But and both of them. All right, as me say, what beat Mavado in my view, if I watch back the full clip, when the rhythm when him come out in pan, if the pan that rhythm there too long, and to me, Cartel and manage the rhythm with some witty freestyle.
Cartel would have win.
Notice when him change the rhythm, it start to transition in a both of them a get forward for the song them where them a sing. And then when it go down to the nitty-gritty now, and him sing the to the real song, that is when Cartel actually blunder with the mother thing.
Right, and the thing is, you know, Mrs. Julia, the man say him want F Mavado mother.
Right.
It's not even if him say S your mother, you know. Because remember Pande the rhythm there, the self-defense, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Self-defense him don't tell Vado figure S your mother. So the thing is that on the stage, in tell Vado say want F.
Listen, I just didn't want to. I didn't want to. Hold on. I didn't want to say it, but I knew what I was talking about. That's why I write the SYM. So, but
that's different. That's different, though, Miss Julia.
But I too something him saying I lyrics, you know, emote. Remember, say him say somebody please tell my father say last night me F your mother, you know, and then him go on to say Bounty Killer your Batman father, you know.
Right.
And then they just start here be a boo, you know, brother.
Be a boo, yeah. So anyway, so that is what happened. So me don't know, you know, that is what happened. That is history, and that is what happened. But
me always try to understand why the man and the weirdest thing about it, Cartel now argue that way, brother.
Right, facts.
All right, you're on the top of the now go my artist Lenny when he kill off a whole of dancehall. It's all right.
But just before you go into that big part, what I'm saying is that what this shows, what a lot of the time shows, is that a lot of people that have great opinions out there have actually never actually seen any of these clashes, apart from them see some videos.
Right.
Around the time, none of them couldn't go out at them time. But anybody that was there, that's a different thing.
But some of them are pick me, brother. Some of them are pick me.
When it comes to clash, when it comes to clash, Sting and Clash, Ninja, the King, Merciless, the youth when him Keep Rich, you talk about Professor Nuts. You see, people, let me tell you one clash artist here, many people talk. You see, I'm singing Bandelier, what name again? Pinchers, a bad clash artist. Obviously, Super Cat. As great as Shabba was, I talk Shabba at him peak.
Go Shashaba.
Ninja man always have him ticket.
You remember the year when he make him ball on stage and Shabba ball on stage?
Yes, it was do the pants here. Remember the the pants with the big something that dropped down in the middle. And Ninja man said, do the pants. But them people them don't know nothing about clash. So they make up nice. That's what it is. It's just not one night event. That you come about who's the wittier artist. You know, you remember an artist named This youth, man. They did that try. It was an uptown youth, they did that try, but Gringo him did name. Remember Gringo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, man, nobody here.
Yeah.
Remember Gringo.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
But him
me,
that
I
try
Remember
the
remember.
clash.
Gringo, man. Remember Gringo, yeah, man.
Remember
And him a
Gringo,
try the
yeah.
clash thing. Yeah, you
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
when
but remember say Bounty Killer did write him off, man.
I struggle to
Ninja
do
Man
is.
Ninja Man right him off. He tried to come on stage
That,
when
I
Ninja was
see him
supposed to
gringo
clash.
where thing that where because him and Cartel ain't clash too. Nah,
No.
So when Ninja they on the
that
stage,
Mafia and Gringo they same person.
Yeah, man. I
Yeah,
got
man, yeah,
gun
man.
up
Yeah,
and
man.
gringo.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
so
because remember say him have a clash too, and that is the reason why I don't know the people them argue so too, you know. Because if I watch Dan Mafia and Cartel clash, remember say the man them a clash, you know. And when Dan Mafia dead, when he go tell Cartel about suck mother brother, the people them say that upload clip and I work with that. Dead in dead.
Yeah.
but may I show you the effect? Let me show you the effect of Ninja Man. Ninja Man literally killed Gringo. Gringo, only thing he was able to do was put out his head. When he put out his head, Ninja Man said, I would have been sent on stage. And then Ninja turned to the crowd and said, wipe him off, use your one and wipe him baby off, wipe. Sting done, him couldn't even come out. So don't understand, we don't go over this.
Right. All right, man. Let me say a quick thing now since him check in. Yeah, cause the reason, you know.
Yeah, no, well, good night, everyone, right? Um, love the reasoning, right? And Jamaica YouTube, so I think enough of these, well, I don't want to say young youths, you know, but enough people, unless you were there, right? You wouldn't understand, right? And you guys talk about it exactly how it go. That was a mishap Cartel had when him go refer to the mother part. That was what killed the thing for him. And it's like a boxing match. And it's dear so my father just make one big thump and get him out. Right? And then the thing about it, Big Papa was saying that well, my father was sorry, Cartel was underdog. No way, right? Cartel, of course, even if you address it, I remember no, you know, is it was right in in Gaza backyard, you know. And that was when Cartel come to light, you know. So the whole of Portmore support was there for Cartel. And
No, going up against the Alliance, I think he was. Going to go up against the Alliance on stage.
The Portmore, it being over there, so
Sting audience from all walks of life still cause the whole of town over there.
Yeah, we know that Rick, but Portmore, come on, man, Portmore.
In agreement with Vibes Cartel being like the one way we right, if strong favorite still.
Right. And then further, I can tell you on a personal level, Leng especially was all behind Cartel, right? So Cartel was a favorite, right? But nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it, right? It was good, and of course, this is what the clash. This is what the clash do for most artists. I mean, look at who Cartel is today. Nothing wrong with it, right? Bolt, who we have as the GOAT. Bolt, one of the wickedest being was when him get another 200. One of the first time when him just start pro, right? Him actually shut off run the band. Him actually stop run, right? So it goes, so nothing wrong with it, you know. Part of life experience that make him who he is today.
Yeah, man.
But all we there say is Vibes Cartel say when Sting done, some people are say Vado, some people are say him. So him got the last man standing. So if Vibes Cartel was convinced, say him beat Vado on the stage, why need to go the last man standing?
And as we say, we have several things, and not even like one. So we have several things where we can say, well, this man never comfortable with convincing himself that him win that clash, brother. what as I said, him go do a song. If you go listening, interview them time because you know some of them man are probably them did that 10 and some of them just 3 and all of that. We did that and I see what going fresh off of this stage. You know, so when you look into all of what is going on, you know, interviews and all of them. Think the man saying that clash my father right now. That is not a man where win war, brother. You win war, you got for your business. That no say you left that in our grave round there. So simple as that. You get to me, I say? So but at the end of the day, as me say still.
Yeah, man, as me say, man. People have to know say them little convoy, brother. If you know want to hear cartel worshiping, bro, yeah, you know where to go. But not because we hear perspectives in our feelings, bro.
Gio say he must take on Rick Storm. Is the word Gio don't speak one way you think there because back in them time the whole of Beanie Man side of people them, which is are probably bigger than the alliance based on even Beanie Man following. All of them people are support cartel, brother.
Beanie Man, when Beanie Man enters cartel, right? The whole of Beanie Man fans them start say Gaza, brother. The whole of Beanie Man, listen me, at the time when Cartel and Vado were war, Cartel had more dancehall fans than Vado. I don't know.
Because Beanie Man fan base has always been bigger than Bounty Killer fan base.
Yes. So when Beanie Man enters,
like more hardcore respect in the street. So you know, say more dark glass and screw face man as a killer. But at the end of the day, when it come on to like overall, brother. So this argument about entire dancehall was against cartel. Plus at the end of the day, cartel bad too, brother.
Brother, cartel was dominant at the time.
When cartel step out and decide to go against the alliance, brother, and because people people even have Killer back in them time, you know, brother. You know, Killer was like an invincible type of figure where nobody not dare go against them. We then if you know like Merciless and you know Beanie Man and them type of man in a Emotep. So when a man see a young man like Cartel go so boom and this the whole alliance, brother, and bad back at that, bro. The people must say weird, but this not as solid as we think, brother.
Right.
You know?
When Beanie Man
so you start to just see it just a tear away and then you just have like Mavado stand out and you don't know Bounty Killer legendary, brother. But this whole entire industry against cartel, brother, I never listen cartel song them.
Right.
How the man deal with them. The first thing the man do to Killer, the man have a song where he must say, girl love your bad, bow girl love your bad. Most girl we are 40 because the young girl then say Killer song, we stop play. From here that song, them is say all young fans left Killer, brother. Yeah, all of them are cartel, them I say, bro. You get me?
At the time, I was 26, brother. Right? And me can tell you, say going over there, so the anticipation going over there, Rick, and the morning after, a peer conversation, brother. That's the most talked about event the whole day. And the thing is, when Beanie Man say, when me say, say Gaza, me say, is a whole wave of fans.
Exactly.
Say a Gaza them say. That's why, Rick, let's keep it real. Most of the older Gaza fans them. Where Beanie Man fans them.
Right. And some of them are Killer too, because some of them too.
Yes.
Some of them too, because what cartel doing a cartel smart, you know. Because normally, you know, you have like all of the artists them were inspired by Killer. Them more just based on like that side of the music there, you know, brother. And so, you know, so them just stay to that side and them fan base they on that side and whatever. What cartel do, you know, is basically merge it, you know. So he move with some of the fans them from Killer. Plus him go over Beanie Man and scrape with some as well, brother. So him have like both of them fan base, bro.
Plus him build him have him fan base to where him build to.
Right, because the way I'm talented, him not actually does like get a little hype and then some people say yo cartel and whatever.
Right.
Whoever start to say cartel for whatever reason, stick with saying cartel, brother.
Right.
So the man don't understand this thing, brother.
No, because them never live it, Rick. That's the problem. Right. No for them young to the internet now and they might see the clippings or hear somebody tell them something. Them never experience it live and in living.
So you know things say so una can hear me?
Yeah,
yeah, I'm saying. So you guys think that most of the people who who don't like who don't think that Cartel didn't win. Sorry, most of the people who think that Cartel won, you think most of them didn't go to the show? That's what you're saying?
Right, them wasn't
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
I
No,
want
it,
to,
it, no,
probably
no,
a man
but
does
no,
a Gaza
but
man
is
one does right and does tell himself say yo,
Eh,
what if I'm gonna
but separate and
understand
apart from
part.
Okay.
What are the Jamaica YouTube? Me understand if I'm gonna argue from the point about who get the most forward, you know. Because if
Yeah,
you're gonna
Cartel got the most forward.
yeah, that knows a cartel get the most forward. You get
Yeah.
me I say? And probably if we measure them, probably Mavada even get more boot as well. But at the end of the day, I know that determine the clash. And how the clash end.
It's
And
how it ends, yeah.
regardless of how it go, a cartel end with him load a boo. And the thing with when him get the boo, him never bounce back solid enough, he just rub out the boo. You get me I say? It's like him
Yeah.
get that
Right,
boo and he sing and
right.
he never really impactful. And when Mavada come out again and say to her the whole place tear up, brother, say it
No,
just show your thing, bro.
no, but a whole lot of people on these internet who attack dancer, like them, like you know, say them never live it though. 'Cause I've heard just to segue a little bit. Me or a man say a cartel bring in clean version and dirty version of song, which is the furthest thing from the truth. And them strong with it and make woolly. Me I said, what am I say?
Yeah, man, because remember say from little Lenny days, man, gun na baggy
Yeah.
and then in go back to the healthy body. That a one, 19, no, no, 19,
Yeah, that's the 90s.
90,
90s,
Long
yeah.
time ago in Bethlehem. Long time ago.
those came in because you wouldn't get radio play, so you had to
right.
You had
ensure
to
you had
have
a
it, yeah.
clean version
Yeah, the clean birdie.
of it. And you never had any other way apart from the sound system for
Even
anybody to hear your
Admiral Bailey
music.
the church one time with Gimme Punani.
Ni
Him,
one punani,
yeah,
yeah.
Gimme Punani, something like that. And
Yeah.
remember,
No, Jamaica YouTuber. You don't remember even Squidly. You don't remember Squidly?
Squidly rank.
Yeah.
To the ranks, yeah.
Yeah, then it's Squidly was one of the original when it come on. I mean, away from Echo. Echo was before, but Squidly came with it certain way.
But B, let me tell you something. What me realize, this is again context matters. Sometimes and maybe because I'm a little bit older, I tend to have more respect. Sometimes I hear some of these people they make some comments. I might give for example, somebody like a Sugar Miner. People don't
Yeah,
understand when Sugar Miner left Jamaica, and it was a different kind of dancer from what we have now.
right.
Yeah, talk about Sugar Miner perform in front of 20, 30,000 people, Sugar Miner overseas,
Exactly.
People don't understand these things, People must think they're just the other day.
Exactly.
Wherever the artists have had huge, what happened is that in the last decade, the music has fallen off so badly
Right.
that it look like everybody forget what used to happen before.
Right. But
And
that's
understand the impact that our artists them used to have and what used to happen in a dance hall. And a lot of people themselves look like they don't take any time to do any
Where,
kind of research whatsoever.
no.
people have
But may I tell people, I was telling Imhotep the other day, say even where Bojo performed the other day at the Palladium, right, in LA, right? The first time I go there, is Steel Pulse, me go watch there. And he come out home for Steel Pulse there, right? You understand
There
me?
was a
And
Ika Mouse, them have to go Google who's Ika Mouse.
no,
that
but the thing is, right? The thing is, as
was
well, right?
1987.
The thing is as well, when it come on to a clash, brother, that a war, right? And it's not how you start, just like a race, and how you start,
Right,
how you finish.
Right.
Oh, here
exactly.
we go now. You can lose battles and still win the war,
Exactly.
You understand what I say?
And he's
So
winning
guess
right
what?
now.
A man cannot win the war. But at that time in a dance hall, when you tell a man say you are F him mother,
Yeah.
brother, a
It's a
taboo
different
something
thing.
that a taboo something that in a dance hall. So here
Yeah.
we go on. At that time on the stage, of course that was a blunder.
Yeah.
Because that is a line where you don't
It's
pass
plain
on
and
the
simple.
stage.
What happened to Cartel was that Mavada had perfect timing. You're there dominating a game. Yeah, jab, 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 jab. You win on the count, everything. You lead. Mavada
Yeah.
waited for an opening, and as soon as he gave him that opening, that was it.
Right.
That was it. You understand? And the fact that when Movada came off and went and came back on again, and you couldn't counter anything at that point, it was over. That's all people wanted to hear.
Again, I don't think.
Because the
Yeah.
overwhelming favorite just got knocked out.
Right. Because
To be honest, like I don't think, as I say, as Imhotep is running in platform the way how he see fit, and if it's a topic that he want to talk about, that's just what it is. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody's free to make them own topics on them own platform, but I mean, I really think the issue is because them feel like as if, why highlight this, like as if him trying to paint him in a bad light, and Imhotep is saying that that's not what he's doing. Him
But
just reporting on the
Miss
music.
Julia,
Yeah.
if we listen, people
No, I know.
reason.
I'm just telling you that's what I
If we
think the
can't
real
reason,
issue is.
if people lack
Right?
the ability to reason, if people lack the ability to reason, you can't do nothing about that, you know.
No, I know. I understand that. But I'm just
People must understand.
highlighting what I think the real issue is.
Yeah,
Them
but
think
but
that
Is
as
but
if he's
Miss
hating
Julia,
on them.
Miss
Yeah.
Julia,
but
you see the
And I
good
don't
thing
think that
is,
he
all
necessarily
right, you
is.
see the
Yeah.
good thing is now, you
Yeah.
see the turn on the live stream, I
Yeah.
just me alone up here, no
Yeah.
link, right? And me
Yeah.
just try force feed people a different conversation that
Yeah.
But when the
Yeah.
platform is open and anyone at all who disagree can say, me call in and express my disagreement. None of them nan do it. All you see enough of them will do is for gaslight. I mean, not talk about the regular people them with there. Me not talk about the regular
Yeah,
people.
I understand.
No,
I understand.
me know you have Gaza people there, people from all walks of life with there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a simple conversation where we just talk about Sting and the crowd and them something there to what it is right now. So if you even talk about the Movado cartel clash, just because me say what cartel say is a problem, Miss Julia, because from the beginning me say Vibes Cartel himself say after the show, him hear people say him and people say Movado, and that them a problem with Miss Julia.
Yeah.
He say
Okay.
what Vibes Cartel say. So that's the reason why, as me say at the end of the day, them people here, them used to the church service where appear praise and worship, the echo chambers, them. Everybody must praise and worship. So at the end of the day, where there's a conversation, pe say, Cartel himself say, him hear people say him, and people say Movado. So him go the last man standing. That's what them have a problem with. Me saying that.
Big up.
Yeah.
a cartel say, nah, nobody in a Gaza no big on cartel.
Right.
I work with the cartel say.
Right.
Plus the clips them where did they back where him say.
Right. So right. So it's there. It's there. I him say it. And that's all I'm saying from the beginning. You never hear me I run out and say, Cartel convincing lose on the stage. No. Him never said that. Him say him hear people say Vado and some say him. So him got the last man standing. That's all me say. And every man feel like say, them must say Cartel win and me say, yeah, Cartel win as if say, boy, yeah, I praise and worship. No, a different perspective and me I say what Cartel say. That's all me do. Me not say what me feel. Me say what Cartel say, brother. Right there, so me put it where Cartel say. And the man have a problem with that. So at the end of the day, it's opposing views. I have no problem with that. But anytime me see, somehow know when don't soon know at all, never soon yet, and the first thing you know I type I talk about, he's a cartel hater. Go to the places them where cartel get worship then. That's fine, not a problem with that. YouTube a big space. You have a platform to do everything. Right? So if you don't feel like say, when me say we cartel say that problem, then go some place where a man now go say it that way then. A man I give him opinion. Since it's our next man opinion on the one here and not what cartel say. Because the problem is when me say cartel say. A cartel say it, I'm just repeat it. And it's a problem. when we want here now, some man I give for them one opinion. Not where the artist them I say, brother. Simple thing that it's not that serious, bro. A YouTube.
Yo, Jamaica YouTube. I want to ask you a question. Say, yo, you think Sean Paul, him still there? Jamaica YouTube there? Look like him gone. Did you want to ask him if him think Shine
Yeah,
is
mama, there,
up there? You think Shaggy and Sean Paul stood on the shoulders of Shined to get where they need to get?
No, repeat the last part of the question.
You think Shaggy and Sean Paul stood on the shoulders of Shined? You remember? You know Shined?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you think, remember, so Shine they had it long before them, you know, with team,
he
rap,
stood
thing.
on the shoulders of not just Shine, the Bobs and everybody else before them, even the
Yeah,
Shabba, to get to where they,
yeah, for real.
especially the Super Cat. People
Yeah,
don't.
because when me first
I
when
don't think. Hold on, Rick. I don't think people understand what Super Cat did for dancehall music. You know,
right.
Yeah, for real.
When me
Super Cat
first
is somebody you don't hear people talk about. But remember this:
Big
when the youth them
facts.
name, when the youth them name and
The
crisscross
crisscross.
around the
Criss
world,
cross, yeah.
when them around the
Yeah,
world,
I had
what
a
am I
super
say?
cat
When them around the
poster.
world, a Super Cat they made a collab with. A
yeah,
Super Cat brought them
and the
to Jamaica.
dressing, and he
Yeah.
bring the Jamaican dressing, and all is of a
Yeah.
Jamaican, yeah, the Jamaican dressing in the video,
when me
them for real, you know.
when me even hear
I had a poster of him, super cat, with him hat and him cane and him lean hat and stuff, and right there in him gray
when
suit. Yeah.
when me hear Sean Paul first, the first person will come to mind as Super Cat. When me
Yeah.
hear the Sean Paul and the artist name Alapine, them and they sound exactly like Super Cat, brother. I
It's
swear.
Yeah, I
true.
love that.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
In mirroring, yeah.
I just realize I just saw Sean Paul sound naturally. I don't know it works, so but
Yeah.
them sound away there, and we can argue and come and say, yo, I want a biggest sound come out of Jamaica.
Yeah. Them no worry way, Some of it
You know?
dirty way of
And
thinking
Yeah, I
even
about
like
the
love
DJ,
Super Cat. With a brother the name again, Super
I'm a
Cat.
super cat and what the
every
guy
day,
name?
every day, yeah.
Every
Every day.
day,
Me love my chicken
every
and my goat
day.
well curry. Bad boy happy left in a hurry.
Yeah.
Girl
Girl
a
town
freak
and
out like
girl
them in a
around the
blue
world.
movie. Kevin, Maxine, Suzette and Susie. Them no
And
worry
Super Cat
way.
like one of them type of
Ever.
artists that we
Huh?
actually have that, get that have that international
Yeah.
appeal from back in them time. They
Yeah
just
man.
even like how him sound and so forth as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Some
Super
of
Cat.
them dirty way
Super Cat
of
them a
thinking about
pioneer,
the
just
DJ.
like just like all a yellow man, right?
Yeah.
Them man that pioneer, brother. Super Cat them open up the gate in terms of say
Yeah,
even
man.
exposing dancehall to the international market there. Super Cat was one of the pioneers them too, brother. No doubt about it,
Super
brother.
Cat broke. Super Cat broke before Shabba, or Shabba broke, or them break the tooth the
Yeah.
same time. Just about the same time.
I think Super Cat
Wait.
wasn't way before Shabba.
All right.
Yeah.
Watch this now.
No,
Super Cat,
I
no,
think
no,
so.
wasn't
I
able.
think so, Rick.
Big
No,
Papa.
no. In
Super
terms of
Cat
the
was before
international
Shabba.
break,
Yeah,
in
man.
terms of
Super
the
Cat was
international
before
break, it wasn't
Shabba.
no, but it wasn't far. It was very
It
close.
wasn't
In terms
far.
of
It
when
We're
the
wasn't
not
term
talking
far.
about
Shabba,
Yeah,
the
it wasn't
international
far, but it
breaking.
was
We're just
before.
talking about like
Too
being an
far.
artist overall.
Right. And Super Cat
yeah,
them.
it was very
Remember,
close.
remember when Super Cat do under pressure, the world under pressure.
The
Right.
pressure. Yeah.
Right? The leaders of the world them a fight for power. And the next one I say him control America. Where was Shabba them time there?
Right.
Yeah.
But Super Cat had a local presence. No kind of depend Sturgraph at one time, or
Right.
Stur Mars, or them top
With
there at one point. But we are talking about when it went international. Which one
Yeah.
of the two went
Super
overseas
Cat first.
first?
It's Super Cat first, man.
Super Cat first.
Yeah.
but it wasn't far off as it relates to
No, enough far off still.
No,
Enough
it
far off.
wasn't.
Enough
It
far off.
wasn't. No,
Enough
but
far off.
Super Cat
Enough
first
far
still.
but in terms of like locally still, to me Super Cat they are around longer than
Long,
Shabba.
long.
Because I mean in a dancehall with the original dancehall itself, not
Yeah, man. Stir Mars sound. Skengdan them sound, him used to their own.
Yeah.
We man like you see man Tenasa and them man and the same Josie Whale them man all of them man they him always round sound and so forth. But Miss T say at the first
The comparison.
really? But I first didn't hear that they
Me
say
hear it, Misty. I hear it.
About
It's
what?
like
About what?
it's not like say Sean
Sean
Paul
Paul and
same,
Super Cat.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's not like him
Anybody when
copying
know
her,
the
it's just the
history?
same type of sound. It's like
Yeah,
the same
anybody
type
know
of
the
sound.
history, Remember, say Sean Paul he look up to Super Cat too,
Yeah.
Right.
Super Cat
Yeah.
was someone where Sean Paul did emulate,
Right.
Yeah.
You understand what I say? So even when Sean Paul just come out, remember them time that he wasn't that visual oriented, So a lot of people thought it was Super Cat too. And there were a certain time when people saw him, them say he look and sound like Snow too.
Yeah.
From
But
that story,
but
King
but
Farmer
but
and them sang there.
but Misty is not like as if you're saying that Sean Paul copying per se, but you can hear the influence in the music from Supercat, even him like a style and him, you know what I mean, like him flow and thing like that, and like the type of
Because
song,
Supercat
bad
have
boy
like
type of
a
thing.
bad boy gangster thing
Yeah,
about
yeah, and the singing
yeah,
part of it and thing like that, the little
right.
style. So it's just a different era, of course. So you're not going to dress exactly like Supercat or follow the way it was, but you know, it must trying to
And as,
him find him own a song, but him influence. You can't hear the influence. Sorry, you
I,
can't
All
hear
right.
the influence.
it just Sean Paul sound or
Yeah,
bass, but them just sound alike.
them sound alike. Yeah,
Right now, if I play a Sean Paul and you play a Supercat, not say that go in the same flow or whatever, but them just have that type of sound there.
Yes,
yeah,
yes, yes,
yeah.
yes,
This
yes.
the sound.
Because
Them have
guess
the
what now?
sound.
Even Sean Paul with "Baby Girl, Don't Cry
Don't
No
cry no
More."
more.
Right.
You get me? I
Yeah,
say,
that sound
yeah,
like it.
yeah. And the
Yeah,
thing is about it, during the history of dancehall them time there, a lot of the artists them they emulated someone, meaning
yeah.
say at the man. All right, watch this now. This is Mr. Vegas, right? Let me show you this. This is Mr. Vegas, and him they do a little reason on the cut about what couple of months ago. We in Marshall and the G there, where they lose him eye, right? And Mr. Vegas, I tell you no, how him come up with the die do. Now let's see it now.
Invite man.
Die do.
Straight.
You still a killer with that style, eh?
No one then.
No one there, John.
No one then.
Can't left
No one then. No one
man.
then.
The iconic signature.
No one then. No one me use it. That style, come from a mixture of Quenchade. Me used to go Aki Walk, go sing on sound system. And Quenchade was a bad singer. So I used to have a say, hey, so that I come from between Quenchade and my brother named Ben DeLue. I used to sing on Stereo One. So I say, I'm Kirky Lou now, my little nephew. So them style is a combination of style.
So as Mr.
Yeah,
Vegas.
thanks for the invite, man.
Die do.
Straight.
You still a killer.
All right, so you know hear that, people.
Yeah.
It was the norm. Listen to me.
It's the
Remember,
norm to borrow.
remember from Buju Bantan to Buru Bantan to Mega Bantan, this a Bantan there.
Yeah,
And guess
yeah.
what now? The man them a sound the same too. The whole of the Bantan them.
Just like to me, after Shabba, to me, Bunty kind of just have like a same every type of tone as well.
Yeah.
Yes, and then comes Merciless.
Right.
To the
And
part.
then not only that, but like say, oh no. I mean, my thing is this.
Plus, you have like even like Jigzy King and Terror Fabulous and Buju Bantan.
Yes.
By other
Mega
artists.
Bantan. A couple of them like after same tone.
Because even when you listen
I'm sorry, Miss Julia.
the
Miss Julia.
song, even when you listen to the song, hold on, when you listen to the song,
Miss Julia, are you hearing us?
You cut out for a while, Miss
Julia,
Julia.
are you hearing us?
Yeah, I can't hear him. Can't hear me?
No, we
lost
lost you. Yes, so just start back over, Miss Julia.
Sorry. What I was saying was right. There's nothing wrong. That is what art does. Them borrow from other artists. Like them get inspired by other artists, and it influence what them do. Give them another idea. It's not like as if them replicate it, but if you're inspired by another artist, you want to you understand, especially if you're similar. Because if you listen to the song there, from again not up to date, we deport them. I listen to so okay, when say so move your wordless way of thinking about the DJ. You understand? It's like the same type of sound. So nothing wrong with it. I don't see nothing wrong with it when you say people influenced by other people. So I'm gonna know what the problem is.
But I am saying though, if you listen to Aineka Mose, him have the super cat influence too, If you listen to Aineka Mose voice,
Yeah.
Checking out.
No,
I am a soldier.
I'm checking out. Yeah.
Yeah. If you hear the super cat influence, I'm thinking too,
Yeah. Right.
But in terms of even like as me say, you even have like with when me say you have like Buju Bantan and even Mega Bantan and to me even like Terror Fabulous and Jigzy King.
Yes.
Them kind of have that similar type of sound there, especially Jigzy King and Buju Bantan. Cause enough man hear all Jigzy King song them and think of Buju Bantan, Cause this song about give me the weed, good ganja weed. No people think of Buju King song there.
Yeah, man, but remember, say Buju Bantan get his influence from Buru Bantan,
Buru Bantan, right.
Yeah.
Right. I remember when Jigzy King did do You just real up. Girl, you know barra girl close at the top.
Right.
Girl say you I walk past. Then Sweet I did buju at the time too.
Yeah.
And
The
I
damn
forget
right.
one more
Enough of
Bantan.
them. Enough
And
of
I forget
them.
one more
Enough.
Bantan during that period.
Who again?
Anybody remember which? Mega
Buru
Bantan.
Bantan, Mega
Mega
Bantan.
Bantan. Okay, yeah.
I mentioned Mega Bantan, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
me
you
say
mentioned
Mega
okay,
Bantan.
okay, cool.
Yeah, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, man. Mega
Mega D.
Bantan.
Jamaica
Yeah, I
youth,
remember Mega Bantan.
you think they say Adi Bantan.
Yeah.
And the Bantan came later, much
Way
later.
late, man.
Much
Way late.
later.
Yeah, but the thing is, guess what now? He was influenced by them, by Buju. You understand me? I say, remember I say it, Ninja Man and Buju, them influence cartel, you know. And that's why he gets what now. I will always say in music, you see, when you're an artist, there is must somebody who you are inspired by in music. But just like Tex now as a Gaza man, the man they want force feed alkaline to say a cartel.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But Imhotep, yeah, wanna hear me?
Yeah, man, we listening.
Yeah.
Yo, but hold on. Look at Peter Tosh. Who sound like Peter Tosh was
Lucky Dube.
Dube. And Lucky Dube is from South Africa. Right? And there's no other artist that sound like Peter Tosh.
Yeah, for real. Him sound like Peter for real.
Of course,
You have to know
very
the song
close.
them to know who.
Exactly. Very close. And he's a South African with a different accent. You understand what I'm saying?
All right. So it's a long dingo. I say, I where do you know say the merciless song Udini. I him sing it and not bounty.
Right.
Remember the girl name I call me.
Big hit song.
Yeah, man.
Big hit song.
I remember, you know, bounty killer counter architect and say what? Me hear this boy I call himself Mr. Houdini. The girl want him and no me no beanie. Want to go check him whole story cleanly. He run past beanie and go.
I want him with the one killer that man love fish up.
Yeah, man. At the time, the girl them a call me Mr. Houdini. That was a hit song for Merciless,
Of
man.
course it was.
Oh.
It was a big one.
But the first song me hear Shabba with, you know. A copper shot, you know, when me hear copper shot, me think of Buju, you know. Me think I want more refined Buju, you know.
Right.
When me think of not Buju, not one more refined Shabba.
That's a bounty
Yeah, man.
killer.
Yeah, bounty killer. First time me hear bounty killer copper shot, you know, me think of Shabba, you know.
Right. Yeah, can you have that heavy, but if a boy then your blood that go run.
You like a
But listen, blessing up, you know, and bless up the chats. Me know some have to get up early tomorrow. So
Yeah, man. Bless.
and I bless up on yourself, and I have to go to tired. So I'm gonna bless up on yourself, yeah?
Yeah,
And
respect.
I'm gonna be safe and I see you tomorrow. Bless up.
Take care, Miss Julia. And I make sure I set the notification for your thing on Sunday. So whenever it comes up.
Yeah,
Thank
I mean,
you.
drop the link again in the chat before you leave. Yeah? When you log out, just drop the link again in our chat. All right? Because you know it go. The people and come and go more time too.
Don't give love to man if you don't say anyone after man. Don't give love to man if you don't say anyone.
But a question there though. Right now, Rick.
Hello.
Well, hold on. Miss Julia, you still there? You break up a while
Yeah,
ago.
you can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you
You
now.
can hear me now?
Yeah.
No, what I said is I changed the format because the last time I was teaching for a whole hour and then I opened the floor. So now what I'm going to do is open the floor the whole time. So everybody can comment on what we're teaching as we go along because I don't want anybody to lose any of the information. So you can call in at any time if you're not interested. But yeah, we're supposed to have a good lineup. We have some good entrepreneurs who are leaders in them field that's going to come on to like in interviews and stuff. So it's good exposure. Anyway, I'm gonna big up on yourself. All right, and bless up. Good night. Oh, let me drop the link. I'll drop the link. Bye.
Yeah, but drop the link in the chat again, Miss Julia.
Have a good one, lady.
All right, so yes, so as me ask now, really and truly, who are run Dancehall now, people? Who are run it now, right now?
Remember say that we are trying to figure out from year start, you know. Nobody now run it.
What do you mean by dancehall? Are we talking the international? Are we talking about the local market?
If you talk about
dancehall, right, running down. All right, go ahead, Rick, and say what you say.
I say if I talk about like the industry overall, you know, like just Wagwan, to me, a cartel are the biggest name out there at this moment. But in terms of like like the music side of it. I don't know if you say. Because
Alright,
even General King Militancy would have said Masicka, but to me, Masicka just pop in now and then and just put out a song, brother. And that's how we used to dance all.
Alright, so who are run dancehall? Who are run dancehall right now when them I say it don't be like the man them where have the songs them where dominate the place. That was how it was. Right? Back then, when Beanie run dancehall, it wasn't because Beanie Man have no show here and there, you know. It was because Beanie Man had the hit songs them. When Bounty run dancehall, it was the songs them. You understand me? So running dancehall from its inception was your music dominating the dancehall space.
But 10, 15 years ago, any man where you say we come up in a conversation, them name come up in a running dancehall thing there. For all 1 year, brother, half a year, the man them about 3, 4, 5 hits already, brother.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8 hits. So I say, man, Poppy in and no one go and like say, them a do you a favor by throwing out a one song. And then I say I run dancehall. Nothing in my view, bro.
Alright, so what is now, Rick? When Cartel was running dancehall back then, it was about the what? The songs, you know.
Right.
You understand me? I say it wasn't because Cartel book finna show here and there. When my father run dancehall, because I sang them. It wasn't because now them book this and book this, brother. Running dancehall in terms of from our cultural perspective, yeah, you have the songs them a tear down the place, brother. And right now, when we look still, no, Brian, me can't say Leary. I can't put Leary in them convoy. I say Leary have a buzz like that, brother. You get what I say? No, not no Leary still, but guess I go on still. Let's keep it real though. Masicka took last year. A long time we say Masicka not consistent enough, you know. Right? And sometimes just breeze and then drop couple song in the summer, breeze again, and when I touch back to Christmas in drop some song and say him take the year. But last year, without a doubt, right? It was between Masicka and Squash. Masicka is the one we take the year last year based on we're going with the hit and run and 20 Matic and Evil White. Fast forward 2025, we see White still do damage, right? We see him drop Mute, and we see Mute I get the traction. But all right, if somebody want to argue and say it's not Masicka, tell me who make me see. Make me see
what 2025.
Yeah.
Because I say who run 2025, it have to be a span songs, you know.
Right.
Which song Masicka have where I say I run 2025?
All right. Guess I go on now. You see, all right. The thing is that, you know, White still carry over in 2025, Rick. You understand me? I say, so White still relevant. But here we go on still. Shake It to the Max. No doubt about it. Are the biggest song for 2025 so far. I'm talking about the remix. But if you look at the consistency part where Masicka, you know, him take last year in a way where him show the consistency where me not see nobody else pass him out. And then now we see the damage where White still a do in terms of the impact of White. And Mute, we see Mute I get some traction. But guess I go on now. Big up in a Let's Travel and all the ones and ones them. Shake It to the Max are the biggest song so far. But a one song that. You understand me? I say, I don't see anybody with no 3 song.
When I say Mute fly past God is the greatest.
Mute? No. No.
You talk about on the ground? You talk about on the ground played more regular. Let's
no, I talk about just like music overall.
That is the greatest, but in terms of actual plays, everywhere you go, you hear Mute played, especially the young with them. Them just love it. Well, that is the Masicka effect. But I can say though is that this period in terms of the last decade or half a decade is probably the worst. You could, in the 90s, you think you could drop 3 songs for the year and take the year?
Right.
If you're not drop 20, 30, if you're not drop 20, say if you're not drop 20, 30 songs for the year and up say 15 of them hit, you're not run nowhere.
True.
You have to have hit song after hit song after hit song.
True.
As you ease up, the space gone.
And next man step in. Yeah, man, that's true, man. That's true. And we reach a point, you know.
Me not talk about just big names. I mean, they did have all 20, 30 other artists where any one of them can drop a hit song. That's what we used to talk about. Okay, Frisco Kid, Bounty Killer. You had so many artists. Vegas. You had so many artists. If you ease up at all, that space
Well, I think the
gone.
reason, I understand say, yeah, no, you have a lot of man are sing garbage and some man it and so forth. So it's easy if you just say a man with a one song. But if you just look on it, brother, in my view, nobody now run the musical side of dancehall at this moment, brother.
Right. In terms of the dominance.
Right.
In terms of the hit songs after hit songs after hit songs, brother. We don't see that yet in a dancehall. We don't see it yet, you know.
Right.
We listen me, we are 6 months in the year, you know. And we not see nobody where a man find all 3 songs, you know, brother.
Right.
Must be 2 from the year start, you know. From the year start, who find 2 songs? Must less 3. Back in the days in the dancehall by June, a man clock all 7 hits already, brother.
But all of them, but nowadays, me realize all of the younger youth, them operate like they reach for Cartel and Mavado and Popcorn and, you know, them youth the level. You get what I say? Yes, I know me see the man them in our music. Because him like Craft and Valiant and them youth. You know? Where them with a sking and them youth there. Them youth, they're not supposed to lock the business and all, brother.
No, but remember Valiant Japping project. What, a couple of weeks ago? Me every year in the first week on that.
Yeah, them not really going to sell nothing still. But at the end of the day, it's good if you put out a body of work still. You know, we not really. Yeah, if you don't understand levels of dancehall, you have like special artists where going at them conversation, you know, Cartel, a Shensia, a Spice, you know, a Alkaline, you know, certain people going Popcorn and them people going at them conversation. I have Valiant or Craft. You know, as King, I think that. But in terms of 450 within project, me that's see where it has stream well pan like thing and like a couple of fans are gonna receive it still and I say it's a good look. So
Right. It's doing very well. 450 project doing well, but here go on now. 450, here what? Him have a niche in a Rick, right? You see the girls niche Rick. It's a unique niche now, you know. It's a unique niche now, whereas here what? Iman man like our Dexter Daps and them ones there, right?
Right.
Then we'll put out the project them, and of course, 450. I do some very good numbers because I remember when Davido Project 5 did drop 450 and Shensi had on it, and he did 1 million stream for a day.
Right. But when they come on to but that's the man I say, oh, YouTube now give 450 strength. But if you understand how strength going on, where as old people that say Packy go and bowl coming up. When you come on to 450, as opposing to Vibes Cartel, you know, Alkaline and some other ones, Masicka and them, you would say, you actually like have a conversation around them, man. When they come on to 450, only thing I got to talk about is in music. So, man, we just say, yeah, big up 450, but go on well and whatever. And but outside of that, there is not really anything. So, it a go hard feel like I think that a man on YouTube I go get up and campaign that.
But hold on.
Yeah.
Context matters. All right, people have to understand where I am coming from. I am coming from, and that's going to be always a part of how I judge and look at things. 450, I like him, decent artist. But like the tune with him and Valiant though, part Valiant's album, I think is the best song on the album, apart from the 2 hit songs that we already know, the few hit songs that are. But what I'm saying is that I am coming from here. For example, go back to Beanie Man. When him released Many Moods and Moses 1997, one my obviously the big hit worldwide. But you think the Beanie Man had stopped there? In the dancehall, Beanie Man have Ice and Conquer on the place. Send the model of them come, send the champion, them come that are running ground. Then you had Bad Mind running the ground again. Bad Mind is active. Everybody's talking, and even so on the reggae side, you know, if people remember, I said Beanie Man, you remember a song I do named Steve Biko? Tell me what you really know. That was also on the reggae side of it too. Because I remember the Sizzler them and the Capleton and then did a mash up the place at the same time too. I am used to a man where even if him have an international hit song, still want to dominate the ground. That was the difference.
Right.
People don't understand. That's why I have so much respect for Beanie, you know. Because when Beanie Man, no matter what, when Beanie Man had these international songs, Beanie Man still want to run the ground same way. Beanie Man run everything at the same time.
So
That is the standard. That is the standard where I come from.
and
And
the thing is,
Political are the same thing.
if a controversy sell not music, who began with controversial artists them?
true.
The man them with the most controversy around any of them my biggest brother.
Well, there's an exception to it still, I think.
Me not talk about Sean Paul and them man there, you know.
Right, yeah, because them man never did this controversy like that still. But yeah, the controversy sells in music.
Right. You know,
Sells.
Sean Paul actually get a break on the international market and manage to maintain it. You get me I say, and manage to just become the face of the go-to artist when it comes down to representing dancehall internationally. So him thing. But a next man not have that privilege like Sean Paul. So if you're in a one little bubble and we only can judge you by your music, it will always be big up this man. You don't know he's a good artist, we rate him or whatever. Then we move on to discussing Cartel and Alkaline and Masicka and Popcorn and Mavado and them and the brother. I don't say go out here.
Right, and the thing is, you know, as me say, when Popcorn I run the place, Popcorn have what? Hits after hits after hits after hits, brother.
Right.
When Alkaline I run the place, him have what? Hits after hits after hits, brother. Brother, a one song for 5 months and we hear some man I run place and them sitting there. That's not how dancehall was, you know.
Right.
A one song or a 1.5 song, you know.
Right.
And a 1.5 song run no dancehall, no, brother. A hits after hits after hits, so you run dancehall, you know.
Right.
So that's the whole thing now. Right now, as we look in June, who have hits after hits after hits 6 months in? Where the hits them there? 6 months in.
He said no man in a dance and have 1 3 hit song.
Right.
And we probably reach half a year, right? I probably soon reach half a year or whatever it is.
It is the 6 months. 6 months.
Reach half a year, right? Yeah. And no man not have 1 3 hit song, brother.
But Rick, one of the hottest song right now still, easily in the top 3, is still Whites.
Right.
Along with Shake It to the, and that is from October last year.
Right.
And while that is good for Masicka and good for dancehall, it's also bad for dancehall, brother, because it shows you say there is not much. And go on. As I like, it's not like Whites are like I shake it to the max where you know say, yo, where it reach it kind of hard for reach.
Right.
Yeah, if you know go most lucky or you know your song take off that way globally for reach Billboard #1. But when it come on to like let me soon check it.
Yeah, man, no problem, man.
Blame it on social media. You have to blame it on social media.
All right, let me hear your perspective, B. Go ahead.
No, why blame it on social media? What social media has done, you know, right? Is that everybody believe them do one music, they have a right. Right? You understand? No, that hunger is not there again, right? And of course, everybody have their own studio, so it's like nobody believe that competition is not as what it used to be when we used to have to depend on the radio. When you as an artist, you're not saying anything unless you have something on the radio. So you're pushing for something to play on the radio, right? It's not like that today because of social media. That's how I see it.
All right. So you know what's funny about the argument too? As me say, you know, right? We there and I ask who I run dancehall. I mean, you're not one Gaza man calling and say Vibes Cartel. Why? You not afraid to call in and say that, brother? You rather cuss over my van and Cartel a sting. Right? Listen me. I don't see not one Gaza man type in the chat. Not even text. Text as a Gaza man I say a Skilly Bang and Ivan. That song they released it officially. That song they
put out on in YouTube.
This song about Ivani?
Yeah.
Oh, word, but that song there, you know. What's going on with that song?
That is like a gimmicks, like
that song there, a social media song, brother. That song there, a social media song, brother. That a lot of like a buzz song. You get what me I say? That I not know if he say. That's I mean not say that I got a
Even
pass.
though, even though Skilly Bang put
mute.
out them type of song there and it hit big. You know?
Yeah, but the thing is, me if he's a tip, me thinks a tip I got better than the Ivani song.
Yeah, because Tip actually produce properly and you know they see them put promotion back it and all
Right,
that.
right.
So
right.
it's like an official trap. This is like, oh, Ivan, you have our things skin out over, so you just run, go put a song around that.
Right, yeah, a different thing that no man, no text. It shouldn't be me I tell you before you start types of cartel I run dancehall. But remember, you know, brother, running dancehall was not about no shows, you know, bro. That's the problem, you know. Running dancehall was never about who I sell out no show, you know.
But in all honesty, even though the guys are man their reason, some foolishness more time. I don't think we should have even out here rely on the likes of even cartel if you run a dancehall, brother.
Right.
Even that alone show say we have pedal back with this, you know.
Right.
Yeah, cartel them a big man we sing with them, we sing already. Cartel we just maintain and sing with him want to sing. At this moment, it will be a case.
But Rick, me here, yes, sir. Did you take in because I think he dropped a longer video showing the new song he's producing with Russian.
Yeah.
Why no one hear that look after when me hear so that almost sound not try to push it too much, but it sound a bit vintage-ish cartel.
Right, yeah.
So I really want to hear what come with that. So from what just the clippings of me here, because obviously you might hear the entire song and it might not have the same effect. But it sounds good when me I hear so far.
Right.
But guess what Raz said? Raz said we want cartel to sing it if you know I call him King. Big Papa, you want to say a thing?
Oh, what are the emotech man? I'm Razata. Me now say the man no somebody think I echo back.
Yeah, Big Papa device.
What me I say? No, it's still a thing there. It's a Big Papa or beat sound like.
No man, a Big Papa man.
Yeah, so
let me mute him there 1 second. Yeah. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, may I say my argument isn't that cartel not supposed to find it, you know. Me never say that, you know. I say that. When me I say we're not supposed to even look at cartel, we say at him if you run dance musically. Cartel should have the out there just put in whatever I'm put in, sing what I'm sing, if song hit. But you're supposed to have some little youth out there where I put in a work, brother, where them should have gone all 5-6 hit song already, brother. You get to me I say? So that's my argument. Me not say cartel no for drop no hits, bro. But I not think cartel himself have share that view. Because I know me see him go on that man want hit song too. You see? So me not say that, but me just say yo, you know, him can me not think we supposed to look fi say yo, who I run dancehall now and I look around and scratch them head and I say yo, I want a cartel or this and that or whatever. Yeah.
All right, so the people ever ask, where is Alkaline? Well, here we go on still, you know. Don't ask for Alkaline alone. Ask all the artists them better than one man on the ask us still. Ask everybody and I say, yo, where the hit songs them there?
Right.
Ask everybody, brother. Yes, you can ask for Alkaline, you know, but ask for everybody too, brother. Ask for where Tommy Lee there. Yeah.
But
TJ there.
Ask for TJ them there. Yeah, ask for them there too.
I mean, TJ out here cuss over music like him a fan like me, you know, but him now hear no good girl song. You know, I have a talent. If you see the problem, you know, try to fix it, brother.
Right. Yeah, Raz, the man them too compatible, brother, because here we go on now. The problem with dancehall now, there is no competitive side anymore. No man no want no song for the summer, brother. Right. Every man does compatible. So go ahead Jamaica YouTube, yeah, that's your thing.
Right.
I would say a man that really needs a hit, and I don't know if anybody will agree with me, is Popcorn. Because it's not like he's not dropping music. Them just not not working.
I'm connecting.
It's just not connecting, Virgin.
I think
go ahead, Rick. In final song last year, right?
Yeah, man. I think with Popcorn is, to me, him just get a particular run and reach on a particular level. But in terms of it, just maintain a level, you know, because you know saying well, not even him go international. So and him have all of them linked there with all of this and that and whatever. But it, as we say, it just to me it just kind of difficult to maintain a level. And right now you that's where him not really sign again and all of that. So it's like him a put out songs, and to me, what work and if what to me where I do, him just put out some songs if you want to catch him work with it. And if not, I just say go and just continue. Plus, basically, him work with somebody for young youth. You know, him have like him family them and support them and put out songs. But that an idea, as I say, in my view, not even popcorn them we should not look to at this moment to say yo run dancehall. Them man they shouldn't in that conversation, brother. That in my view, if dancehall are run the right way, like what we used to it. You know?
Listen,
but the problem,
go ahead, Jamaica, you too.
I'm saying the problem though is that it would seem that a lot of the persons that you would expect to be taking up the mantle, some of them look like them already done. Cause it look like Josh is stop. I mean like a full stop and can't move none at all. And so the part that you that we don't know right now, I don't know what happened to Valiant.
Yeah. I don't know what going with King. I don't know what going with Craft. I don't know what going with Roger White. I don't know what's going on with Nigeria.
Pranikla is probably the only youth who consistently, because I know him have crowd them consistently. I feed it for him kind of music. But
the song them just do them thing, but there is no, because a long time I don't hear of a standout even Chronicle song. It's not like
true.
Yeah,
No, that's what I'm saying. He's feeding his people.
No, but when I say kind of I just like that thing they like to say, oh, Chronicle put out no song, but there's a time when Chronicle put out songs. I mean, I say them bigger than the world, you know, but you actually have standout ones where you in yourself will hear, even if it's not the biggest Chronicle fans and say rotating a dancer. I haven't seen none like that since lately Jamaica YouTube, unless you know, it's just like Chronicle just upload. You see upload from Chronicle, but me not see not where stand out.
No, him not connect. So far that year, yeah, me not see him connect with the song. At least last year, we certain say him connect with him and Cranium, right? We know say when in the depend the street vibes, with not nice there. We know him find that brother. We know this a year, yeah, brother. Me not see no song from Chronicle where we can say, yo, yeah, man, this is one big song in a dancehall. You get what me I say? Yeah,
this is what
don't see it at all.
This is what again MB I go come kill me. I'm gonna probably I'll wake up out of bed or something, but me have to say it. This is the opportunity that Masicka is missing. Masicka for flood the place. Masicka supposed to every month I drop at least 2 or 3 songs. Because you are now the expected hit maker. So your dominance. Yes, he's dominating with comparison to what is there, but he can dominate much more. He's missing an opportunity to do so.
But probably because him have like them songs, and as we say, nobody not really do better. So probably him just say him can take in time. Because I hear him preview one girl song, you know, and the preview it not sound too bad, you know. Sound like it can go on, you know. So that one hear turn out as well.
What Masicka needs to do, and I tell you already what I am expecting, and this is me, nobody else not, but this is my expectation. Yes, me like mute, but mute again is a little lesser version of whites in terms of where it's going to go. Masicka needs the crossover song, and the only way we can get the crossover is not this style of dropping one song every 6 months, or every 8 months, or every 10 months. You have to put music out there, and one hopefully can make it way through.
Jamaica YouTuber.
Yes, me.
Yeah, man. Yo, look here. Well, I agree totally with you. We know business about anybody else. I agree totally with you, right? And Masicka, and really, Masicka have a lot of things going for him here now. I don't believe Masicka will know him true value, right? Him have a lot of things going for him, and him need to just take advantage of it here now, because of course you know how this music thing go. And right now him have it, right? But everything we said a while ago, even with mute, right? Yes, mute is good to but to me, I know Imhotep don't feel this way. The mute is a wicked piece of music, but it's just a little bit too close to whites, right? I know Imhotep don't feel so, but I feel so, right? You want something else out of the way.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I agree with you.
Right. But trust me, him have a lot going for him right now, and him just not taking advantage of it. As how probably you and I expect too much from him.
So if
I
you
know,
feel
but
like because Masicka kind of embrace the antisocial sit there as well, to some extent. So I feel
But
like say when it come on to whites and whites are work that way there and whatever. You feel like say if you did out in the street and promote it actively, you don't feel like it could have bigger? Because in terms of shake it to the max, well, that's the way it reach, but one thing with the little girl, we sing it, everywhere you see mama I promote that, brother.
all right, yeah, promotion you can't go wrong with
Am I think chip out?
it
When
look
I hear
like
me?
me, Chip. I can hear you, but I not hearing
Okay,
B.
okay. Come I wonder if I might think chip out. Come just a hear. So
But
when I say
let me. Oh, I was gonna answer.
yeah.
The problem
we
with
want something else
oh,
from him,
these
man.
one.
We want something else from Massacre, right?
We never heard anything you were saying. You went silent. So you have to go
Okay,
start over. Yeah.
what I'm saying is that yes, I understand what Rick is saying, that yeah, him probably a little antisocial, but away from that, it needs something else. It needs something else. That him can't just have one alone out there. It needs something else with a different flavor, right? You have to have a different flavor. You understand? Because otherwise you're going to get boring, right? And he has a lot going for him. Him don't know him worth. Either him or a management team.
Eric, you can go ahead.
Hey, but Jamaica YouTuber,
Yeah.
um, I, let me ask you, have you seen the Bojo show in Vegas?
I've seen clips, but I like to see something in its entirety to make a better decision in terms of. But what I saw looks good in terms of its vintage Buju performance. But
Yeah, all right, but
I want to see more though.
all right, well, okay. Did you get a chance to actually um hear like even the I mean notice the band, the music from the band?
Yeah, man. As I say, I've seen clips, but um, what about it though? Because the performance sounded fine to me, but I don't know if you picked
Yeah,
up
yeah,
something else
no,
there.
no. What I'm saying, what I appreciate is it, the band, it was more jazzy, It's not the
Yes.
regular. You realize that,
Yeah. But
right?
Bojo has that kind of versatility though.
I know, but but what I'm saying, I mean, look here, it's I mean, it's very impressive,
Yeah,
right?
man.
Very impressive because the band, I, I'm a jazz man, right? So, and of course, and it's the first I'm hearing that out of Bujo, and of course, because it's the first time doing anything like that in Vegas, right? So it's a big difference, right? And if
Yeah.
you even look at the crowd, because of course it's a Vegas crowd, which is that's an international crowd, right?
But
Very
but but you
international.
know, but you know that a lot of our artists like started to go back 80s, 90s, especially in the 90s, the Beanies, the Bojos, the Bounty Killer. They can perform on an orchestra. They can perform on a jazz band. They can perform, and this is not something that I'm guessing. I'm telling from experience and seeing. Remember, the man had the song "Enough Girl." That was jazz, you know. Man, fear of enough girlfriend. You hear the horns, the piano, and everything. It was jazz. It was a jazz, basically. It was a jazz based rhythm that he was doing that on. And he even did opera when he said, "Come in on a high, could you be free? Come on, cool my boy." And he went up, was just going up, going up, going up, like an opera singer. So that I am not surprised. Those people, the difference on a lot of these guys don't have that kind of vocal training. And that was a good thing about them back then, the competition and so on, is that they had to study so many different kinds of music to come up with what they came up with at the time. You hear me, B? Hello? Well, me gone?
No, you hear me?
Yeah, man, I can't hear you, but I'm not hearing nobody else. No wonder if everybody else get cut off. Imhotep, you're there?
Yeah.
Rick, you there? What? I wonder.
Yeah, man, but what you say? That's why no matter what, you know, the band's are very important. The musical instruments very important, right? You know, of course, um, it is a big difference to the music. And like I said, when you listen to the Vegas, right? I hope, I hope, I hope he actually would do a live recording out of the Vegas thing, you know.
Who are you talking? The Buju Banton?
Yeah, yeah.
Do a live recording. What do you
Yeah.
mean by live recording?
I mean, what I mean by live recording, just like when you have Bob Marley live in wherever,
Yeah, man.
or
When they would
yeah,
just tape the session, record the
right,
session.
right,
Yeah.
right. Because
So
Yeah, but
you know,
even
you have
I
albums
think
like that.
I'm trying to remember if it was on YouTube.
yeah, man, I saw a couple clips, right? But if you listen to it, is that me and Jamaica YouTube talking about, right? The band that was played, is not is not is not the regular is not the regular um Buju where we used to, It was more jazzy. You know that, right?
Yeah, but that is with him understanding his crowd in front of him, though, you know.
R-
He
r-
knows he has to be more versatile. You
right,
remember, you remember John Holt with the Philharmonic Orchestra. That was what you're talking
right,
about. You remember that entire thing was an album. It
right,
was recorded an entire album
right.
with him
Of-
and the Philharmonic, and that thing was like so fantastic.
yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
look
man.
here. It's like a lot of
Yeah, yeah,
our. Oh,
sorry, B, but one more person that is very good at that too. Sizzler.
yeah, yeah, man, yeah, man. Because Sizzler is good, is great with the band. I'm great with the band, right? But you say you have to know you have to know the instruments, right? And of course, when it come on the orchestra, right? Of course, we you know that even in Jamaica, right? In Jamaica, we it was actually billing, an orchestra was actually billing for Kingston City. Did you know that, Jamaica? You do?
Well,
No, repeat it.
remember
What is
music,
about Kingston?
No. All right. Well, if you know this much about music, right? In every big city, or any city of any type of recognition, right? Um, you have an orchestra, a philharmonic orchestra, right? And I tell you this, that was something that was being built in Jamaica, right? And Mr. Siaga was a big part of it too, right? I can tell you that much. But it just never it never got it never got it never got the push.
And PJ also be. People.
But
No, man.
I also remember when there was an orchestra that came to Jamaica, I think,
Yeah,
right? That
of
was in
course,
the
of course,
90s, right?
of
And
course,
I remember that even Luciano Pavarotti, he was
of
very
course. Yeah,
because a lot of people were talking about him. But
yeah,
the orchestra in music is one of the greatest production in music,
of course.
orchestra,
Yeah,
there is no greater production in music than a orchestra, because we're not talking about one or two or 10 people, You understand
exactly.
what I say? It's a lot of people with a lot of different instruments, and
Right,
everyone is in sync. And you have the director, I direct everyone. It takes a lot of in terms of rehearsals and things like that. But
right.
orchestra is the best production of music.
Oh yeah.
That's the reason why
And going back
Mozart
to it,
was highly
sorry,
respected. Yeah,
going
yeah,
back to
man. Go ahead.
what B was saying. As again, and I've said this to you have heard me say this multiple times, Imo, is that not just dance. Look at people don't understand the contribution Jamaica has made to music. People don't understand what a Monty Alexander has done, a Dizzy Reese, a Joe Ariat,
I remember
a
you
Leslie
talking to me at
Hutchinson.
jazz band in Ernie Wrangling.
No, man, no. I'm just saying that for the wider
Right.
persons that are listening. Me know, you know,
Ernie
listen to me.
Wrangling.
What especially someone like a Dan Drummond, Eastern
Don John.
Standard Time.
Oh
What
yeah.
what he did with Eastern Standard Time changed world music. Did not just change Jamaican music. It
Oh
changed the
yeah.
world. The world. This man changed. So we have been
People
having a
need to listen
huge
me.
impact on music long time.
Listen me. I need to start to lobby. I need to lobby. I need to is either make Subi lobby this thing, Yeah, in a real life, right? Listen me. The brother named Thomas Bell. He was a born Jamaican, right?
Yeah.
And I think anyone who was a born Jamaican, once them accomplish certain greatness, even if they went to other countries and grew up in other countries, their contributions as born Jamaicans should be recognized and claimed as a son of the soil. Thomas Bell Thomas Bell. Nobody knows who Thomas Bell is, but hear what? People will talk about the greatest in music in America in the 60s and 70s, and they speak about Kenneth Gamble and Leon Huff, right?
Right.
Talking about the guitar, they will speak about Nile Rodgers and Bernard Edwards and them one day. They
Right.
talk about David Ruffin and Kendricks and them one day, because even though they were very good artists as well, they were also very good musicians.
Right. Exactly.
Writing
Right.
songs
And B,
like that.
B,
Right?
B,
Thomas Bell. 1 second to make a YouTube. I'm saying Thomas Bell, our Jamaican government should recognize his contribution to music as a son of the soil, because that man, when they come on to the spinners, the stylistics, the OJs, the Delphonics, you understand me? I say Michael Jackson, them, Teddy Pendergast, them, the Shy Lights, name it.
Yeah.
Man compose lyrics for them, him write, him compose. That man used to compose, write the songs, give to the artist them. And that man worked with Kenneth Gamble and Leon Huff. He was a three of them. And in America, people will hear about Gamble and Huff, but nobody remembers Thomas Bell. He's one of the greatest, he is the greatest musician in terms of composer ever for born in Jamaica. Thomas.
Right.
and B,
But
this is a name that I'm sure that you'll appreciate. The father of reggae. Well, I love people probably have heard this term for the first time. A man called Joe Higgs.
of course, Joe Higgs. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
So
man.
our music is way deep and richer.
Right.
And
Right.
that's why sometimes I am annoyed where some of us want to take the discussion. We
Oh,
have we have we have easily in other world and in other world in terms of for our size,
of course.
it's probably only two countries can stand up with us. It's probably the USA and Britain. When it comes
Of
to
course.
musical contribution to the planet, Jamaica is there. People must understand that.
Listen to me. Let me tell you something, guys. I don't know if you remember TSOP, the sound of
TSOP.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, man.
Sound of Philadelphia.
Yeah. Oh,
Remember
yeah.
the sound of Philadelphia transformed Motown, right?
Yeah.
And even a lot of our rock steady, so to speak, and early reggae and in the 80s and 70s was influenced
Right.
by the sound of Philadelphia as well, right? My point is this: yes, Shell Alliance, that's the same Tom Bell, yeah, a Thomas Bell, but they will call him Tom Bell, right?
Right.
I'm saying when there was TSOP, when there was mother, father, sister, and brother, right? It was MFSB, right? And there was the 3 Degrees who were like their artists. Thomas Bell wrote music for the 3 Degrees. All right, Van McCoy, right? Van McCoy had classical hits, Mr. Shane Alliance and Van McCoy. Van McCoy had classical hits like Do the Hustle, right? Do the Hustle. Right. And remember, them also have Let Me Off This Merry-Go-Round. Gotta get my feet back on the ground. You might not know that one still, but classical hits. Van McCoy, top group, the 3 Degrees. Hits after hits after hits. Remember, said the 3 Degrees, them sing the whole TSOP song, and that became the theme song of the Soul Train. For those who know the Soul Train, when I hear the theme song, that is TSOP, that a Gamble and Off and Thomas Bell. Yeah, and that was a classic in the 70s. So when you hear a Soul Train time with Dan Cornelius, you know, said that's the theme song feat. But what I'm saying is that his contribution to music as a born Jamaican, listen me, our Jamaican authorities, they make America claim him. If you Google him now, you'll say he's an American composer and musician and all them sitting there. And that you hear. You don't even know, say he was born in Jamaica. Yeah, man, Shell Alliance, man, when can I see you again? The big song, that, man. When can I see you again? That's the 3 Degrees. You understand? Big.
Imhotep.
Yeah.
And what a lot of our people don't realize, you see, right in New York, and them Broadway plays, right? A lot of those Broadway plays in New York, right? Jamaican musicians, are music directors, And you know which one in particular? It's just that I don't have his name right now, but I'll have it for you, right? You know the Lion King.
Yeah, you mean the whole movie set, right? Yes.
Yeah, the Broadway, the actual Broadway.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about it. I've heard about it.
Right. Well, one of the leading musical director, right? I don't have his name right now, but him actually a personal friend, or a good friend of mine, right? Jamaican, right? And trust me.
And they come to Jamaica. They come to Jamaica every year down at but the place behind the theater name, is it NDTC?
NDTC, yeah.
Yes, they
right.
come there every year for looking Jamaican high
Of
school
course.
dancers to participate.
But and look here, what a lot of our Jamaicans don't realize, you see, that place called Alpha Boys Home. Alpha Boys Home produce some of our greatest musicians, especially when it comes on to all the phones, the saxophone, and so on. Is right at Alpha Boys Home, right? A lot of those boys, right? I mean, that of course, Alpha Boys Home is run by the Catholic, right? And so they produce a lot, like all the Herd brothers, right? A lot of them come from out of Alpha Boys Home, right? And you're talking about youths that were less fortunate, that got to learn to play instruments.
My biggest regret, Blacklight, because when I was going to high school, right, music was being taught even in grade 7. When me in grade 7, me have my recorder, that was a must, right? And we all learned Mary Had a Little Lamb, the first one that we know. We could play
you learn to play on the piano
on our recorder. Yeah, man, easily, right? And this what happened now. There was also this one. It was a song, you know. We sing it in devotion. It says, as the deer panted for the water, so my soul longeth after thee. You are alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship you. Them sitting there where we sing in a devotion. But yeah, we had to learn to play that up on the recorder. And guess what? There was the drum, there was the saxophone, there was the piano.
Right.
But the thing is that the teacher, she was a bit old-fashioned, and it turned off a lot of us youths coming from even the ghetto areas, right? Because she was uptown, you know. So, you know, she uptowny, right? And we as ghetto youths know, yeah, that chemistry there wasn't there. But my only regret was not taking the music like that seriously. Trust me. Yeah, man. Because the infrastructure was there back then. Even though, listen me, it should be mandatory. Music should be mandatory in our schools.
Yeah, instruments.
Mandatory. Yeah, music class, not about a music curriculum.
But Imo and Jamaica YouTube. I don't know if you remember Uncle Noel that used to come on. Uncle Noel, him and used to be on the TV, right? And on a Saturday, so him used to teach drums.
I probably do, you know, because you would have had Miss Lou, you'd have had Miss Lou.
Yeah, man, same time with the Miss Lou and the Uncle Noel and used to go around school.
Well on. He did drums because guess what going now? There was one who came on the TV, right? He did drums. He was an actor as well. I think he died this year or last year, you know. He was
is the one is the bearded, is the gray bearded
yes,
guy with
in
the
the Coming Royal
diamond?
Yeah, I tell
yes,
man.
Royal. Yes, man. Remember who now, man. I remember him.
All right, well, watch this now. He was the one who used to
teach. You talking Billy Perkins?
No, man, not Perkins, man. The black guy, right? The tall black guy, man. Yeah, man. Him coming out ads. Him do music, means to play the drum and them something there. You see where he was doing instruments, right? He taught us music as well in terms of the drum. He was the one who the school employed to teach music at the time in terms of the drum and things like that. And then you have an ex-music teacher teach about the piano and the recorder and all kind of something. You see it?
Yeah,
man,
remember, you know, we grew up a lot on music. You know, I remember when you start rapping, you know, a huge part of rapping. I remember that television program was singing, you know.
Yes.
Singing and acting was a huge part of that program.
Yes, I used to. No, what's this now? We used to watch Sam Wisdom. Remember when Sam Wisdom used to come on the TV?
Yeah, man.
And you know him there on him piano and him have like young kids them a sing, right?
I don't even know how people know about the Sam Wisdom music store.
Right, at Clock Tower. Sam Wisdom music store is in Clock Tower because guess what? I grew up watching Sam Wisdom. Where you think go on? When I became an adult, me start buy music and instruments from Sam Wisdom too. And then me start growing Twin Gates when I Mr. Harriet there. You get what me I say? Because the Derek Harriet was always on Twin Gates right there, so that are between Conscience Spring Road, right?
Yeah, and upstairs, right down at the end.
Right. So you know, as you go up the staircase, you take the left. I know if you go up and a face, you take the right, the first right there. So and the store that you go you buy any music, brother. So as me I said, Sam Wisdom, yeah man, Sam Wisdom used to be on the television. And you see him play the piano and them something that him a theme choir and them things there. So as me said, growing up like that too, yeah, it definitely allowed us to appreciate music. I think the younger generation nowadays, the Gen Z and the Gen X, them will only pre the music with what go on now and with them span social media. But like they never
really
the funny
the funny thing, and I'm just going to go back and bring me back down memory lane. There were points in our music, you know, where as big as our dancehall was, you know, gospel music was almost just as big, you know. I'm talking from a local standpoint, you know. When it graced chillers in them peak of farm.
Yes, man.
We had a lot of gospel groups back then.
The hole in my hand and them sitting there, man. Then the time the grace chillers them. Then there was a time in Jamaica where gospel had dominate to, you know, people. People, if you understand the grace chillers them, you know. There was can't even walk without a hole in my hand. Not never big like that in a Jamaica, you know. We're talking about a gospel song because one thing with the radio them, we get everything during the week, but a one thing on Sunday, them killing you with the gospel.
Yeah. But looking at Danny McCracken, right? And as a matter of fact, there did an interview with him the other day. Wayne Marshall, right? He's from New York, but of course, he's influenced through the Jamaican gospel. But he's an American, but very influenced. Danny McCracken, big gospel singer, right? He's influenced. His influence is out of the Jamaican gospel, right? And remember, as when I was a youth, you used to have Uncle Clive, Jamaica YouTube. You remember Uncle Clive?
Yes, man.
Right. Uncle Clive used to go around to the different schools and sing, and he used to sing. Used to do a lot of singing and things.
I've benefited from those days when
Right.
the devotion was something that you looked forward
Yeah,
to.
man. Yeah, man.
But remember too as well, Remember too as well. Day in, day out. That Genesis thing there, right? Hold on there. Genesis. I remember Genesis, right? And that was a big thing. But Jamaica YouTube, wasn't that the same one that went to Jam World and it was held January 1st every year? Which one was that?
It was, I know it was they used to have it at stadium car, the stadium car park era. I think I think it was at Jam World too. Because it kind of moved from different places, but it was the first of every year.
Right.
You'd have the
And they
Genesis.
moved
It
it to
was a
Jam
big,
World.
it was a big gospel thing.
Yeah, they moved it to Jam World because Jam World was a bigger venue and it could attract more people. And let me tell you something, people. When Genesis was there, the biggest of the gospel artists them are go there and people did want to go see them. So as me say still, because of our culture, yeah, on Sundays, yes, you have some, I'm talking about like in the early 90s, 92, 93, 94. 92, 93, 94, Sunday, a whole heap of gospel you get. You have to go over IRFM, even IRFM I give you gospel, right? Until 2 o'clock you have the Bob Clark them check in and I give you the music and the 70s and 80s and them, certainly the John Holt and the Alton Ellis, them and them sitting there straight up. But I'm saying gospel, that you used to hear on Sunday, brother.
Which reggae slash dancehall singer did have some of the biggest gospel songs in the 90s?
Reggae dancehall singer.
Yes. Say for memory good.
No,
Start with
look,
S.
my, huh?
Start with S.
Yes, I remember something there, man. Who is the one that did Santa Claus will never come to the ghetto?
Sanchez. Yeah, man.
Sanchez will release our
Yeah,
gospel
man.
album in the 90s, you know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Sanchez.
Yeah.
Amazing Grace
Yeah.
will always. Well, I can't sing, but there's a
Yeah, man.
Sanchez used to.
But what I want people are to realize, you see Orange Street, and when I say Orange Street, you see from the top there, where you go around that corner there where Slipe Road end, right? Where you have that slip road and you have that gas station there, and right before Fletcher's Land, right? Orange Street start from there, go right down to Parade, right?
Charles Street and Orange Street
Right.
intersection with the record shop.
Right. It's all that road and Orange Street, was mostly record shops,
Yeah, man. True.
Right?
True.
Mostly record shops, And when you wanted to see the different artists, then you just go on that road.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. That's true.
Right? And all the artists them used to hang out at the record shop. And of course, that was when we used to buy records, right? But looking down there now today, you don't have nothing like that. Nothing like that.
Right.
One still remains in a B. There's
Which
still
one?
one there. Can't remember the name, but there's still one. It's actually well featured. They featured a lot. Known and the features on it. Is that you from Vineyard Town run it? Is that you from Vineyard Town run it? I can't remember the name, but Big Youth is always out there,
Yeah.
It's still find a lot of the old vintage artists them.
Yeah.
Roll out. and come down there. So there's still one there on the corner. The youth named Mitchie were running. Mitchie, well, we call him Mitchie, but a long time years now, I'm not see him. But it's still there, man. It still keep up the so you still can get a lot of vintage records, but you know, so the price is that the regular price is not normal, but a lot of vintage stuff you can still get here. So you're still one there holding the tradition, just the same.
Well, what I can say is when it comes down to music, trust me, there's a lot to learn about it and appreciate, right? But you have to give credit to the pioneers them who do it. You get what I say? And Jamaica have some of the greatest musicians. You get what I say? Even the Caribbean too, because man like Belafonte, he was very instrumental in American music too, right? Billy Ocean them was from Jamaica, the Caribbean there. Where was he from? Barbados, I want him. Trinidad, I want him. And there were so many more who were Caribbean acts. Some very good Jamaican acts as well. Some acts coming out of Jamaica. It never normal back then either. I remember we even had the Jimmy Cliff. When Jimmy Cliff them do all wonderful world, beautiful people. Remember all third world.
Jimmy Cliff was a world star.
Jimmy Cliff never normal. Remember,
star.
You know, Jimmy
People
Cliff
must understand that.
Listen me, after Bob Marley, Jimmy Cliff, you know.
About Jimmy was more an actor, a movie star.
What do you mean?
Jimmy, right?
No, not because you will say the order they come. Remember, it's a song that in a brother.
I know, but what I'm saying, he was more a movie star, not just a singer.
No. I'm saying, no, if you're gonna say he was more of a movie star than a singer, I will disagree because
I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's trying to say that he's not talking about what he probably did better. I think he's saying that he was looked at as a star. That's why I said he was a world star. He was an actual star, meaning that his stardom stretched just more than beyond the music.
Right.
His core is music, but he became a world star at the time.
Yeah, man.
It's a Jimmy Cliff thing no normal, brother. I don't think people understand. Third world them thing never normal to you, brother.
Oh yeah.
Remember
the original third world.
Yeah, when they man that do I'm committed.
Yeah, man. Forbidden love. That yo.
Good. You understand me? Third world them thing never normal neither.
Yeah,
so
man.
Saying a lot of great acts came out of Jamaica. It's just that some people might not remember them.
And of course, and as we talk about music, Cat Core's mother was one of the leading music teachers out of the Caribbean.
Third World was one of the biggest bands on the planet.
Third World
was in their peak of
That's why you say Cat Core can play so many instruments. His mother, you know, I remember his father was David Core, and his mother was one of the biggest music teachers out of the Caribbean, right? Mrs. Core, right? And a lot of people don't know that Cat Core. That's why he can play so much instruments, right? And of course, I cannot leave out Peter Tosh, who played Peter Tosh played 9 instruments in a people. 9 instruments.
That is my artist you call.
And Peter Tosh is one of the first reggae artists to produce and arrange his own album. That is something to. I mean, a lot of people don't realize.
Peter Tosh was a musical genius, but you know, he obviously had other flaws, but there was a
just like everybody
else. Yeah.
Right? I mean,
musical genius.
Remember Dennis Brown and Gregory. Everybody, a lot of people had flaws.
Yeah, man,
up until now, the man still have flaws. Whereas, and that's why, as me say, me kind of learn to separate them personal life from the music. You get what I say? Because when they go up on the stage, them put on a performance. Them personal life, brother. Even in America too, you know, some of the greats, Whitney Houston, she had a drug addiction. Who knew that? Nobody knew. People just know say we're going. Whitney Houston sang them when she do all the bodyguard in a year. Don't let me close one more door. I don't want to hurt anymore. Stay in my arms if you're there. And all them sitting there. Whitney Houston we know about. I want to dance with somebody. you know, I'm every woman, it's all in me. I tear down the place. That's all we know about her personal life. We know we never know that she have serious issues.
Leave that alone. Leave that alone. Right? Look here, Brian Lara, you know, as far as I care, my batsman is Brian Lara. But me no want to be him friend. Right? But when him on the thing there, when him on the cricket pitch,
right?
Yes, that is the excitement for me. I'm in a business about him after he come off of the pitch.
Right. And the thing is this, you know, people, I'm talking about Whitney Houston, right? Whitney Houston in the 1990, 91, 92. No one in Jamaica knew about them personal life like that and drug addiction and she and Bobby Brown thing. We will know Bobby Brown came out with the song and Beanie Man did the cover version and say, everybody's talking all that stuff about me. Why they just don't let me live, right? It's my prerogative. Nobody in Jamaica knew about the personal life like that. In America, yes, there was the tabloids and whatever, where gossip about them personal life. In Jamaica, radio stations only focused on their music. There was no documentary about that. As a matter of fact, when they were alive and I do them hits, she and Bobby Brown and them some of the classic hit songs in the 91, 92, nobody knew about that personal thing about them drug addiction. You get me? I say all of the ones them. Even listen, I see someone say the brother when him
I turn on
the Tina Turner is the Tina Turner thing that we knew more about. We knew about that at the time. It's
right.
afterwards that we learned about Whitney thing. But I want to go back a little bit B.
No, but the problem is no. 1 second there. Rockstar. The problem is, you know, you are taught because you were in America that time. If you were in America that time and you were privy to it, that's different. What I am saying is that people in Jamaica, right? When people are here, I'm every woman, it's all in me. Nobody was hearing about no Whitney Houston have no drug addiction problem and them thing there. A lot of that was kept secret too as well. So the radio and TVJ, hold on, JBC did name. JBC was not putting nothing like that out there at all.
Right.
It was all about the music. So you might live in America and you might read the tabloids and whatever. That's fine. But don't compare because you might have been in America at that time. Me I talk about being in Jamaica in the 90s. Is that different thing that? You get what me I say?
Right. Because of course, social media thing there was not a thing.
Remember
at that time.
Remember when Rick James, right?
Yeah.
When the radio was playing Super Freak by Rick James, remember?
Yeah, man, Super Freak.
Nicki Minaj sample it.
Yeah.
I think last year with the Pink Friday, whatever, you know. When Rick James, when Super Freak was playing, we not even didn't know say at the Super Freak song, you know, in my D with straight up, you know.
Yeah.
You hear the lyrics and everything, you know, but guess what? Even radio played it. And the man said she's a very kinky girl.
Right, but don't Rick James was one of the first black man that wore even extensions, the extension braids and with the whole heap of beads and right. That's right.
And makeup.
All right.
And
so
makeup.
the thing is, you know, the thing is, you know, right? Within the black community, even in the 50s, right? Remember, you know, Nat King Cole. Him hear it press out, right? Or something.
Right. I'm calling it conk.
Right. All right. Sammy Davis Jr.
Right.
James Brown them.
Right.
You notice. So I'm just saying, and there was a next style where the man named even Jerry Curl them here at the time too in America.
Right.
Remember that, you know. You get me? So I'm just saying.
Jerry Curl was mostly West Coast.
Yes, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We never knew that these were East Coast or West Coast. In Jamaica, we in Jamaica and hear all the Rick James them and them one, the James Brown. We never know say, oh, he's East Coast or West Coast because guess what? I'm Motown promote it and whatever. And it was like, oh, he's from the West Coast or whatever. You get what I'm saying? My point is, a lot of these groups in the 60s and 70s, yeah, them straight note, them ear or them wear extension or them Jerry Curl or whatever. You get what I say? And sometimes them do all cosmetic surgery.
Yeah.
You understand me? I said, but the thing is now, the music that they produced at the time, right? It was music where dominate the place.
Oh,
Rick
yes.
James, remember Rick James was the one writing songs for Tina Marie, you know.
Yeah, man.
Tina Marie is one of the greatest vocalists, them, you know. And because she died very young, you know. When you hear Deja Vu by Tina Marie, that's one of the biggest song ever.
Yeah.
Deja Vu by
Yeah.
Tina Marie, right? I'm talking square into your baby, square biz, right?
Right, square bit.
I want your loving. MONEY, never gonna pay for LOVIN. You get me? I say, I want your loving. That's the bottom line. That's Tina Marie, brother. She had hits after hits after hits, and guess what? Rick James was the one writing them song there. If you even look at the group name, there's a group name. It's actually Simpson and it's the group name Ashford and Simpson. Right, watch this now. Ashford and Simpson.
Man and wife,
Right?
man and wife.
Right. It's after it's. They have like it seems to hang on. Them have solid as a rock. You get me? I say we can go on and on. I found the cure. Love don't always make it right. My point is the man fit him here the Jerry Curl too. You get me? I say, yeah, but I did husband and wife, and guess what? They were very good writers. So
I think her name was Valerie, right?
Yes, Valerie Simpson. You get me? I say, yeah, Valerie Simpson. Yeah, something like that still. But it was a very good duo. But my point is, Rick James was writing those songs for Tina Marie. You get me? I say, and she was classics. So the whole American culture, even back then, in terms of music production. Listen me, if you look and see how much people Luther Vandross them all write for him, man, you'll be amazed, you know.
Yeah. And as you mentioned all of that too, when it come on to Ron Isley Brothers, is his wife Angela Winebush, you know. You know that she was the producer, you know. She was like his second wife, his first wife, or something like that, right? She produced most of his music, you know, right? And she was also a great vocalist too, you know, but she never really take it serious as far as the singing. But she can sing it, Angela Winebush.
Right. Just to segue a little bit, you see, have you guys have you seen Sir P's second video doubling down on that Ibrahim Traore conversation?
No, because no. Well, I don't know why Serpi touched that too. You know what I mean? Because obviously you know, well, as far as I care, we all trying, this is fresh here now, you know. But obviously the man is doing something good in his country, right? And you know, so a lot of ignorance is out there, and I haven't really haven't followed Sir P reasoning on it. Right?
All right, cool. People remember, you know, please leave a like on the stream who have not yet done so. Dewey and Makala respect for the super chat. Him say Michael Jackson. The G mentioned the Temptations. Temptations dominate the 60s too, you know, brother. Just like man like Jerry Butler them too, you know. Jerry Butler them never normal, but the Temptations in the 60s. Remember say David Ruffin. David Ruffin was from the Temptations. I remember say he went solo and found hits after hits after hits. What becomes of a broken heart? There's so much with David Ruffin. You know, top guitarist as well. You know, yeah, he can play instrument and write and them something there. So the Temptations definitely dominated the 60s, the early 70s, Temptations, yeah. You get what I say? Big group that. Not to mention the Diana Ross and the Supremes. You get what I say? The Gladys Knights and the Pips.
Right.
You know? Oh, yeah, those were classical groups, you know, because guess what? You have a Diana Ross and the Supremes where the female was the lead.
Right.
Gladys Knights and the Pips.
You know who is my favorite out of that out of the Supremes? Mary Wilson. Mary Wilson is my favorite.
But all right. One of these days, I forgot all the 70s reasoning still, on a topic, all the 70s topic. I would just walk through memory lane with the 70s music. And those type of music to actually influence our Jamaican music as well.
Of course.
Man like Ronnie Dyson, if you let me make love to you, then why can't I touch you? That is who in Jamaica be.
What was that? What again?
If you let me make love to you, then why can't I touch you?
Yeah, all right, I know the song. I know the
No,
song.
I'm saying the song was by Ronnie Dyson in
I,
America, right? That's Ronnie
yeah,
Dyson.
I think I would have to look it up.
No, I'm
I have to
saying
look it up.
Ronnie
But I know,
Dyson.
yeah,
Ronnie Dyson was the one in Jamaica. Thank you, Shane Alliance. You know music. John Holt. John Holt was the one who did that. Did
right,
the cover version for the Ronnie Dyson. So I'm just
right,
showing you that even a lot of songs that were done at that time, they were cover versions or they were samples from even those classics as well. Whole heap of them still. All
of
right.
course.
All right. So Jamaica YouTube, you're there, same way. I want to ask you if you check out a therapy reasoning, you know, about Ibrahim Traore because
From my hold
yeah,
on. Let me just make it clear. From I heard the first 5 minutes of the first video,
right,
I have no interest to listen to anymore.
right.
I am
All right.
somebody I get turned off when people's premise, the premise for an you can make an argument about anything, that's fine. But your premise for an argument, when it makes no sense to me, I am turned off. I don't want to hear anything more. So the premise was wrong from day one for me, so I didn't even go any further. Because we have a thing where we always preempt. We don't learn to discuss things in the time. We're preempt because anything can happen, we can always make a wild guess. It's one of two ways it can go. It's either you're right or you're wrong. And when you're wrong, you don't say anything. When you're right, you come and make a bag of nice. So I'm saying I have to judge things based on what I'm seeing now. I can't judge
Right,
what I think may happen. You understand?
right.
So
Right.
when I hear them kind of reason, I leave it. I don't have no interest.
That
So
that
I
that's
All
don't
right.
touch it on any video them. Yeah.
All right.
that's how I am. That's how I am. Jamaica YouTuber.
All right. So let me say a thing on it there though. Because you know a thing, God. The Denton family, big up yourself. All right. So the problem I have with this conversation is one, we saw what has been going on for the past couple of months in terms of the solidarity being shown to Ibrahim Traore, right? And this was as a result of what? A US general speaking about Ibrahim Traore and Burkina Faso. And what was said, it was people were interpreting it as saying, oh, this is replete with neo-imperialism, So the thing is this now. Let's look at Burkina Faso, right? You look at Burkina Faso. In Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara is like a founding father in terms of that's how highly respected he is, right? He's the one that's actually well on be. I get a little feedback from your device. I don't know why. So what I'm saying is this now. Thomas Sankara, 1987 was when Thomas Sankara took over Burkina Faso through a coup. I'm a military man. And in Africa, sometimes as well, a lot of coup took place because the colonial masters, whether Britain or France or whoever that was there, right? They would install their African puppets, right? And the African puppets, what they will do is to do what? Give them the resources, which means that their companies have all the access to the resources. We are in 2025, right? Africa has the most gold in the world, yet Africa does not have the means of production for gold, right? We don't have the technology to even mine the gold. So in Burkina Faso now, Burkina Faso is like the fourth largest gold producer in Africa, It's not the biggest African country, but Burkina Faso is the fourth largest gold producing country. How do you have the fourth largest gold producing country, right, in Africa, and them so poor? Because what? French mining companies and other quote unquote mining companies had the interest where they were the ones mining the gold. And guess what? Because them are mining the gold, the government don't know how much gold they mine. You know how much smuggling go on? You know how much smuggling are going on in Africa when it come out to the gold and them something there? You know the reason why? Because it's what? We do not have the production capacity They make sure say Africa have the resources but not the means of production. So therefore, when it come out to mining gold and diamonds and them something there, yeah, we will try and dig up the dirt and try sieve through and them.
But Emma, before you go any further though, I think you need to explain to people what does that mean. Because for example, no matter what kind of precious metal or anything at all that you have, if you cannot move it, it's of no value to you. So you need to probably explain that part for persons to understand. So you can have all of these precious, you can have all the diamond in the world. If it's stuck down on the ground, it's of no use to you whatsoever. So you can't start to disrupt, but I think we need to make persons understand that part before we move on.
All right. So let me just show this, right? Because Sir P started out by saying, the first vlog he did, he started out by saying that, oh, people are so gullible. And people are reacting to AI on TikTok and Instagram and things like that. But when I look at it and I was saying, but who is he talking about? Because yes, people on social media might be saying Ibrahim Traore, and there's a lot of respect for him because he's the one where I finished Thomas Sankara work. And in Burkina Faso, the people them love Thomas Sankara because of what he did in terms of his approach to the country. Him say my deal with socialism over there, and everybody must, him cut him salary, right? Him drive not the cheapest vehicle. Prior to him, the previous prime minister, was living in luxury because, as we said, the colonial powers then put them in a power, keep them in a power by any means necessary. Their gold reserve is in France. The currency, the national currency is franc, right? The national currency is franc, which means the official language is French, right? Their international reserve is francs and all those things. That's the dominance economically that France had over Burkina Faso. Now, when it comes down to the whole gold system, right? Burkina Faso had no means of production at all. Like most African countries, we have the resources and they make sure so we don't have the means of production. Nigeria is one of the biggest oil producers in the world. Yes, still wait for do. Ship the crude, go somewhere else to refine it and send it back to Nigeria and sell it back to them and all those things. That's just how the thing work, unfortunately. But let's stick at Burkina Faso, right? Sir P brought up this article, right? And it's about, he is arguing. First, him start to argue and said as Burkina Faso I give Russia 85% of them goal, Then when the people them correct him and said, no, it's just one mind that brother. Him still a double down and I say, Ibrahim Traore is a Russian and Chinese puppet. And his argument is, this is his source, this is his proof, Burkina Faso grants Nargold mining license, right? Now, look at this. This is April 2025, right? So what's this now? When you look at this, Burkina Faso has awarded an industrial mining license to Russian mining company Nargold for the Nayu gold deposit in the Koweogo province of the country. The license aims to capitalize on high gold prices to bolster the country's economy, which has been impacted by security challenges. The security challenges is that the Islamists them control 40% of the country. They are illegally mining the gold, and people are also stealing the gold from those Islamist control areas. Now, Ibrahim Traore has been one of the man them on the battlefield to fight the man them. The reason why, they actually overthrew the next leader, was the fact that the Islamists them was taking over the country and the military was not doing nothing with the support of France. And the man them say, wait, we actually have French troops here with all the equipment and modern technology, and the man them take over the whole place. The place that them taking over, a lot of gold mines are there. What do you think I go on with that? They are illegally mining the gold, so to speak, are stealing the gold, and guess what? Companies and corporations are smuggle it out, and them are give them money to fund them, for them continue and do what them do. That's how I go on down there. So when the man them did overthrow, the first thing it was Blaise Compaoré who stabbed Thomas Sankara and I'm back, 1987, Blaise Compaoré, in best friend, the man best friend, Blaise Compaoré, who was his right-hand man, second in command. The two of them grew up together in the military together. Thomas Sankara and Blaise Compaoré. And Blaise Compaoré take side with the French, them brother, and stab Thomas Sankara in the back, assassinate him. And that's how Blaise Compaoré took power. And France approved of it. Blaise Compaoré bring him back and give back France because they nationalize the gold industry and them something there too. Blaise Compaoré, what you think him do? Bring them back in and hear what? Them I take out all the resources out of Burkina Faso. Because not only gold alone, no cobalt and them something there. Them I take the resources out and I maintain Blaise Compaoré's grip and power because so them man they get to work in Africa. Now, when you look at what's going on now, right? First thing first, what Burkina Faso is doing here is that the 85% that the Russian company is getting, they are the ones presenting the manpower, they are the ones presenting the equipment, they are the ones presenting the means of production, they are the ones doing everything. The government will not spend a dime towards the production or the mining, right? These mines are estimated in certain amount. Them estimate certain amount. But the government getting 15%. Watch this now, people. I'm showing you something. For every ounce of gold that is mined, right? For every ounce of gold that is mined, it costs $1,200 to mine an ounce of gold. That's how expensive it is. But guess what? On the global market, an ounce of gold is 3,300. Yeah. So, yes, it costs 1,200 to mine an ounce of gold. But on the global market, that's like 3,300 itself. So at the end of the day now, the government is not spending no money, right, to actually buy no equipment to try to mine because they don't have the means of production. Gold in Africa, we don't have no means of production. A lot of African countries ship with the rare gold for them to be processed in European countries and things like that. That's the truth. So I am saying now, they signed this deal for one mine. And Sir P, I got to turn this around and say that's the man sell out the country. When at the end of the day, this is a win-win for Burkina Faso. Because watch this now, want or lose all. If you want to mine the gold, right, you don't have the technical know-how, you don't have the resources, you don't have the equipment, how are you going to mine it? That is what I would like to hear. How are you going to mine the gold? So my point here is this now. They have granted rights of 85%, right? It says Burkina Faso, a significant gold producer, has been combating Islamist militants since 2015. And France did it with one bag of special forces. Yes, France did it, special forces, all kind of equipment and thing over there. Right? They are supposed to be supporting the Burkina Faso military as well. They don't even want to arm them. So all weapons them I give them and them something there. So guess what go on now? Them Islamists here control 40% of the country. Only things appear sun. They are them placed there alone. Gold is there. Cobalt is there. A lot of other minerals are there as well. So what you think are going on them places where the man them control? Them are mine it out, illegal mining. Plain dust land, pass on like a makeshift airstrip, pick it up, drop off the money and tools and whatever, and gone. That's what's going on in these areas. A lot of the resources are being stolen by, it got the corporations, them. That's the truth. So them have to maintain this thing here. Because the problem was that from 2015, the Islamist man, them take over the place. And you tell me, say France did it and can't stop them. Anyway, still, the surge in gold prices, which have increased by more than 25% this year, is attributed to geopolitical tensions and, the trade policies, whatever. Now, they're actually explaining about the whole goal setting, and it says, according to the Council of Ministers, the new mine is projected to produce approximately 20.22 tons of gold over 8 years, right? Jimbe Burkina will maintain an 85% interest in the project, with the Burkinabe government holding a 15% stake. Now, watch this now. This is where him use to say that Ibrahim Traore is a Russian and Chinese puppet. First vlog him do him say Russian and Chinese puppet. Him no prove nothing about no Chinese in a Burkina Faso. This is his argument, right? 85% interest because what? They are the ones presenting what? The equipment, the technical know-how, the means of production, even the security. That's the reason why as well, you see them bring over the Wagner security them to secure their places. So when Serbia say, oh, then bring over the Russian them to secure Ibrahim Traore. No. Listen me, the Wagner mercenaries them, remember, these are ex-special forces men, right? These are just like even with America with Blackwater. These were a lot of some special forces, some Green Berets, some highly trained soldiers were left in military and them turned private contractors or mercenaries, whatever. So now that they have had this agreement with a Russian company, at this the man say are the problem 85% when they are the ones who are spending the equipment. The cost for the equipment is crazy. As I said before, it costs $1,200 to mine an ounce of gold. That's how much it costs just to mine an ounce of gold. $1,200. So the Burkina Faso government is not going to be putting a dime into this. I think that's a fair trade-off as well too, where they mine it, they spend all the money and do what they want to do in terms of the production, right? And we get the 15% because at the end of the day, they cannot do it. Burkina Faso cannot mine the gold. As a matter of fact, too, I want to show you guys something. And I know you're there, black light. We soon give you a little piece of the mic, right? No worry yourself. I want to show you something now, right? Because based on Serpi's logic, right? That means that Ibrahim Traore should also be a puppet of Australia, right? Yeah, should be. And let me show you why. Because West African Resources, yeah, let's look at the screen, people. West African Resources is an Australian gold mining company, is actively involved in gold mining operations in Burkina Faso. They operate the Sanbrado gold mine and are also developing the Kiaka gold mine, which is expected to begin production in the third quarter of 2025. So this is an Australia company, right? I got control what? 2 gold mines. You know the reason why? As rich as Africa is with the minerals, the means of productions is never afforded to them. So them have the raw materials, but the means of production, they don't have it, right? They just don't have it. So now we have an Australian company, gold mining company, right, doing 2 mines in Burkina Faso. Now I want to show you this now, right? This company, it says US and UK investors back Burkina Faso Kiaka gold mine project. And this is the 2nd of June 2025. So Ibrahim Traore, even though he do what he do, he's not a man who say, oh, I'm going to nationalize the gold mines and take it over and no investors or no companies can come and mine. No, they sign agreements because it doesn't make any sense you nationalize something and you don't have the means of production to mine it, right? So this is June 2025, people. June 2nd, So we're talking about what? US and UK investors, and they actually back this same Australia company. You understand what I say? All right, it says US, Australian, and UK investors hold over 40% of the parent company shares. West African Resources aims to become a key gold producer in West Africa. So it is saying is that Australian, US, and UK investors have over 40% of the parent company shares. So if Ibrahim Traore was all about, oh, this and that and whatever, him not silly. Him know say him have to be smart, right? Gold prices are up. Of course, he can afford to say, you do the means of production and I'll take 15%. That is still enough for me. But it doesn't make any sense. I'm going to fight and say, we want to nationalize the gold and we have no means of production. So no gold now produce. All right, let me pause for a second and give Blacklight a little piece of the mic there, and then we just get back to the reasoning.
All right. Night, gentlemen. Bless up everybody.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Thanks to the rundown. As I said before, I am not a person who was initially interested or concerned with anything happening over with Burkina Faso or any of this. So with all of this, and I don't watch Serpi either, to be honest with you. So, but I can understand, and from where I'm coming from, and the angle and from where I'm sitting, I can understand a necessary amount of caution. Sir P is a blogger on YouTube where he's gonna, while I may align with some of his views are going to be in some sort of a way of an extreme, to not allow for any sort of nuances, and to provide as much shock value for entertainment or for whatever attention I'm trying to seek when he's putting out his videos. So I don't watch that sort of thing, and I'm not guided by that kind of sort of narrative when I form my opinions on things like of these nature. But what I do notice, and I'm saying this now, I am not a person that is searching or even necessarily looking at any sort of geopolitical or political topics when I am on YouTube. You know what I mean? YouTube's the only space that I'm on for entertainment. And normally when I'm on that, I don't really want to be thinking about stuff. This panel is the only thing I come on where it's like a thinking space and like for debates and for like arguments and that sort of a thing. When I'm on YouTube, it's just for like little entertainment and light stuff and flip through shorts and them kind of a thing there. But I notice there is a flood and a wave of this like some sort of like a cult personification of this brother. And a lot of the people, while I'm not knocking you, Imo, because obviously you have a lot of information on the background and your view is an educated view. A lot of the people that I've came across on the road, at the supermarket, the barber shops, and at places where I go like round robin and night thing I got the other day. This is the hot topic. I guess maybe because Sir P brought it up recently too as well. But even before that, I've run up into people that was even asking me what is my opinion, because I would have figured that I would have had an opinion, but I didn't, because I was ignoring all of the wave of content that I was seeing deliberately. Because reason being, I know that on the west side of things, it is very easy to propagate and to flood the place with anti-Western narratives and sentiments. Very, very easy. And for one thing, I know our media and the Western media itself seems to encourage and seems to promote narratives that are very anti-Western, especially on the political hemisphere. It's very rare that you hear discussions about successful right-wing governments around the world. Italy, India, whatever, wherever around the place. It's very rare that you hear of what's happening currently. What you will hear and what you will see is very anti-Western. You will see the place then where the leftist protest is taking place, and all kind of march and all sort of instability is taking place. So what I know is that, especially on the ground, people have a way of a sentiment of leaning whenever they hear any sort of, or they see any sort of cult figure arising that hold any sort of anti-Western posture, even without the proper information, them already sold into it. So that's the kind of people that I buck up into, that don't have any sort of background, of any sort of geopolitical opinion of recent, of any current times, but of lately, them all of a sudden, them on this bandwagon of some sort of a hero, of some sort of a Pan-African authoritarian view of Africa, which I don't really find, I don't take kindly to, especially for people that is just jumping on a wave that is living in a country that we're trying to move into a Republican format. You understand? That is not so consistently. I can understand the views of this Pan-African thing, and that's where I go come back to this Pan-African thing. Remember, say we need to get into a discussion around this Pan-African thing. You know,
no, I know, and I'm not going there. So now, you know.
No, I know. That's why I'm just saying to you that
right,
that is a tangent where we're going to go off on another day.
Right, but the thing is, right, and that's the reason why I want to stay at Burkina Faso, because what's going on over there, so not really have nothing for no leftists over the North America side or over Europe side trying to propagate a savior thing, right? First thing first, Ibrahim Traore is not anti-Western either. He is.
But that is how the wave of the content is coming
but the thing
across.
is, but the thing is, it doesn't matter how it's coming across, you know. Let me tell you why.
You tell me that's not what it's intended to do?
No, hold on, no. There are many sources of information. It depends on what you consume and accept to be true without any due diligence. I am
not necessarily looking at any of the information. These are people I running into. I see stuff and I'm not even looking at it. No, but I'm seeing stuff pop up in my feed.
Yeah, but hold
like
on,
shots on them kind of thing. I don't have no time to look at stuff.
No, man. That. No, but hold on. Remember,
or be guided by it. Yeah.
Yeah, but remember, we are in a algorithm-based environment. So whatever you embrace on your social media platforms, it is highly likely that the algorithm is going to feed you that content.
You so tell me so the algorithm don't suggest things to you at times that is a bit suggestive that not necessarily in your peripheral.
No, hold on, man. My point is,
and you don't find that strange?
No, hold on, brother, man. What me I say is that if you go check out nothing, if you see somebody send you something for Ibrahim Traore or whatever, and you might go over there the page and like it or whatever, or comment or something, the algorithm more than likely go start suggest and recommend and put it on your feed. So my thing is this now. We are in the information age where it's very simple. You eat the meat, spit out the bones, right? So TikTok should not be no space where it's the where you get information from, right? Instagram is not where is a space where I get the information from. If you see something over there, you do your research. It's very simple. You do your research and you check it out. Because you know what? Even on TikTok, you know, listen to me. Someone sent me. There's a platform on TikTok. You know what the platform do? The platform put up a post and Ninja Man overdose yesterday and gone to hospital and whatever. That's what the platform posted up. Because that's how social media run. Whole heap of disinformation permeates the space. However, it's incumbent on you to make sure that you do your research. Now,
all right. One question,
right? Yeah.
One question. So you're saying to me that what I am seeing that there is some sort of a campaign in itself, digitally or online, to create a glowing portrayal of this gentleman in some sort of a heroic way without any sort of details into the matter of what is happening. You're saying that is not happening online right now, Imo?
No, it is happening online. But guess what? The details are very clear. What the details are is that this is a man who has been fighting the Islamists, right? Who has lost a lot of his friends fighting the Islamists in Burkina Faso and also in Mali. This man went over
Mali.
Hold on, brother. Let me explain. You ask me. I'm saying, hold on, let me explain. This is someone who has fought the Islamists, right? Now, guess what happened? The government was not supporting the army in its fight in terms of equipment and manpower. As a matter of fact, 50 soldiers were killed by the Islamists. So you know what happened? For days they were left alone. No food, no water. Them run out of bullets and them something there. And that's how they were overpowered. That created some anger. All right, the soldiers them mutiny and said this can't happen no more, and them take power. This, remember, brother, France was the one controlling these people. France had military bases all over the place. France had their special forces all over the place. Them have the drones, them have the planes, them have every technology in a Burkina Faso. And them could not once push back the Islamists. The Islamists has taken over more of Burkina Faso with the French being there. So what's this now? Cool. What the man them do? The man them make sure so them take over this thing here, right? And then make sure that France must leave. Because guess what going now? The French companies had the mining rights that are one, right? A lot of gold was being stolen out of Burkina Faso as well by these companies as well. The man them find that out. So my point is this. The man them take over them say, here France, yes, respectfully, it's time for you to leave. Yeah, man, we have to go deal with the security thing on our own. Now, guess what happened now? Them decide, say, them are going to nationalize certain things. Them decide, say, their gold reserve now going to stay in a French bank. The francs, you know, even right now, they're actually trying to wean away from the franc because it's the French currency, is their national currency. My point is this. Burkina Faso, they overweight it there in West Africa, brother. They are doing what they are doing in their national interest. What this man is doing is for the people of the country. Now, there was some march a couple of weeks ago, worldwide, like a global thing. We saw it in Jamaica, where Jamaicans were marching in solidarity and say, hands off Ibrahim Traore. No doubt about that. But people understand the essence, irrespective of, oh, people are going to say it's a cult of personality thing out there. Me get that part there, right? The eulogizing and cult of personality. I get that part, right? However, when you
very
look
harmful to fragile democracies across this area that is moving in a different direction away from
fragile,
authoritarianism and,
which
much more
fragile,
transparency and
yes.
accountability.
So I'm saying, which fragile democracy?
Even in Africa, as well as across the Caribbean or the third world areas that the support is apparently coming from. What I'm saying is that, all right, for me personally, my brother, everything that you say a while ago, I am not going to dispute it. And that might be the nuance that I am willing to accept, despite my central political ideology that is embracing freedom, transparency, accountability in public office, rather than any sort of authoritarian dictatorship. I can understand that all of what you're saying over there, so present a unique set of facts because of the history, the circumstances on the ground with what is happening in Africa, with the various different players, also including even the side where them siding with as well, playing them hands in dirty games, the geopolitical, because that's how the game play. It's not just the West that play dirty. You understand what I mean? So all of that I am not going to dispute that. What I am saying is that most of what I have seen and most of what I can gather from my personal experience is people that are supposed to be a lot more skeptical until they could form an educated view like what you can bring across. Is no way, shape, or form they should be just jumping up in support of anything, especially considering our history coming from where we coming from when I was scared that we had in the 70s. That is my concern. When I see people on the West, and I can explain that, why I have that concern is because I know that on the Western side of things, the anti-Western sentiment is very strong on the academic and on the media side of things. And for instance, over the last, if we've listened to any sort of thing coming from ex-KGB members like Yuri Bezmenov, we would understand that on the eastern side of things, there is absolutely not even neutral arguments presented on their airwaves or in their public airspace. Everything that is in their airspace is absolutely anti-West. On the western side of the thing,
Blacklight, I really want to stay in the context of Burkina Faso still. I don't want to go so broad.
But why I'm saying is that I approach these things with caution is because, of course, it affects us on a deeper sense, on a deeper level, my brother. We are approaching a time in our era where we are trying to become a republic. Am I not right or wrong?
Right.
So if I see people on the ground forming an uneducated view that look like they're willing to go back to the 70s, while we have a party that not so sure or have a straightforward political identity or an ideology, I am a little bit concerned, my brother, and I'm wondering who is pushing this narrative around the place, especially when I'm not a person that go on searching for that stuff and I see it in my feed. And when I hear somebody else complaining, say, is some sort of narrative behind it, I have to, my senses have to be heightened, my brother. Especially in a time like now when we're doing well and moving forward. It was the same thing that happened the last time. We were moving well and moving forward.
All right. So as it relates to Burkina Faso, right? I just want to show this to the audience, right? It says the average global cost to mine an ounce of gold is around $1,388 per ounce. So guess what going now? Just for the man them mine the first ton, where they don't have the equipment, they don't have the means of production, right? They don't have nothing for mine it more than go try and use some backhoe and dig up the place and then sitting there and get some other people, thousands of people a try to sieve through and them thing there, right? And you still not have the means of production of the gold, because these mining companies, right? It's not a lot of them in Africa. We don't have our own mining companies, because when them do, them make sure say what our resources, yeah man, send it over there, so make them refine it just like the island, send it back to and sell it back to the gold, yeah man, the same thing and whatever. So I'm saying just to mine an ounce of gold right now globally is let's say $1,388 just to mine it. Burkina Faso does not have the equipment. They don't have the expertise like that to do it. So if they decide that based on the world gold prices are high now, they can say, go ahead and give them one mine and say 85% is yours. You are going to provide the equipment, you are provide the manpower, you are provide the means of production and the expertise and everything. And when you're done the way I do, yeah man, we get our 15%. I don't see nothing being wrong with that aspect. Now, as it relates to Ibrahim Traore, some people just look at him and they remember Thomas Sankara. You cannot dismiss that as well, because that is the reason why a lot of people in Africa actually respect his policies, because what? He's one who is reliving, right, or resurrecting the vision of Thomas Sankara. And Thomas Sankara was highly respected in Burkina Faso and Africa. Now, the notion that, oh, be careful of these people where you see on the stage, and be careful of the people where you see everybody eulogize and them something there. I think we have to properly examine them and say, okay, what's the big alabaloo about? And then when you look and you see what's going on, really and truly, this is a man protecting his people and his national interests. So why would you call him a puppet for protecting his national interests and what's in the best interest of his country and in people? You call him a Chinese puppet, you presented no evidence at all, nothing. You come here, call him a Russian puppet, and you still not present no evidence at all. Just talking about one mine and 85%, that not prove nothing of him being a Russian puppet. Couple people on social media talk about Burkina Faso and make car. That are nothing for Sir P come out and a cuss about. That are some gullible people. Because them do some research, them and I know say Burkina Faso does not have the no production capability to start make no car yet. You understand me? I say. So my point is this now. It's more of Sir P say the people them out there react to everything Ibrahim Traore. We see over TikTok all people change all them moniker to film picture and them sitting there. Right? And him just feel like say him just show some conspiracy and say the man is a Russian puppet. Me not have no problem with the argument when I go put forward no, if I go present the evidence and say see the evidence there. But up and the man double down. That's my point. He doubled down, come back out, I said the same thing with no new evidence at all. And me can show you, I can show you other companies. This is an Australian, remember, I say the Australian one, right? You have the Australian UK investment, right? Remember, that's a giant partnership. And that I deal with US investors, Australian investors, UK investors. If Ibrahim Traore was anti-West, he would not have done this when Nando. He would not give the mining license them to Russia and China. No, he not do that. Watch this now. In Burkina Faso, the upcoming, right? In Burkina Faso, The upcoming Kiaka gold mine is on track to begin production in the third quarter of 2025. The mine is operated by West African Resources, right? An Australian mining company listed on the Securities Exchange. The firm holds a 90% stake in the project. So based on SERPI, what is with remaining 10% owned by the government in Burkina Faso. So here we go on there, so people. They know that this company, the Australian, British, and American company, have a 90% stake more than the Russian company. So really and truly still, I think that probably based on SERPI logic now is the Australian and the British and the UK is a puppet to them because they are getting 90%. Fabian Brown, if you come up with troll, yeah man, it's not the right place, all right? Yeah man, if a sheep mentality is depend, no. If you think say you know or you do homework, call in and challenge me. I dare you. Hit that StreamYard link and call in and challenge me. And make we see who do homework. I'm telling you, say no for unknown. I do some sheep mentality uno have. SERPI say it, so it's gospel. Yeah, but that's the problem. So at the end of the day, just hit that StreamYard link, man. Hit the link, call in, and challenge me. Yeah, at the top. There's a StreamYard link at the top. Hit that link and call in and challenge. But my point here is that this consortium of US, Australia, and Britain control 90% of this mine. 90%, while the government in Burkina Faso have 10%. And SERPI tell we say Ibrahim Traore is a Russian puppet because the Russian company get 85% and the government get 15%. But this joint venture with a US, UK, you understand me? I say US, UK, Australia getting 90%. So at the end of the day, man, listen me, we're not ready for them reasoning here. We're not ready for the history. We're not ready for the information. We just feel like say, oh, SERPI, because him just go against the grid. That's all, you know. Him see everybody I say, big up Ibrahim Traore because what him do for him country, yeah man, the rest of man them didn't make the French take over everything. And this man I take back him country in terms of say no more French colonial dominance over in country. That's the essence of the conversation with him. The worshiping of him and eulogize him, I couldn't care less because here we go. He have nothing to do with me. But when me I say is that you cannot call a man a puppet because the man say here we go now. You know, the colonial masters them era. Yeah, we not go dominate the gold industry anymore. We not take enough. And I'm saying other consortiums are in Burkina Faso mining gold, getting 90%. Way more than even that Russian company will get one mine. Go ahead, Blacklight, let me hear you say.
Yeah, all of that, what you say, I got to be balanced against the Western idea and critique of, you know, free society. So people on the West are going to see it as Traore courting Russia, and Russia is a place that is going to pump money and support undermining Western influential democratic institutions right across the region. So that is a serious concern for anybody who is thinking along the lines, especially when the view and the idea is to spread across the areas like us. I am wondering why we necessarily need to be involved and be supporting marching on the ground, and why we at a time know where we're heading into a republic, especially when the reason why I have this concern is especially the fact that I grew up with people that romanticize the 70s, which when I come to read it and understand it fully, is what almost ruined this country when it was heading on a path to being first world just a decade before that. So I have a very serious concern when it relates to the gullibility of anti-Western sentiment in this hemisphere, and how much it's received and interpreted, and then interpreted into the local political framework or decisions of dumb people. That's my concern. I don't business about what's happening. And what you say about Burkina Faso and what that man might be doing, that might be very accurate as well. And all the Western criticism about not having free press or challenging all of that information that you have says just propaganda coming out of the machinery that's sponsored from the Russians, and it's just courting Russia, and it's just a cutter from the other side of the fence. All of that is, I have no concern, because it have no real benefit to the political decisions that I need to make on the ground here and for what the direction my country is going in. That's what I am saying. And so when I see a whole heap of people on the ground here getting caught up in that sort of sentiment, it made me start to question if those people are going to make an educated decision come election time. That's why I'm worried.
All right.
So with all that, I'm just gonna say good night, my brother.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
blessed up, because I'm gonna jump back into some work, but I go and listen.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man. Big up yourself.
All right, Papa. Manners.
Yeah, man. Yeah, manners and respect. People, remember to leave a like on the stream, all right? It's been over 2 years now since Ibrahim Traore has been in power in Burkina Faso. This man never appeared like from nowhere at all. As a matter of fact, he wasn't the leader of the coup in Burkina Faso, you know. He was Lieutenant Colonel Daniba. He was the one. If you go back and look at the coup when it occurred, Ibrahim Traore was not there. You understand what I say? He was a part of the special forces unit there and whatever, but he was out there in the battlefield fighting. So I'm just saying, when it comes on to us as a people, first thing first, you never see me talk nothing about no Ibrahim Traore. And I've been observing this thing here for years, right? The history of Burkina Faso, from Thomas Sankara, them days, Blaise Compaoré, them, it can go back and back. Been there, done that. All the way I go on social media, you never see me post nothing about that yet or repost nothing like that. Because here we go on now. I'm not into that romanticization of anyone at all, right? All me I say is no. Sir P is labeling him a puppet, right? With no evidence whatsoever. Just because there are some gullible people on the internet doing this and doing that. And really and truly still, some people on the internet, their reason is that they are saying this man is doing what's in the best interest of his country. Can that occur in the West? No. So here go on. I am not disturbed. I don't find it disturbing, because this is not something where can occur even in the Caribbean country or in Jamaica. No, Jamaica is a democracy. No military can come take over, nothing like that. You must be mad. You want the US say, no man, military have to hand over back power, you know. That can't happen over here, so. Not here, so. Not in Jamaica. So there should be no worry about people that say, yo, hands off Ibrahim Traore because of the speech where the US general did make. I remember all the man do, he's doing what's in the best interest of his country. So what I'm showing you here now, this consortium of Australian, UK, and American group, right? They are getting 90%, while the government in Burkina Faso are get 10%. 5% more than where the Russians them are get. So why Sir P never say, oh, Ibrahim Traore is a Australian, United States, and UK puppet. Yeah, man, big up Cambridge Queen, all the people over there. Black Jacobin, you know the thing go. You get what me I say? Yes, the West, and their economic model has not elevated a single country out of third world to first world status. So what would you say about, let me see, what would you say about, of course, don't say that, man. You get what I say? Yeah, their economic model, remember China, you know? China right after Mao. Because remember Mao Zedong from the 1920s in the boat, right? I fight the civil war with Chiang Kai-shek. And he was what? A communist. Because he did a Lenin and Stalin, and you get what I say? Yeah. And you know what the whole communist manifesto and all them ones, right? The thing is that he employed communist tactics in China. No doubt about it. They call it the Great Leap. Right? They confiscate the land and them divide it up and give the people and farm the land. And the state just come and take the whole the grain them and left all 5% of the grain. People are dead for hungry and can't even touch the food where them plant and them something there. That occurred in China. There was a civil war as well. Cost about 40 million Chinese lives or more. A lot. Mao's Great Leap, that cost over 60 million lives. That's how crazy it was. But my point is, in the late 70s, going up to the 80s, they merged capitalism. They stepped away from straight communism. And now China, of course, China, a first world country. Look at Japan as well, right? Remember Japan in the remember Japan, at one point in time, remember the history of Japan, right? They fought a war with Russia in 1905, the Russo-Japan War. They became one of the industrial powerhouses, but at the same time, they benefited from Western economic models. Some place it will work, some place it will not. But all I'm saying is, if Ibrahim Traore decides to here go on, I am going to take over this thing here. We are going to fight these men where I take over the place. You understand me? I say, Black Jacobin, me not talk about them constitution, me general. I'm talking about 1905. That's what I mentioned the Russo-Japan War 1905. 1905, Russia and Japan fought a war. 1905, Russia was a European powerhouse. Remember, Russia defeated Napoleon army in 1812, right? The Battle of Crimea or whatever, The same Crimea we make them a war over. So I am saying Japan was a industrial superpower 1905, but prior to that, it's the same culture like the Chinese, them brother. They were not industrialized in the 17th century. You get what I say? Yeah. They were samurai people yes, they were third world, of course, in a way. A samurai people, them a live normal life, a live off of the land and them something there in the 1700s. That's the truth. But in the early 1900s, they became industrialized and they became an industrial superpower. But my point is, yes, there are third world countries that became first world countries as a result of Western economic models. The key thing is that there's a difference. Places like Taiwan, which is recognized as China, whatever, that's why they might argue about it now, right? Places like Japan, places like Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, those are places that places like even Hong Kong. Remember the British controlled Hong Kong until like 1999, right? There was also the Americans in Peking. So even parts of China, you had the French quarter, the German quarter, the British quarter, whatever. So even when Japan invaded China, right, from Manchuria, they never attacked like places like Hong Kong and Peking and them thing there, No, because guess what? The European, they had their embassies there. There was the French quarter, where the French military have them quarter, the British, the Germans, everybody had that. Japan never troubled them at all. Japan was focused on mainland China and where Mao and Chiang Kai-shek did control. My point is, China came from nothing, brother, to something right now. Japan came from nothing to something in terms of third world environment. But they were definitely assisted for geopolitical reasons as well, right? Japan, yeah, the US are gonna always make sure say Japan is secured and whatever, because it acts as a buffer towards, a counter towards China's influence and dominance in the region. But yes, they have applied economic models from the West and it worked. But my point is this now, right? The thing about Cambridge screen, the thing is this, Blacklight's ideology that, within this time, Jamaicans might have the same view of wanting change and things like that. No. Jamaica is a democracy, right? It's not a military dictatorship or the JDF come take over the country because whatever. There's no problem with the Prime Minister Andrew Wallace right now. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. No. Carlisle Paris. The argument was not name a third world country in Africa that became first world because of Babylon help. No, that wasn't the argument at all, You get me? A different argument that you ask. So if you ask that, you know, say people can argue that South Africa still, you know. You get what I say? Yeah, people can argue that South Africa. Remember South Africa, you know, South Africa, you had the Dutch down there, you had the Portuguese down there, right? You have the Portuguese them down there first, and the Dutch went down there, the British went down there. Yeah, the Germans them. And South Africa is a part of BRICS, not true? Yeah, with the Brazil and China, whatever. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, BRICS. So I can say we can argue that South Africa still, yeah, Black Jacobin. Yeah, say Carlisle, thank you, as if say me can't give a name. South Africa. Yeah, but I'm not arguing that, oh, it was good for South Africa, because we know the history about South Africa and what the British did with the Zulus and the Germans, them, the Boers, them, right? Yeah. So we understand that. We not agree with all them colonize South Africa. But based on the question asked, South Africa would be an example of that still. Big up yourself in agree, manners and respect. My point is, Sir P is arguing to the people them say Ibrahim Traore is a puppet because he might give one Russian company 85%. But here we have another big company, which is a US, Australian, and UK consortium, right? Group of investors. And people, let me tell you this. You see, when you hear about these US and whatever, you see BlackRock, when you need to go research BlackRock. BlackRock have shares in everything. Gold, diamond. Listen me, BlackRock. Yeah. Them, when you hear say investors and whatever, me can guarantee you say BlackRock have part ownership in this. But I am saying, here is a US consortium, US, Australian, and UK consortium, where them own couple of mines in a Burkina Faso, and a 90% them are get to. You get what I say? Ethiopia wasn't colonized. What difference it's made? Yes, Ethiopia was colonized. Yeah, Rastas will say it wasn't because they don't know the history of it. Yeah, Ethiopia was colonized. Let me see. Should I say Ethiopia was colonized? You know, say maybe I should. Religiously, they were colonized still. It's just that there was no European power that took control over them. But in Ethiopia, remember, you know, in Ethiopia, you know, Ethiopia was a place where all the European embassies were, you know. That's why even when they actually created, when Kwame Nkrumah, right, in the 1950s, along with Haile Selassie, formed the Organization of African Unity or whatever, the headquarters was in Addis Ababa. There's a reason for that, because even during colonialism, remember what the Italians did to what the Ethiopians did to the Italians at the Battle of Adwa, 1896, with Menelik, right? All the European embassies, yes, they were in Addis Ababa. German embassy, the Swiss embassy was there, the French embassy. But the thing as well is that there were French Jesuits. That's why Haile Selassie was educated by Jesuits. So religiously, a lot of Europeans were in the country, right? Promoting the religion, no doubt about it. Because Ethiopia was a Christian nation. Haile Selassie was trained by French Jesuits. And you know how the Jesuit order go, for those who know. So my point is, militarily, yes, Ethiopia was not colonized, right? And even during the time when they were fighting with the Italians, Russia was the one who gave them some weapons to fight against the Italians as well. As a matter of fact, Menelik did buy some weapons from the Italians them. And all when Italy a pasture and a send man over there for cause problem in Eritrea, Menelik stayed silent until the deal came through. You see, the moment when Menelik get the weapons them from Italy, Menelik just make them know, say, here we go now. You know, encroach, you know, on the land, they say, you know. And you look at the whole history of Ethiopia, it's Britain caused that problem there too. Britain caused that problem with Italy, bringing Italy into Eritrea. Yeah, Britain brought them in right after the Berlin conference. Britain never did want the Egyptians. Watch this now. Remember say 1875 there and about. Remember say Johannes, he was fighting against the Mahdis, because him let through the Egyptian them, The Egyptian in the control of port city. We call modern day Djibouti. Yeah, the Egyptians control that place. And when the Mahdis encircled the Egyptians in Sudan, right, they had no way to escape. And the British met with Emperor Johannes and asked him to allow the Egyptians to escape to Ethiopia. Part of the deal was that port city, at the time it was called the port city at Massawa, Ethiopia would have gotten that port city. And Ethiopia was very happy about it because it's a landlocked country. It doesn't have any maritime borders. So you having a port city, that's very important, especially along that line, the Red Sea line there. If you go for Egypt part there, that was a very busy waterway there. So, right? So having a port city was a big deal. So Emperor Johannes said, yeah, man, I will take on this. Yeah, man, I will allow the Egyptians to leave and Britain should give me that port city. What Britain did, you know what Britain do? Britain double cross the Ethiopians. When they allowed the Egyptians to escape, the Mahdis in Sudan got very angry. And for those who know the history of Sudan, there's the Dervish wars and things like that. You get what I'm saying? Emperor Johannes allowed the Egyptian army to escape through Ethiopia in exchange for him to get that port city, right? When the Mahdis heard about that, he was angry. You know what he did? He sacked Gondar. And for those who know about Gondar, Gondar was like the capital of Ethiopia. That's one of the most sacred places. That's actually the seat of power in Ethiopia at the time, Gondar. The Mahdis sacked Gondar. And there was a war between Emperor Johannes and the Mahdis them at the time. The Mahdis were very powerful. The British end up defeating them after. You get what I'm saying? But the Mahdis and the Ethiopians them did a war. Emperor Johannes lost his head. They took his head. The Mahdis sent Emperor Johannes' head to Egypt and make them know, say, see there, this is the Emperor of Ethiopia. Is your head next? That was when the Ottomans controlled Egypt. So my point is this now. Britain was supposed to have given Ethiopia the port city at Massawa, which is modern day Djibouti, right? They didn't do that. You know what they did? They brought in the Italians. The Italians controlled Libya at the time, because people, the country named Italy was formed in 1865 there and about, It's a young country. It's one of the youngest European country at the time who was a quote-unquote colonial power, 1864-65. That was when they were formed, and then them go and them were control over Libya, take over Libya side there. So Britain did not want the French because the French control Somaliland. There was French Somaliland, there was British Somaliland. Britain did not want to have French control that region anymore. So Britain decides that they're gonna bring in the Italians. And at that time as well, Britain even allowed them to have a part where them call Italy Somaliland. Until them start take over the part where them call, you have British Somaliland, you have French Somaliland, you have Italy Somaliland, and you had Eritrea, which was still a part of Italy. So the part that where them call Italy Somaliland encompass parts of Eritrea. But historically, Eritrea has always been a part of Ethiopia because you have the Tigrina people over there, you have the Oromo, you have the Amhara, you have those type because of the old Aksumite influence from the 3rd century come straight up. My point is, Britain brought Italy into that region, and Italy start encroach. Britain said, all right, we are going to mark these borders right now, you know. Britain and the Italians met, right? Because as me say, Britain wanted to appease the Italians. Britain and them met, Menelik and them meet, and them said them are go mark out the borders between Ethiopia and Eritrea. You know what the Italians them want to do? The man them want to take more land. Parts of Tigray, the man them want to take and claim. So that is what started the war. You understand me? I say? Of 1896, the Battle of Adwa, where Menelik defeated the Italians. But my point is this, Britain was the one who created that problem. But let's go back to Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, right? You cannot blame someone for protecting their national interests. If you're going to call someone a puppet, then at least you should present the evidence to say they're a puppet, Chinese puppet. There's nothing like that. No, black isn't a political term coined by Pan-Africans. I'm sorry. In 1768 there and about was when the term black, because remember, you know, Spanish, negro, negrito, right? Yeah. So black and white, those were not terms that was applicable to people until the 1760s. That's when they coined the term black and refer it to people. No people were referred by the color of the skin. No. There was no, listen to me, even in the 1500, they never called us, oh, black man or black woman. No, they didn't. So black and white are new racial constructs. You get what I mean? As a recently created, but not based on Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism was more, you know, Pan-Africanism started from the Battle of Adwa. You see the Battle of Adwa? When Menelik defeated the Italians, a colonial power, when that came out into the Western world, the whole Western world was shocked for no say a black king, a black Christian emperor defeat a colonial power. Just like when Shaka Zulu did actually defeat the British, right? Yeah, that sent shockwaves in England. That's why the English that's actually sent for Lord Kitchener. Lord Kitchener was the one who fought the Mahdi's in Sudan and defeated them. And when the Zulus defeated the British, they sent for Lord Kitchener to go down to South Africa and deal with the Zulu chief. Even when the Zulu chief offer peace terms and everything, no, them said, no, we don't want no peace terms. Yeah, man, a vengeance we are dealing with. Yeah. The man was willing to give up land and everything, how much cattle, everything. And them said, no, we don't want no peace from you. After you defeat a British army at the time, that sent shockwaves. But Menelik at the time, right, when he defeated the Italians, he became Time Man of the Year. If you look at Time magazine, I think it was Time magazine, right? I think it was 1899 or there and about. Menelik was Man of the Year. It's like when you say Trump or Obama or anybody else being Time magazine Man of the Year. Menelik, black people were saying, who is this man? Remember them time they, you know, post-slavery and thing. We couldn't read. Read what? Invest, you know, so me now go over the side of the door. You get what I say? Yeah, yeah, no, invest, you know, me now go over Israel side at all, man. I trouble over there, so brother. Yeah, so me just leave it over there, so still. You see it? Cause over there, so yeah, I see serious thing. So me just left that. Me not too talk about it. But me see everything what go on. And as me say, 100 years ago, these people were all coexisting in peace over there. Everybody have them place over there. Trust me. Yeah, don't get it twisted, man. You know, it's a serious history about the whole place, but the British again through the Balfour Declaration, that them turn it upside down. The Balfour Declaration, 1918, that was the Balfour Declaration. mash up the whole over there. So big up yourself, Oral Donaldson. You get what me I say? The Denton family, big up. All right, so here go on now. People were not called black or white. No. No, you know, even based on certain hypotheses, right? They will say Negroid or Caucasoid and things like that, or Caucasian or Negro. Me get that part there, but black was never applicable to no race of people. Even in Africa, yeah, no Europeans at the time were saying, oh, these are black people. No, they never said that. Oh, Europeans are white people. Nah. Then they never labeled themselves that way. Black and white is a racial, social construct it's recently around. See, get what I say. Yeah, man. Johnny Black said, bless up Rasta man, Africa is I and I responsibility. I and I did in general. You know what I say? Me just go and observe, you know, because one thing I realize over Africa, you know, a one bag of Christians and Muslim over there. Just tell me one African country where them now deal with Islam and Christianity. Let me see who can tell me in the chat there. Somebody type in the chat and tell me, please, one African country when I deal with no Christianity and no Islam and them sitting there. Let me see what I go on. Because I ain't idea. Yeah, maybe observe over Africa there, you know. And that one thing we realize. Right? Yeah, man. Even in Burkina Faso, the Islamists are taking over the whole place. No invest Angola. No, man. No. Angola, the Portuguese, and they control Angola, you know. Portuguese control that. So, you know, so you had the Portuguese Jews and you had the Portuguese Catholics who went over there as well. Over Angola side. So, yeah, man, them fully Catholic over there, and them sitting there, man. Where I say, man, Christian them over there, man. Angola. No, sir. You get what I say? Black light, Pan-Africanism is not a European brainchild, brother. Go and check out where was the first Pan-African Congress and tell me who were the people who were there. Yeah, you have to hear about Booker T. Washington and Sylvester Williams and them ones there. 1900. Yeah, black men started the first Pan-African Congress. It's not a European brainchild. I don't know where you get that information from. Check out the first Pan-African Congress. Right? And you see, even Marcus Garvey was not at the first Pan-African Congress. Marcus Garvey actually, you know, saw what Booker T. Washington and Sylvester Williams and them ones they were doing. And him said, me want to emulate them. And at the time, as me say, Ethiopia was the light of the world where black men who were former slaves realized that there is a country in Africa where, you know, a black emperor did and him defeat a colonial power. That is what started Pan-Africanism. You have people like Benito Sylvian. He was from Haiti. He was a part of the first Pan-African Congress. He represented Ethiopia as like the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Even though Ras Woldemikal Makonnen, who was Haile Selassie's father, he was like the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Secretary of State, so to speak. But Benito Sylvian was a special advisor to Menelik. And also he was at the Pan-African Congress with Benito. He was with Booker T. Washington and Sylvester Williams then, representing Ethiopia. So please do not say that's you know, please do not say that Pan-Africanism start by a European black light. Like you love the conspiracy. Sierra Leone, no brother. Sierra Leone, no man. Christians them over there, man. Remember the Portuguese went over there, so twin brother. Sierra Leone, show me a Pan-African conference before Sierra Leone. No, I'm saying, well, I said the first Pan-African conference was 1900. Me not talk about the Sierra Leone thing where 1787, bro. No, man, check them dates there, man. 1787. Sierra Leone, remember the British them decided them are gonna turn, you know, Sierra Leone and Liberia. Remember the Maroons them, you know, in 1795. 1795 when the second Maroon War was fought in Jamaica and they deported the Kodjo town. You get what I say? Yeah. The Maroons to Nova Scotia. They sent them to Sierra Leone. Because you know why? Britain controlled Sierra Leone at that time. 1787, Britain controlled Sierra Leone. But they actually was using it as a place where, you know, the bad slave them couldn't send them there. So when they don't want them abandon the Caribbean, the key and peace them and start the rebellion them, if they not get rid of them, we them deport them to Sierra Leone. That's the reason why even the Maroons them were claim, Richard Curry them were claim say them indigenous. No, if you're indigenous, them can't deport you like that. No. If you were indigenous Maroons and the British deported you to Sierra Leone, then you need to see a sue Britain for the deportation. Yeah, that's the truth. But yeah, Britain control Sierra Leone. Don't talk about it's the Quaker idea like that, brother. Remember, Britain was a colonial power, and them just know say here what. Even America with Liberia, them say anybody who want go back home to Africa can go back to Liberia. Who wanted to leave can leave, go to Liberia. Yeah. That's how them actually kind of create Liberia, so to speak, a place where blacks in the diaspora can go. Who want to go back to Africa can leave and go Liberia. You get me I say? Does Africa rock with other blacks? Can we go there and assimilate easily? Yeah, listen to me. Invest. Let me tell you something, brother. Some of the more xenophobic people are down Africa, them there. Trust me. So enough of them, man, when me see I say, yeah, man, you know, say I duty to Africa. Right now in Ethiopia. Remember when Haile Selassie came to Jamaica, 1966 now? Right? And he make sure say him leave some land. One place called Sashamani for the Rasta them. You know whose land was that? That's the land of the Oroma. That's in the Oromo region. So him take the land from the Oromo people them and say him a give Rasta. Where you think one? The Rastas are hated down there. Because no for them Rasta, you know, them a hide the truth in the people. No for them Rasta man, you notice you never see them down at Sashamani I show one video yet, nothing like that. Listen to me, Sashamani worse than Riverton City right now in a real life. The only thing is the swamp not really dead like that and them something there. But Rasta them are suffer down at Sashamani. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Listen to me, Cambridge Queen, I would never challenge Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed is pseudo. Tariq Nasheed have Puerto Rican roots in a brother. And this a man a claim indigenous FBA thing about foundational black Americans nonsense, you know. Tariq Nasheed now have no scholarship for me debate him. No. Yeah, man. I know him disrespect Marcus Garvey. Me understand that. Me not really pay that no mind. But when me I said that them man that deal with some black American exceptionalism too. You know have to look on that too. And they have some black man who say them are native Indian up here too. And I argue all those things. So, of course, we have an identity crisis. No doubt about that. That's why I'm not too get emotionally invested. They get me I say, big up Global Life Records TV. You know what thing going on. Yeah, man, manners and respect. Me not listen me. Tariq Nasheed is pseudo. Tariq Nasheed is a grifter. He is a grifter, you know. He's a grifter, but yeah, so him can patakos keklat. If him want style Marcus Garvey, him are one of the top scammer them too in America with this FBA sitting and whatever. Big scammer. Big scammer. Him scam like the Black Lives Matter people. So when me I say now is this. Back to this thing over Africa side, right? When you look at places like say even the history, right, where you see where in Liberia and Sierra Leone, it was a place where Britain and America said, all right, anybody who wanted to go back over there, yeah, man, they can definitely go over there and go live. Listen me. All right, LB, you need to check out the history of the Black Seminoles because Seminoles is the same as Maroons too, you know. The term Seminole came from the Spanish term Cimarron, you know. Remember, it was the Spanish first who were in Florida, you know. Don't forget that, you know. And they call the natives there Cimarrons or Maroons. And that's how they got the term Seminoles. The problem is, during slavery, there were slaves who fled. And there were also slaves who the Seminoles them enslaved. These native tribes had slaves. People need to research the slavery amongst the native tribes. If you do them research there, you will open Pandora's box. So there was slavery where Native American Indians would enslave black people too. After slavery, they were a part of their culture. And even during slavery, there was interbreeding going. So of course, you had the native who interbreed with the slave them. And that's why even up until now, you have some black people who are part of these tribes. And the sad thing is that the tribe elder or chief does not recognize them as having full Indian blood. So they don't not get no rights like that. It's a serious thing going on. It's a big legal battle going on right now. So here we go on now. Let me tell you what the man them use. They saw these people who the natives them enslave as well and interbreed with them and say, oh, see there, yeah man, we are natives and we were here and whatever. No, there was interbreeding. Ask them to do a DNA test. Everybody afraid of DNA. Yeah. Columbus could not document no lots of black people when he came to the West Indies because at the time of Columbus, there was no such thing as no black people. People were never called no black people. So Columbus can't document no black people. They would never write that way, LB. You get what I say? Yeah. Columbus is not going to write and say, oh, I see a lot of black people here or a lot of Africans here. No. Because people were not called by the color of their skin. So that notion that Columbus documented lots of black people when he came, I'm sorry. You get what I say? Yeah. Columbus diary of woolly hair and brown skin. But woolly hair and brown skin can mean whole heap of things too, you know. That's the truth, you know. Remember you have groups where them ear are so straight. You look at places like the Polynesia, right? The Polynesia black light. Go over Polynesia, no? The Solomon Islands and then sitting there. The man them ear straight and them black like a tar. Them not no woolly ear. So that woolly ear thing we say, oh, a black people alone have woolly ear. Black people have straight ear too. That's the truth of it. You get what I say? Even in Africa, where you actually have what they call them again, man. We wouldn't call them the Dundus kind of people, right? I forgot the terminology, the appropriate terminology, but we wouldn't call them Dundus. I still remember the name. In Africa, you know, those people are considered curse and whatever because them skin color. And them brown, remember, you know, it's more of them pigmentation, right? Yeah, their pigmentation is more like them and I look more like Caucasian, right? Why can someone tell me the name again, man? We call them Dundus, man. You get what I'm saying? We call them Dundus, but there is a term. Oh, no, man. Albino. Not mulatto, Paul Brown. The mulatto is when the white slave master and the black woman them have pitney. They may call them mulatto, but it's albino. Yeah, respect black light. Albino. In Africa, they are considered a curse and whatever. And them will dirt them and say, boy, some witchcraft bring them here and whatever. But these are people, them are not black and they have the woolly hair too. So at the end of the day, when it comes on to genetics, it's very unique. Yeah, black people have straight hair too. You know, yeah. And you have the albinos them where them have woolly hair, but they're not black. So I saw that got more time to still. But when you look at the African culture and the history of Africa still, you can't blame a man where a fight for protect him country and the resources and make them know say France have colonized Burkina Faso for over 300 years and have stolen millions of tons in gold and natural resources, smuggle it out and all kind of thing. And the man them say no more, this have to go stop. That's all the man them do. The man them grant license to companies in Australia. them grant license to Russian companies. There are other companies the man then grant license to. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Mr. Invest checking. I don't know if you want to say a thing or ask a couple questions. I go to Maroon Town and said I am too brown and I'm a devil Jamaican. Black light, that go on. Yeah, got to invest. Let me hear you say it.
Yeah, Imhotep. The Republic of Congo, is it that the leaders are weak, or you think them in cahoots with like, let's say, China? Because the Congo is rich in resources, very, very rich. And there are many say Chinese company there um mining those minerals, especially like cobalt or matter of fact, cobalt is like the number one thing that they're mining. But the people don't benefit not one bit.
All right, you ask a question there. You can mute the mic for a second. I hear invest because you're up on the road, so you give a little feedback. All right, the Congo. For those who might know the history of the Congo, it was the Belgians that controlled the Congo, right? A lot of people might be familiar with King Leopold and what he did, over 20 million. Well, it's confirmed that over 14 million Congolese demand dirt. At the time, the number one produce out of Congo was rubber, right? So we know the history of King Leopold. Belgium controlled the Congo. Death and destruction through King Leopold. Nobody not talk about him, but them will make the moustache man look like say him are the worst man in the world when you have somebody worse like him to and worse in a King Leopold. But that's fine. My point is this now. In the 1950s, right, Congo got its independence from Belgium. Patrice Lumumba was the one who was leading the country. The Belgians, you know, they wanted to carve out their own state called the state of Katanga. And it was in the mineral-rich area. Patrice Lumumba said, no, this cannot work because we can't have an independent European country in our land after everything that you guys did. No, there will not be no Belgian state in the Congo. Because remember, in South Africa, you know, people, in South Africa, it was the same thing, you know. They Boers them, right? There were couple wars between the British and the Boers them. The Boers them were the German and the Dutch who settled in South Africa. They had their own state, they had their own government, they had their own administration. And you know what them do? When them find gold in the region of South Africa, the man they start expand. They start find more gold and diamond, and oh my gosh, the man them rich. The Germans and the Dutch them. So them start them farm them own a government, own a country, everything. Britain say here we go on. That can't go on, you know. Me I forget some of this a gold and diamond they were go on. And that's how the British and the Boers fight a couple of wars well. They fought one about 1905. They fought one in 1989. 1905 in 1889, 1897. Britain, yeah, that is how Britain controlled South Africa after. So my point is, just like how the Germans and the Dutch formed the Boer community in South Africa, and they had their own government and administration and president and everything, the Belgians wanted to do the same thing in the Congo. Patrice Lumumba said no, right? He went and he seek Western help. Them never, you know, yeah. The Western power said, boy, we can't take side with no black man against no Belgium. So them said they not get involved. When the man have no other alternative, the man go to Russia and say, Russia, more want to help me, you know. And from the man go to Russia, you know, the West say, what? He might lean over Russia. And during the 1950s, you know how the Cold War, yeah, it did big. Yeah, so I think it was 1963 there and about or something like that. But at that time, If you are going to lean over Russia side, dog, name your supper. So the moment he went to Russia and asked them for help, that was his death sentence because them used that to get rid of him. And guess you go on now. You know who get rid of him? His best friend and confidant, him right-hand man. His right-hand man, Joseph Mobutu. Yeah, if anyone remember Joseph Mobutu, you will remember how him sell out Patrice Lumumba. Joseph Mobutu, him right-hand man. When you look at the history of Africa, it's always we are sell out each other. And Joseph Mobutu was working with who? The Belgians and the French and the rest of them. Yeah. His right-hand man got rid of him, Joseph Mobutu. And from henceforth, the Congo has been run under dictatorship. You have whole heap of rebel groups that fight the same way. It's a big, big, big landmass, you know. It's the richest piece of land on earth, you know, people, the Congo, you know. It's rich, but from them get rid of Patrice Lumumba, him right-hand man, Joseph Mobutu, it's pure chaos. And because it's rich, everybody fighting over the resources. So here we go on now. It's easier to have these civil wars going on there because the corporations can easily smuggle out the resources without any government control or oversight on them, something like that. Yeah. So the war are going on Congo. Up until recently, the M23 take over a portion of places a couple months ago, man. I remember they are backed by Rwanda, you know. The Congo is also an ethnic one, you know. Hutus and Tutsis. Hutus and Tutsis are in the Congo too, you know. I remember the whole Rwanda genocide, you know. It was Hutus and Tutsis, you know. And Paul Kagame, you know, him take power. Yeah, man. You know how that go. So even the war in the Congo, yes, it's a tribal thing to Hutus versus Tutsis. Yeah, it have that too. But when the rebels them take over certain place, them take over the gold mine, them, the diamond, the cobalt, iridium, name it. The amount of minerals were in the Congo. Anybody will control the land, them are mine it illegally. And them does, and the corporation them just come and buy it. Drop off the money and the tools them for maintain the status quo, gone back. Yeah. So billions every year, billions upon billions is being smuggled out of the Congo. So that's why them have to maintain the instability there. It benefit them. It's the same thing with over Burkina Faso, right? 40% of Burkina Faso, the Islamists them control. One of the things are those sand and rocks there, so at them land there. Burkina Faso is the 4th largest gold producing nation in Africa. And it's not the 4th largest when it comes to landmass. Trust me. So the amount of gold where Burkina Faso have, and the Islamists them control over 40% of the land and them sitting there. You know how much gold them and they are mine illegally are sent out of the country. And I get back the money and the weapons to maintain them control. Listen, me man, I want to see a man a fight to stop that. And you are going to call this man a puppet and them something there. No, Sam, I can't agree with that. You get what me I say? African Arthurianism for Pan-Africanism development is a growth concept taking place amongst the youth of the continent. See what's happening in Kenya, Togo, Chad, etc. Imo is giving a great. Well, with Togo, right? Togo, Chad. Remember Chad and Mali and Niger. Chad, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, right? These are West African states, right? They have actually formed a conglomerate right now, right? They are facing Chad, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. They are facing the same problem. Similar problem. That's why you notice in recent years, there have been these countries where the military man them take it over and I run it. Because the previous rulers were puppets, no doubt. So these West African countries rich in resources, but hear what? They are suffering from an insurgency. Islamist insurgency. Mali as well. Trust me. Mali, yeah man. That's why the ruler of Mali them take over the thing too. So all these African countries, like Burkina Faso, like Mali, like Chad, like Niger. Them man, them take over them thing and I want to say here go on. Yeah, man, you can't, no more colonialism or neo-colonialism. Can't stop a man for one defend him country and him land. So as me saying, I not really get emotionally invested over Africa like that. Me study the history, yes, but to be emotionally invested where me want to try to tell Ibrahim Traore say he mustn't try to protect for him place and them sitting there. You know what thing go. See, Cambridge Queen say one the bowlers. Yeah, man, remember with one the bowlers, with one the bowlers, he was in Jamaica at the time when the British came, 1655, right? Yeah, and won the series. Remember that one the bowlers, one the bowlers was the one who was fighting on the side of the Spanish, because when Britain invaded, remember, Britain went to take Hispaniola and got defeated, and coming back, them decided they're going to stop at Jamaica and take it, because then can't go back home and tell Cromwell them say, oh, we got defeated trying to take Hispaniola. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to take Hispaniola, right? The Spanish side. Yeah, and they got defeated. Spain defeated them. And in coming back, they actually said they're going to take Jamaica, but Jamaica at the time was not an important place like that to Spain where it was fortified. Cuba was them crown jewel, and Hispaniola, which is modern day, the Haiti and the Dominican Republic, that one landmass, that two country, that was their creme de la creme, it and Cuba. Jamaica was just a little point where them stop and pick up supplies and move on. So at the time when Britain invaded, it wasn't fortified. But what the Spanish do was say, here we go on now. We are going to freedom, but we fight on our side. And you have some of the Maroons and decide that they're going to fight on the British side, and some are going to fight on the Spanish side. And so you had one de Bolas and one de Sierras. Those were the two Maroon leaders at the time. One de Bolas and one de Sierras fought against each other because they were representing opposing sides. Yeah, man. So one de Bolas lost his life as well on the battlefield. That's a unique history about even the Maroons as well, too. With one de Bolas. A lot of people don't speak about one de Bolas. We might hear about Nani and Kodjo and them ones there. But before Kodjo was one de Bolas. You get what I say? Yeah. The Cambridge Queen, there's no Nani of the Maroons. Yeah. I've challenged that before, and I'll challenge that anytime. Tell them for sure with no Nani. Because the same history of Asante War, right? Those warrior queens in West Africa, right? In Ghana and places like that. And the Ashanti Kingdom, right? In Dahomey and those places. And them folklore that them carry over with the whole Nani. Nani in Jamaica was like the Asante War. Yeah. At that time. They can't prove the Nani. They can't. I'm sorry, respectfully. I don't know how she became a national hero and then can't prove her existence. Yeah, that's the problem we have with Nani still. It's a good story, but a folklore. You can't tell me, say, nobody a catch no bullet with them bottom and them something. That can't make sense. That can't make sense, people. You get what I say? Just leave a light, man. Carlisle, Paris. You know where it go? We have a little history reasoning, man. You know what the thing is still in there. You see me? Yeah, that can't make no sense still. Yeah. All right. So, Carlisle, you never heard of one de Bolas. May I tell you? And actually, there's a place in Jamaica when name one de Bolas. You might never. I think it's between. It's in Clarendon. Yeah, it's in Clarendon. There's a place in Jamaica named one de Bolas. Yeah, man. But as me say, a lot of people, when they hear about the Maroons, they hear about Kodjo and Kwao and them ones and ones there. Yeah. A Kompang and Nani and them one there. Charlestown and Moortown, Windward, Leeward, Maroons kind of settings. And you don't hear nothing but one de Bolas and one de Sierras. Because those men were around in what? 1655. Remember, Kodjo them are 1730s, 1738 them time there, 1655 one de Bolas and one de Sierras. That's about what? That's about, let's say 80 odd years after. 80 odd years after, here comes Kojo and Nani and a Kompang and Johnny and them ones there. Yeah. So them man there, one the bowlers them did a fight it, man, in a real life. Real Maroon warrior that, one the bowlers. But as me say, you might not hear about him, but there's a place in Jamaica named One the Bowlers. Yeah, man, trust me. So people should check out all them history there about One the Bowlers. But when they come on to Burkina Faso people, over 200 odd years, France colonized the place. The national language, official language, French. Official currency, the franc. Their national reserve, where is it? In the French central bank. Their gold reserve, where is it? In the French central bank. The French corporations control the entire industries and things like that while the people suffer. And you have a man like this where I say, no man, we not make this go on no more. We are on our thing. I think people should leave him, make him go and do what he do. Who want to worship him and eulogize him, it's up to them. But what a lot of people find in common is the fact that he is carrying on the Thomas Sankara legacy. And that really make people gravitate to him. And Thomas Sankara is like a national icon in Burkina Faso. You get what I say? A whole heap of things he might deal with in terms of the development, nationalizing certain things where the state can have more resources. But people need to understand, say, 85%, 90% is a reasonable agreement in Africa when it comes on to mining, because you have some places where the 5%. So it doesn't mean I'm on a puppet. It just means these African countries, they give out the contracts to European mining companies. That's the truth. You understand what I say? So just like, oh, right now, this company, which is a US, Australian, and UK, and 90% them are get for the mines them where them are work. So I really them people here, if Sir P, if you call out anybody and say, are them really are run things in terms of the puppet and whatever, it wouldn't be them people here where I get 90%, you know. Look at this. The firm holds a 90% stake in the project with the remaining 10% owned by the government of Burkina Faso. That is normal, people. It's not new. So, Sir P, make it look like there's something wrong here, so. It's not like, say, the man I run when a Western companies, nothing like that. No, the man is smart. Whatever development, them can deal with and sign deals that benefit them and the country, them sign it. So, what me I say is that the government, yes, I get 10%. And with the Russian, them are 15, them I get. So the logic would be the most favorable deal would have been with the Russian them then. So the Russian them wouldn't be the puppet masters. At them man, I wouldn't be the puppet masters. What you mean, me trust that info? Because me do research on it, brother. What you mean trust info? Me do research. Yeah, brother. For years me I do research, brother. So me know primary sources. Me know valid sources. Me not talk about no TikTok repost and no AI generated sitting, brother. You do research. You get me I say? Yeah, so what you mean, oh, me trust the information? Oh, you trust your information? Talk about there's no free press. I mean, brother, me not argue about that. Wait, hold on. What you call free press, Blacklight? What you call free press? Listen me. Go, all right. Take a plane and, all right. I don't even want to go there, so bro. I want to talk about free press. Whisper free press there. Where free press there, brother? Free press? Just go write something about them people over there so we invested that talk about. And talk about free press. There was this news anchor. I think it was CNBC. Lost his job recently. Oh, you know why? The man go on X and a cuss Trump said he send, you know, the military go down California. Free press. I remember, you know, the man don't be protected under free speech and whatever. Yeah. He lost his job. You talk about free press. Free press, I went here ago on. You have to understand how things run to Blacklight and how propaganda run. What you mean there's no free press? Of course, there's an opposition. But on the Blacklight, you're clueless to the history of Burkina Faso. You're clueless. There is an opposition. The only thing is that what they're arguing is that the time should be right to hold elections. But of course, there's an opposition down there. It's not a dictatorship, brother. It's not like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Kuwait and Oman and those places. There is an opposition. There are political... Listen to me. You know how much political parties in Burkina Faso? Check out Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE and Oman and tell me how much political parties them have. Check out Jordan and tell me how much political parties them have. So you are talking about Burkina Faso. No, I'm sorry. Burkina Faso have a lot of opposition parties, Blacklight. Yeah. And simple research, you would have known that too. So I'm just saying, me general, don't get it twisted, man. Don't make it look like, say, oh, it's a dictatorship out there and you can't do this and you can't do that. Sir P, I said the man a coward, brother. A man where are fighting in Mali and I fight the Islamists them in our own country. Sir P say I'm a coward. Me see some Rasta man a reason that the man them say, Sir P will hide behind his screen and hide in vice. I tell the man and say them a coward where I fight on the battlefield. You get what me I say? Yeah. There is whole heap of opposition party in Burkina Faso. I want you to know, say, Blaise Compaoré, right? When Blaise Compaoré backstab Thomas Sankara, he took power in 1987. You know when he was forced out of power? 2014. 27 years he ruled it for. Blaise Compaoré. 2014 was when the opposition got rid of him. And there were movements and opposition parties there. So don't feel like, say, oh, Burkina Faso is it's an authoritarian state and things like that. That's not true. That's propaganda. They have opposition. What they're saying, though, is that there has to be stability to have elections. Because guess you're going now. Oh, you're going to have election in a 60% of the country. And the next 40% can't partake in it. Oh, that makes sense, Blacklight. Just use your brain, no, my general. If 40% of your country is controlled by Islamists, oh, you're going to have election. That's the thing that actually started even the war in Tigray. Yeah, between the Ethiopian federal government and the Tigray people. Because them say them are going to hold them own elections and elect them own leaders. So you have election in a country where me say 40% is controlled by the rapid man them. Where I deal with Sharia law and them sitting there. Come on, bro. Remember say them man they want to take over the whole country and have caliphate and them sitting there Sharia law in there, brother. When you think a normal sitting the man them got you on the battlefield, bro, is an existential thing the man them a deal with. When you can't stay there. When you not fight the battles. Years the man them a fight, brother. From 2015, the man them start dominate the place. In Mali, you know, the Tuaregs in Mali, they, listen to me, 2013, the man them almost take Timbuktu. Yes, they actually took over almost the whole of Mali. So it's a serious thing going with Mali, Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso, and them kind of country there. It's a serious battle the man them a fight. You understand me I say? Listen to me, I'm Denton family. If the man them did not deal with no democracy, brother, then the man them wouldn't tell Saudi Arabia, say them have to go get democratic. Right? They wouldn't go tell Qatar, they wouldn't tell Jordan, they wouldn't tell Kuwait, they wouldn't go tell over UAE, right? They wouldn't go tell over Oman. These are all monarchies where rule. So democracy, we understand how they get to work, and that's why I mean really Me not really make Wagwan na this really bother me because me see Wagwan. All me I say is that Wagwan of a Burkina Faso people don't make nobody trick you and full up on the head. You spend some time and do your own research. But also, no make no little social media thing trick you either. And no fake videos and whatever. But don't make nobody tell us say Ibrahim Traore a puppet and not present no evidence either. So Sir P need to present evidence when him actually present these type of arguments. And him a double down with not all the man forward with, you know. The man just show one little article. And say, see the people, 85%. That's the norm. Check out the rest of African countries, them. Listen to me. Check out the rest of African countries, them. And you will see. You get what I said? That's the truth. Check out the rest of African countries, right? And you will see, say, here go on. These contracts are similar. Yeah, 90%. You get what I'm saying? 90% this a company I get. That's the norm in Africa there. Lucky them I get 90%. You get me? And remember saying, they are not the ones. They are not the ones who are actually making all the money and things like that. So I just saw that go still. You see it? But anyway, people, I'm going to take on myself and big up on yourself. Leave a like on your way out. Big up to everybody. Manners and respect. You see it? At 2:10 a.m. and now 6:34. So I'm going to big up on yourself. Respect to everybody. All right? Just leave a like on your way out.